when it comes to the technical aspect of this event, ladies and gentlemen. And actually, this is the moment. The reason why I mentioned that is because we have this wonderful Pine platform, and this will be a little bit of a tour. So for best experience, make it full screen. That's definitely recommended. We have this feature of random networking. Just see it on the left side of your panel. Next one will happen in 1 p.m. Central European time, so that is in 5 hours. You will be randomly assigned a person to chat with. And then you can also check the list of attendees. You can send a message or request a meeting with pretty much everyone, which is very great. And actually, it also is applied to the speakers. So if you find speakers on your left-hand side, you will be able to find them, to trace them, and just to message them. The same is with the tech support, and make sure to visit that place whenever you're experiencing some difficulties, because actually you can easily direct and contact the people from our side. And again, this is a warm welcome from Warsaw, Poland. It is quite misty today. It's not the most shiny day yet, but it's already very promising. The agenda is also something that you can check out there. So again, on your left-hand side. And then I also invite you to visit what's called Exhibition. That's where event partners are and just exhibitors as well. The sessions today will be recorded, so there's no need for you to try to make everything happen. It's not like you have to bilocate and be in a few places at the same time. So don't try to watch everything in just one go. We will actually deliver this and release those videos after the event. And so right now, this has officially started. And thank you, everyone, for joining us from places like Kashmir in India, where Tahir is working in Saudi Arabia at Yazan University. He's a PhD student in UTM, Malaysia. If you guys could tell us more about yourselves, that would be so great, because actually that will make the event so much relatable and so much more personal. Well, I'm proud to tell you about our main partner, the IOTA Foundation. They're great. Among other things, they help people navigate their digital lives securely. We partner up because we share many important values. And let's see who's joining us from their side. It's almost there, and don't worry, because actually, yeah, I will just tell you, it's Mariana. Joining us from Berlin, Germany, which is just, less than 600 kilometers away from where our studios are. So, Mariana De La Roche, great to have you. Hello.
Hi, good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariana, I'm just curious because I've made this approach, and I actually pretty much always do that when I'm hosting international conferences, to just find out a lot about you guys. And I know that you got your law degree from the Rosario University in Bogota, Colombia. And so I see there's been a major change in your life.
Yeah, about like 5 years ago. I'm originally from Bogota, born and raised, but now I'm living in Germany since 5 years.
So is Germany also very cloudy today?
Ooh, when it isn't, but today especially, yes.
Okay. Well, I guess it's still more sunny than the UK would be, so we have to appreciate that.
Yeah, we have blue skies some days. Yesterday was blue sky. I remember when I was a kid, there was like this. I met like a person randomly on the street who told me that like every time that you see blue on the sky, that means hope. And I just like find it really a really good sentence. So every time that I like see it in Berlin, I'm like, there's still hope.
Well, you know what? That's wonderful, because we need hope, and especially I feel like in this agriculture industry, we want to make it more inclusive. We want to share all the good aspects with everyone and not have anyone left behind. And so let's have a lot of hope. Mariana, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Matt. So, well, good morning, and thank you everyone for being here today. For me, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And I would like to especially thank Adam for inviting me today and also for allowing me to participate on the Hack on Sunday. It was a really cool experience, and I'm sure that you will hear more about it later. Well, as you heard, I'm Mariana De La Roche. I'm the lead project manager of the IOTA Foundation, and I'm the co-chair of the social impact group of INATPA. So in the following sessions, my fellow partners and speakers will talk to you about blockchain and new technologies and their potential to achieve social impact, especially on the field of agriculture, which is what brought us together today. But I would like to start to focus on what actually impact means. And I would like to start by just saying that like social impact organizations and projects are gaining momentum in the market. And this is not news, but this is a fact that I wanted to just put out there because it is not strange nowadays to see big corporations talking about social responsibility and how they plan to achieve social impact within the brand. And then in the other hand, nonprofit organizations and foundations generating impact reports to showcase how they're creating impact with their projects. So social impact at the end is the intentional or unintentional outcome from the actions implemented by both the private sector and the public sector that affects individuals and their community context in a positive way. And this is the part that I would like to focus today. So we tend to forget that our actions and projects impact people and communities. And normally they are people and communities that are in vulnerable situations and that face challenges that maybe because of the particular privilege that we have, we will never experience. So each and every one of us in this conference, how I see it at least, is in a position of privilege because we can raise our voices and create change and be part of that change that is happening right now. And therefore, it is our responsibility to come as a collective to align our actions and visions to support others that and improve in our own capacity the world, the world in which we all live. So I would like to just like make a call to action for the collective impact, and the power of collective action is like so immense that was even added as one of the Sustainable Development Goals. So SDG 17 is all about partnerships among different sectors and expertise that allow us to bring together the best of our capacities to achieve a common goal, which is not other than a more equitable and sustainable world for all of us. And currently, we also have like technologies that we didn't have like 10 or 20 years ago that have the potential to exponentially increase our impact in society. When used for the right reasons, of course, these technologies have great potential to help us achieve the vision a sustainable and equitable world. So conferences such as this one that we are today help us to see and present the different kind of innovations happening around us and potentially generate new partnerships that will make our initiative, projects, and organizations more powerful and scalable. So today, as Matt just said, it is not about passive learning. Today is, I would like to invite you actually to be curious and fearless and approach those presenting and those attending the conference to explore new collaborative ways that allow us to make your ideas feasible, but also more scalable. So this conference brings together, for what I hear, like people from like over 30 countries. And this is like incredible. It's an incredible opportunity because the beauty of that diversity of the participants, the panelists, and the speaker is that will help us to understand the underlying issues and the challenges that people face. So agriculture is not the same in Colombia, where I was born, that here in Germany, where I live. The challenges are not the same, the socio-cultural and political contexts are not the same, and therefore there is not a magic recipe that we can apply and replicate to all contexts to solve all issues. But what we can do and what we should do is to learn to improve our knowledge and to generate partnerships and support each other. And this is at the core of what we do at the IOTA Foundation. We are all about community and partnerships. So with IOTA, we are building open source technologies for everyone to use and apply according to their particular context. Not only the context, but also their goals, their ambitions, and their dreams. And we as the IOTA Foundation, we support our developer community in building those solutions. And in some cases, we actively get involved in building those solutions. For us, there is nothing more important than empower our own community. So together with our community, we are working in creating a trust layer as IOTA evolves. And such a trust layer is incredibly important in today's dynamic, very dynamic world. So looking at the agricultural sector. For example, DLT can promote transparency and trust within the food supply chain, but also facilitating the credibility of food information, food quality, and food safety. So some of my colleagues are here today as well, and you will probably hear more about what we do, how we do it, and how we're constantly improving our technology, our approaches, and ourselves. So today I would like to invite you to share our vision of a more sustainable and equitable world, and to believe in the power of collaborative effort. But mostly I would really like to invite you to explore as many topics as you can, especially if they're going to be recorded, and to talk to the people that is here, so we can help each other to improve our actions and make each other more stronger and efficient. So I really hope that you enjoy the conference as much as I know that I will. And thank you, everyone, and I hope you have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariana. I actually like the part, and I particularly appreciate the part about power collective action. That's very important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think that that's the key for everything if we want to create impact.
Totally agree. Thank you very much for everything. I wish we could talk more, but then the agenda is very hectic today. So thank you, and thank you to the whole foundation for doing this together. Thank you for that.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Sure. And now this is going to be our first keynote. And actually, before I tell you who that is, you will be able to see this first. Almost there. All right, and so this is going to be Bridie Ohlsson. She's the CEO at Geora, where they say their mission is to provide security and finance to every farmer anywhere. Hello, Bridie.
Hello, it's so nice to be joining you.
It is, and just thank you for accepting our invite. I'm glad that you're here. I've had the chance to hear about you. And one of the things that caught my attention is that you're interested, and this is a quote, in anything that gets me barefoot on soil or sand. Can you tell me more about that?
Barefoot on the soil or sand, yes. Well, look, I'm an Australian who lives in Singapore, so I think the sand was kind of, I was born with that really, but anything that gets me closer to farmers and being on the land just makes me really happy, really.
Which is great, because after all, those are the moments that we cherish so much, but especially in those digital days, we spend so much time in front of the screen, right?
Yeah, totally. It's, I mean, for things like this, you kind of don't mind so much, but I think many of us here probably spend more time behind a screen than we would probably like. And it's really great to take every opportunity you can to kind of get out on the land and see the real work being done, I guess.
Yeah. So when is the last time you went to the beach?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm lucky. I live in an island where pretty much everyone is about 10 minutes from the coast, so it's an easy walk for me here. I'm about 20 degrees Celsius colder though than Mariana. So, I mean warmer, sorry.
Yeah,
but still cloudy.
Yeah. That's very different from Berlin, I'm sure. And so you're going to talk about blockchain in agriculture and the food supply chain. And so the stage, or actually the screen, is yours.
Thank you so much. And echoing the thanks from earlier to Agri-D and IOTA Foundation for having me here and giving me the chance to speak. And really, who am I to be up here chatting to you all? Well, I'm also an escapee from the legal profession who somehow found myself working at this incredible junction of blockchain tech and agriculture about 5 to 6 years ago now. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Geora, and I'm not going to go into detail now on what we do at Geora. Happy to chat with you all later. But as kind of the elevator sentence, Geora is a blockchain platform designed for ag, And we've been working with farmers and traders across the various kind of benefits of this technology for the past 5 years. It's almost like a website builder, but for building a blockchain core for your supply chains. But enough about kind of my day-to-day. In preparing myself for this talk and for being part of today's events, I did glance down at the agenda, and apart from being overwhelmed at the caliber of the speakers, I'm absolutely positive that you're going to receive many deeper insights and more interesting case studies than what I'll be sharing here in the keynote. I've had the pleasure of working with so many of the people speaking today over the past 5 years, and I'm really looking forward more than anything to being an attendee today. But I guess my job this morning is to introduce some of the opportunities. And in doing that, I'm going to zoom out to the broader context of what we're talking about with agriculture and blockchain. So when we're looking at, I guess, an agri supply chain, we're looking at very complex systems. There are lots of characters involved who generally don't know each other, maybe don't even trust each other. Enormous data silos, a lot of different silo and data puns, multiple different financing arrangements, a lot of physical paper-based data keeping as well. But I guess at the heart of this, we have a single asset, and it may change in format, change in size, but the entire supply chain is really a story of this asset. On the other side, we have this new technology, blockchain, not so new these days, but still relatively new in the scheme of tech, which is essentially a database model, but at its core is about trust, building trust into data. And it helps a lot with the coordination of information and workflows between different participants. And for some of us in around 2015, 2016, we could sense a kind of initial spark between these two, blockchain and supply chain, or ag supply chain. And people started trying to work out if we could create digital assets on a blockchain that mirrored physical assets, that were data rich with a much higher level of trustworthiness. But doing that required a lot of different parties who didn't trust each other to share information, which is not an easy task. And straight away you hit on a number of technical challenges as well. Kind of in the blockchain world, there are privacy and scalability problems, because this idea of blockchain was really closely associated with radical transparency, which is confronting for an industry where a lot of the intellectual property is actually in relationships and pricing. And in many parts of the supply chain, transaction speed really matters. And then you look at like the surrounding digital infrastructure, and ag is the least digitized industry globally. I'm sure we have all heard that many times before. And it's not something you can just throw a database at. We need connectivity, and we need platforms to provide easy ways to update and get information from across the various participants and geographies. These challenges that we hit on were not just technical, but ecosystem and regulatory. And an enormous amount of effort, like you're seeing today, has been put into education. There are so many active members of this community providing free resources, running conferences like this, even many developers providing free technical training. Now, I've had the pleasure of traveling through rural areas in Australia and mostly Asia throughout the last 6 years, talking about this technology. And what shows me that we're progressing as an industry is that more and more often, to general audiences on most stages, I talk less about decentralized database models, talk less about tokens, I talk less about consensus algorithms, and we talk more about use cases and value adding opportunities. And that's really exciting. And then we have the regulatory side, and this is really looking at whether our current regulations are set up to deal with the new opportunities presented by this technology, or where do we need to make changes and evolve them, set new standards, build more supportive reg frameworks. And this is happening everywhere at both state and international levels. So I know today we're going to hear from people working on all of these technical challenges and ecosystem challenges. And before, I know that later we're going to deep dive into those specifics. So I wanted to take this time to talk about, what does the future of this love story between blockchain and agriculture look like beyond that initial spark? Kind of where could we potentially take this new world? And in doing that, I want to reference this fantastic book that was written by an Aussie farmer and political journalist, Gabrielle Chan. And I won't actually say the title of it because I may get in trouble. Aussies always swear too much. But in that, she talks about how more than any other industry, the world's problems are agriculture's problems. And I really agree with that statement. If you pull a thread of a farm, you end up in fundamental questions about how we want to organize society. And that means that what we're doing here is really important, because as we think about ways we can use these technologies to bring value to agriculture, we're actually thinking about how we can solve the world's biggest problems. There are currently 1.7, I think, billion people globally who are still financially excluded. And I'm based in Singapore, and in Southeast Asia, of 670 million people, 50% are unbanked and another 18% are underbanked. And with this technology, we're looking at ways to deliver finance to the global population. We're looking at building a future world where we're transforming legacy processes in trade and finance. We're supporting the development of new products where we embed finance into the supply chain. We're looking at ways to significantly reduce back office costs associated with sharing, auditing, and validating data. We all know access to capital is critical when it comes to overcoming intergenerational poverty and improving quality of life. So this technology is opening up ways to access new forms of capital provided by alternative and peer-to-peer investors, as well as our institutional investors. The other kind of area we always end up at when we're looking at this marriage of the two is in the payment space. In the future, we're looking at a world that's increasingly connected. We have real-time, multiple currencies domestically and internationally being used for payments. And generally, it's farmers who bear the payment risk of an entire supply chain. And we're looking at a world where they can start to receive payment at the point of delivery and gain security around payments. And it's really exciting because not only does that relieve the farmer of the payment risk, but it also opens up other marketing opportunities because they can now trust they will receive a payment from a new buyer who might be offering a different price rather than just going to the known and trusted buyer at the end of the street. We're also looking at a world that must be more sustainable, more regenerative, and not just conscious, but actioning on the environmental footprint of products. So somewhere around the world, or probably on this call, I think probably in Sydney, it's Friday afternoon. And for those joining us in Australia, they may very likely have a beer. And the carbon footprint of a beer, 355 mils, is between 150 and 320 grams of CO2. And when we kind of look at we break that down, less than 1% of the footprint comes from like plastic or paper, hops and water. The large majority comes from the malt barley. Generally around 60% of malt barley's embedded carbon comes from farming, particularly where production uses nitrogen fertilizers. However, if a farmer is to put in regenerative practices in place, like using legume cover crops to boost nitrogen in the soil and increase its carbon sequestration, you can make an overall a 29 to 35% reduction of the footprint of your beer. So if we're going to make a more sustainable future, we're asking farmers to invest in practices that are regenerative, efficient, and secure. And that requires investment of time and capital. And so if all of that is to happen, and we're setting the stage for kind of this future world, it's really exciting today that we get to talk about the actual opportunities that are being implemented using the technology. And I'm just going to touch on 3 right now before we kind of go into detail in each of them later on. So the first big idea that I want to raise is the idea of decentralized finance. And this is looking at how we can deploy alternative capital into the agricultural space. Say we have a farmer in the Geora world. We have a farmer, her name's Ruth. She's a pig farmer in Papua New Guinea. She's producing pigs valued at around $300, and she's looking to borrow $50 to vaccinate the pig and feed it sweet potato, which increases its value at market. She doesn't have an easy way of sharing information down the supply chain with any kind of financier in order to access finance. And so the DeFi model is using blockchain technology to record information about this core asset, in Ruth's case, the pig, which can be shared in real time with the financier. This is putting the financier in a position to deliver finance directly to the farmer remotely using that asset record. And the exciting thing here is it's not just for traditional financiers. Using decentralized finance marketplaces, a farmer like Ruth could receive finance from really anyone on this conference call today. So we could inspect that asset and make the payment to Ruth and wait for repayment using a mobile money tool, all using data that's stored within a blockchain platform and various different currency tokens. This creates a much more competitive finance landscape, giving Ruth way more opportunities for receiving finance. But it doesn't stop here. Because these asset records are stored on a blockchain, they're in a token format. And these tokens can be fractionalized. So we were able to have multiple different financiers finance part of the asset according to their risk appetite. And this DeFi space is huge. There's about, I think, $100 billion of cryptocurrency locked up in DeFi, which has increased 900% from the beginning of the year. I'm just going to touch on one other big opportunity that I know we're talking about today, and that's about sustainability-linked tokens. So in this space, we're looking at valuing the additional effort put in by producers and manufacturers to be more sustainable, whether it's a certain carbon metric or water savings or other regenerative practices. And as we have these like great data-rich assets moving through our blockchain platforms, we're able to add data around sustainability metrics and link that to the commodity and to the land. This may be a carbon token, for example, linked to a particular field where they're producing sustainable sugar. And we're already starting to see how valuable this is. We're seeing marketplaces emerge for the sale and trade of these tokens. There are financiers who are using this sustainability data to deliver green loans and finance. And we're able to start to value the sustainability initiatives and actually give that value back to the farmer, both as an investment and or as a revenue stream. And I guess the other area that we're seeing this investment impact the sustainability space is supporting new sustainability initiatives. So, for example, there's a conversation here in Asia, particularly Southeast Asia, around distributed renewable energy, where instead of like a large coal plant, for example, we have hundreds of thousands of small wind and solar farms throughout APAC. But to do that, we need platforms to gather data, create risk profiles, fund and support this. And these are the kinds of opportunities that are being pursued by people working in the blockchain technology space. The technology is becoming more accessible, it's becoming more affordable. We're all trying to build better products for real customers. We're not just kind of playing around with the magic blockchain spray gun. And I know I'm only touching on some of the opportunities, but I'm conscious of the time. And so I'm really looking forward to joining into the rest of the day as we go deeper into these areas. And, what I think part of what I really do believe is our overarching quest to solve the world's biggest problems. So thanks again for having me chat this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bridie. It was great. It was great and very interesting. And since we have some 30 seconds left, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned some 900%, and it was something related to cryptocurrencies. I just didn't get that. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so we've seen like in the cryptocurrency market, which I didn't get a chance to touch on, the central bank digital currency and kind of cryptocurrency evolution that's also happening, which is very relevant to agriculture as well. But in the cryptocurrency space, over the past year, well, since January, we've seen $100 billion locked up in these decentralized finance projects. So they're kind of, they're different funds and ways of investing cryptocurrency and getting a yield back from it across different blockchain platforms. So the investment in this space is huge, and the opportunity to connect in these DeFi or decentralized finance platforms with the real investment needs in agriculture is one that we're working on at Geora, and a lot of other people in this space are really looking closely at, because it goes a long way to bridge those big finance gaps we have in agriculture and supply chains if we can access that kind of capital and draw investment into ag.
Thank you very much, Bridie. And though we haven't had the time to touch upon that, I just wanted to share a fun fact about Bridie. So she holds a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Sydney, but also a Bachelor of Arts in French and Politics. So you're a very multidisciplinary person. I'm impressed.
Well, the generalists.
Generalists.
Thanks so much.
I like that. Or a polymath. I've come across this term. A polymath is something that, well, Leonardo da Vinci was. So good on you. Thank you very much. And now this is the moment to welcome Tracy Levine from Blockchain Chamber of Commerce. And this is going to be about revolutionizing the agriculture industry with blockchain. So let us first see the new speaker. Okay, and so Tracy, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning.
You know what? Good morning. I've seen you have been here, and I imagine that it actually is the middle of the night, isn't it?
2 a.m. I haven't gone to bed yet.
Oh my goodness. Well, I wanted to say that I'm sorry, but I'm actually not sorry, because I'm happy that you're here. But I wanted to thank you for the commitment.
Well, I'm excited to be here, and I loved hearing Bridie, and I'm looking forward to all the great speakers that are coming after me. I think that's what I'm most excited about, to learn about what everybody's doing.
Have you met Bridie before?
No, but I want to. That was a great intro.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm also looking forward to hearing from you. I just wanted to share this one piece. I visited your LinkedIn profile, and I've seen a post which was about you watching William Shatner, who, by the way, is a Canadian actor. And he did something tremendous. What do you think this tells us? Because what he did is, at 90 years old, he just went into space, right?
Yeah, what I thought was interesting about it was that a lot of times when people see new technology and they look at it and they say, you know what, I'm too old for this, let the young people do it. What I thought was very impressive is he was, sign me up. Just put me on there. This is new technology. I don't care if I'm 90. And what a great opportunity that something has changed, that I could stop being in space on TV and actually go in space.
I'm sure, and I'm actually convinced that it was incredible experience for him, and I think this tells us a lot. Like it's always a good time for new opportunities, no matter our age. And so we're about to start our first panel, and it will be with Emmanuelle Ganne from the World Trade Organization. It will be with Deepesh Patel from the Trade Finance Global, Weston from Agri-D, or actually, you know what, Tracy, I've just made a mistake, because the panel is just after you, and you are the keynote speaker, aren't you?
Yes, and I want to tell you, Adam, really pumped up what I needed to do. He said, good morning, welcome everybody to Agri-D. This is the best conference that's happening this year.
Thank you on behalf of Adam and the whole team that's running this. And so this is your time, and thank you for joining us.
Okay, if you're ready, I'm ready. And I just wanted to start off with just a thought as I start my keynote around what we're doing. As we sit here, everybody wants to live in a world where there's no poverty, zero hunger, health, and well-being. And every farmer wants to be able to feed his own family. and every farmer wants to run a profitable farm. According to the World Resources Institute, nearly 10 billion people are predicted to be living on Earth by 2050. This is about 3 billion more mouths to feed than there were in 2010. Globally, we will need to produce 50% more food. So that means the need to make progress is becoming more urgent. Transforming and digitalizing farms and agriculture to produce positive outcomes for all stakeholders is an extraordinary challenge. As innovators and solution finders, we are going to be tasked with designing frameworks and integrating technology that elevates the most vulnerable and the most affected by systems and inequalities. The Blockchain Chamber of Commerce believes that we are at a tipping point in history where people and technology can facilitate the people-to-people economy to make the goals of a sustainable and better ecosystem a reality for consumers and farmers. Blockchain has the potential to revolutionize the way food is tracked, traded, and sold. It has the potential to create better outcomes for both the consumer and the farmer. The key phase is potential to revolutionize. Why do I say potential to revolutionize? From history, we know that technology is like a knife. It can harm, or it can make the ecosystem worse for many and leave them further behind. Or it can empower, feed them, and bring them into an ecosystem they otherwise were excluded from. When we think about how we can use blockchain to revolutionize the system, we must adjust our mindset on how we look at how we're going to design and create equitable farm and agriculture ecosystems. So what do I mean by we must adjust our mindset? We must selectively forget what we know so that we can learn what we need to know, so that we can rethink, reimagine, and reinvent to solve for hunger, resilience, and a sustainable food ecosystem. But guess what? Disruption is scary. Disruption destabilizes what has always been, but disrupt is what we must do if we want to change outcomes. Using blockchain as the disruptor in agriculture can create more positive results for almost all UN's sustainable development goals, starting with SDG 1, no poverty. Nearly 80% of people who live in poverty live in rural areas. And living in poverty directly leads to hunger. So reaching the goal of no poverty and the SDG 2 goal of zero hunger are intertwined. The root cause of poverty and hunger is the inability to use current systems to create industry infrastructures to create sustainable agriculture. The current system favors a few over the rural farmers. Blockchain technologies can disrupt barriers that contribute to poverty and hunger by bringing a technology whose roots have always focused on creating a distributed, people-to-people economic system that brings more economic inclusivity. The Blockchain and Agriculture and Food Supply Chain Global Market Report predicts that the agri-tech blockchain market will reach approximately 774 million euros by 2025. The 4 greatest impact areas for blockchain technology include inclusion, optimization of the food supply chain, fair markets, and traceability. The first step to inclusion is helping rural farmers go from unknown to knowable. The ability to prove that you are whom you say you are, that you own the land you are growing your food on, is the first step to being part of the ecosystem. Blockchain technologies are helping the system move from paper to more reliable digital systems based on smart contracts. When it comes to the formalization of land rights, blockchain technology promises to authenticate landowners and provides a fixed ledger of land use rights transactions. Using smart contracts protects rural landowners in countries, including women, who produce 1/2 of the world's food, but have less access to land and are more vulnerable to corrupt land practices. Countries such as Ghana, Georgia, and India are developing blockchain and smart contract frameworks to address the protection of people's land rights, reduce land conflicts, and address corruption and land fraud. Inclusion also requires moving small and rural farmers from the unbanked to the financially empowered. Being unbanked means a farmer doesn't have access to traditional financial services, such as bank accounts, credit to grow their business, or business services to facilitate customer transactions. According to the World Bank Group, about 235 million unbanked adults worldwide receive cash payments for the sale of agricultural products. Many farmers in emerging economies are unbanked because they can't prove their existence in the supply chain. By moving the agribusiness payments to blockchain ecosystems, small and rural farmers could build trust and authenticated payment histories, which would help expand their access to traditional credit. A second benefit would be to build a truly safe and trusted transaction system that can support Kickstarter funding and person-to-person funding that can directly fund and support farmers. An example of a company that is helping farmers with funding is Cultivati. Their blockchain-based platform uses smart contracts to help farmers raise funds for their crops. Farmers can find funding for all stages of farming, including seed growing, plant raising, harvesting, and distribution. On a community level, blockchain technologies opens up a way for local, unbanked consumers to easily and safely create transactions backed by smart contracts to buy food from the farmers in their community. Using blockchain, there is an excellent opportunity to understand how global organizations impact the agriculture development they support. According to the International Fund for Agriculture Development, since 1978, they have distributed approximately 20+ billion euros in grants and low interest loans to projects that have reached an estimated 418 million people. Moving this to a blockchain ecosystem that is immutable and trusted will help organizations better understand what types of loans and grants contribute to sustainable and long-term positive outcomes. The data that could be gathered while protecting personal privacy is important because organizations like IFAD and others that focus on rural farmers and on the most remote regions of developing countries can get better outcomes. Purpose-driven organizations can use this to create frameworks moving forward. The second area where blockchain will have a high impact for farmers is optimizing the food supply chain. Blockchain technologies can help farmers make more planet-friendly decisions, smarter operational decisions, improve customer experiences, and enhance business outcomes. Blockchain technology can be used to optimize IoT for agriculture. IoT has been used in agriculture to improve yield and optimize growing conditions. However, the challenge with IoT is that data is not always accurate, and it's difficult to connect disparate systems, which can lead to loss of efficiency and productivity. Blockchain technology can help solve those problems by offering accurate and reliable data about crops, soil conditions, and weather conditions. Blockchain will make it easier for farmers to share their data with other stakeholders such as researchers and buyers, by also maintaining ownership over their own information. This will allow them to make better decisions about their crops while also optimizing production in a sustainable way. The resilience of food systems need to be strengthened in such a way that the environmental foundations to produce sufficient nutritious food and maintain healthy ecosystems for current and future generations are not compromised. Currently, climate change is one of the biggest threats to food supply chain sustainability. Blockchain and IT are essential to climate change adaptation and mitigation in agriculture. Farmers can access data to help them better adapt to the effects of climate change. They can use the data to understand if weather patterns are short-term versus long-term trends that need to be considered and cause them to change what they're growing and when they grow it. Blockchain technology has the potential to make agriculture and farming more environmentally friendly. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, industrialized agriculture contributes about 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Blockchain will help to reduce the carbon footprint of food production by optimizing energy use and reducing waste. And when we think about it, blockchain has the potential to transform the agriculture supply chain by providing transparency, security, and trust between growers and buyers. With blockchain technology, any type of information can be recorded and shared across a decentralized network of computers, making it easy to track products from their source all the way to the final product. Another area where blockchain technology can have a huge impact is food waste and loss. 1/3 of all food produced is lost or wasted. That's about 1.3 billion tons of food, costing the global economy close to $940 billion each year. In the industrialized world, food follows a complicated supply chain from the farm to the market and eventually to the consumer. A blockchain ecosystem could bring accountability to inefficiencies and practices that contribute to food waste. Moreover, we can better match supply to demand to avoid the current mismatch that leads to food waste at the retail level. In developing countries, food loss could be addressed by using blockchain and data to improve post-harvest management and logistics, and to build a suitable infrastructure that brings market information which would allow production to better match demand by connecting the grower and the consumer. Connecting the farmer and the consumer has other advantages. In the past, farmers have been at a disadvantage when it comes to selling their products and transacting with consumers. However, with the rise of blockchain technology and the implementation of smart contracts, farmers can sell their produce directly on a platform that consumers can access without any intermediary involved. Companies such as AgriDigital are giving farmers and growers the ability to sell direct and the ability to establish fair prices for their products. The transparency and security provided by blockchain technology gives farmers a say in how their product is priced and allows them to communicate that price directly with buyers. This will eliminate unfair practices such as price fixing, which has been an issue in the global economy. The fourth area where blockchain can impact food is transparency and safety. According to the National Center of Biotechnology Information, 7.69% of the world population, that's approximately 600 million people, suffer from foodborne diseases every year, and 7.5%, 420,000 deaths annually are due to foodborne illnesses. In 2020, the US FDA published its blueprint for a new era of smarter food safety. The blueprint calls for utilizing blockchain to prevent foodborne illnesses and track contaminated food to its source. The IBM Food Trust is helping companies to create alignment with the blueprint. In 2016, Walmart launched a pilot program with IBM to track the pork supply in China using blockchain technology. The program was created in an effort to create more transparency in the food supply chain in China, which in past years have been plagued by safety issues. The blockchain system allowed Walmart to follow the food from farms all the way to store shelves and vice versa, so that they were able to quickly trace contaminated products back to their source. The pilot program is now the IBM Food Trust, and it has gone global as more governments and companies look to address food transparency. For rural farmers, blockchain has the potential to transform the agriculture supply chain by providing trust between growers and buyers. This process will help farmers strengthen their relationships with buyers by ensuring that their products are exactly what they claim to be. This is increasingly important as consumers look for organic produce. Companies such as Ripe, a blockchain-based platform, connects organic food producers with retailers. The company provides a toolkit for businesses of all sizes to source sustainable food from suppliers, including verification of the product's organic status. As we look forward to the future, the most exciting way that blockchain is going to grow and revolutionize agriculture is that it is going to create a place for rural farmers to tell and validate their story, share their products, and open up more avenues for other people to be part of their journey. It humanizes a journey between the farmer and their customer. It will be disruptive, it will be different, and it will be worth it. We all want to see a world where there is food sustainability and a path to income for the global agriculture ecosystem that has a sustainable path to income for the farmers who are critical to its success. Decades of progress towards a better system is at a tipping point. We must modernize our push towards creating an equitable and sustainable farm and agriculture ecosystem that aligns with what we say we want to do, make it better and more equitable for all. And that means all people, the customers and the farmers. How we do this matters. And that is where I see blockchain technologies revolutionizing the ecosystem. Thank you for inviting me here to share some of my thoughts and how exciting it's going to be as we modernize and push forward with blockchain revolutionizing agriculture.
Do trójki. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed hearing from you, Tracy. And again, thank you for the willingness to do that. I wanted to thank you for mentioning Cultivati, because actually in about 9 hours, which is when the day will actually start where you live. You can actually watch the debate that I'm hosting, and there will be Alicia Noel from Cultivati. And I think it's important to mention them, right?
Yes, what they're doing is fantastic. And reading how they're impacting the ecosystem is really exciting because they're part of the modernization that is disrupting the way things were done before. And they're actually changing processes and taking away barriers that can have positive impact for a greater number of people if those barriers are removed.
That is exactly what should happen. Thank you so very much, and have a good night, actually.
Thank you for inviting me. Have a great rest of your day.
Sure, I very much appreciate all that you've done for us. And now this is the moment to truly be able to say that we're about to start our first panel. And I'm so glad that the discussion will be with some renowned guests and some industry experts. So this is this great moment. This is with Emmanuelle Ganne from the World Trade Organization, with Deepesh Patel from Trade Finance Global, with Emma Weston, AgriDigital, Bridie Ohlsson, Geora, whom you know already, and Bowie Lau from MageHold. Hello, Bowie. Are you there?
What time is it now?
Hello, Bowie.
You're fine. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, I hear that the speakers might be talking to each other. Yes, but do they hear us as well? Bowie, are you there? Okay. The thing is, I don't hear you yet, but we're working on it.
How about the rest of the speakers?
So don't worry. When we are doing this, or while we were doing this, I just wanted to tell you that Bowie is the founder of MageHold, which is an early-stage technology angel investment firm nurturing innovative startups. And if I'm correct, they're joining from Hong Kong. So hello, Hong Kong. Hello, Bowie.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yes, success.
Okay, great.
Yes. Well,
thank you.
I'm actually not sure about you joining from Hong Kong, but I've seen on your LinkedIn that you've recently visited a conference that's related to our topic in Hong Kong, right?
I am based in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Oh, you actually are based
the Hong Kong FinTech Week. Yes, correct. Yeah. I think with the COVID situation now, I think it's a bit difficult to travel. So.
But I'm supposed to watch Linda in a minute.
Yes.
I got a migraine.
So
I hear a lot of voices, and
panel?
I'm excited that you will be facilitating finance in agriculture and global trade. Actually, facilitating finance is the name of the discussion. So this is your turn, Bowie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I am Bowie, based out of Hong Kong. I'm an investor. I run MageHold, which is an angel investment group. I also am a partner of a VC fund called True Global Ventures. We are more focused on blockchain late-stage startups. It's my privilege to moderate a panel. The topic is facilitating finance in agriculture and global trade. Before I get started, I would like to ask each panelist to introduce themselves, tell us who you are, and also how you got into the trade finance / agriculture space. Why don't we start with Emmanuelle?
Yes, thank you, Bowie, and delighted to be here. So my name is Emmanuelle Ganne. I work at the World Trade Organization in the Economic Research and Statistics Department. And I have two hats. I work on small businesses, and as many of you may know, small businesses are really struggling to participate in international trade, and there's a big finance gap. So that brought me to work on finance and access to finance issues. But I also do a lot of work on digital technologies, and in particular blockchain. And we just heard Tracy actually making a very good pitch about how blockchain could be transformative. And so through my work on digital technologies, I've also done a lot of work on access to finance and access to trade finance, not necessarily focused on agriculture. It's more for trade, international trade in general.
Great, thank you. And Emma? Okay, I'm not able to hear Emma. How about the rest of the panelists? Are you able to hear her?
No, we can't hear her.
No. Okay, so sorry, Emma. Maybe while they are trying to fix your role, why don't we have Bridie?
Okay, yes, the other Aussie. Can you hear me, Bowie? Is that okay?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, my name is Bridie Ohlsson. I am the CEO and co-founder of Geora. Geora, I think I'll get to explain a little bit more in detail later, but we're a company building out a blockchain platform specifically for agri supply chain participants. And I've had the pleasure of working very closely with Emma. So if we don't get any sound, I'll just have to puppet her for her introduction. But I think that it should hopefully work now. But we work really closely, Geora and AgriDigital. And Geora also works with a bunch of other industries as well that came out of, was, I guess, the child birthed out of AgriDigital. So I used to work with for Emma in that business there, and that's what brought me into this space, really. So I think we get to go into that story a little deeper later, but yeah, really looking forward to joining the panel.
Absolutely, thank you. Emma, are you able to, is the audio working now? Okay, I think we need the tech team to help us with this. And Deepesh, perhaps you can start introducing yourself.
Sure, thank you very much, Bowie. My name is Deepesh Patel. I'm editor at Trade Finance Global, and we're really delighted to be one of the media partners too of this Agri-D conference. I'm also the host of the podcast Trade Finance Talk. Trade Finance Global helps corporates, including traders, producers, access finance through our data-led origination platform. And I guess as a bit of a commentator and researcher into all things trade tech, Emmanuelle, Ganne and I have done a considerable amount of research into the impact of blockchain, distributed ledger technology, and also new technologies into the world of trade and supply chain finance. So really excited to be on this panel with the panelists. Thanks, Bowie.
Great, thank you, Deepesh. Emma, is your audio okay now? Oh no, the tech team, you will have to help us right away. So I guess while they're trying to fix Emma's audio, let me kickstart the panel. The topic is facilitating financing, agriculture, and global trade. Financing is all about deploying capital to earn returns while enabling productive outcomes that carry certain risk. And today's world, just like agriculture sustain lives, humans' life, and trade actually sustain global economy. And in today's world, all countries are connected to each other by global trade, of which agriculture is an important part. Just as with all goods and services in global trade, agriculture also depends on the smooth functioning of its supply chain. Even there are multiple parties in the supply chain, it is critical that financing is provided to the right part of the supply chain at the right time. But doing this is not easy, as global trade is not yet fully digitized, and there are lots of inefficiency and issues in the supply chain that leads to suboptimal outcomes. And this is where technologies like blockchain, AI, and IoT have a great role to play. So my first question goes to Emmanuelle. World Trade Organization has the tough task, in general, trying to balance the needs of different economies and trying to ensure fair outcome for global trade. How do you do that? And how do you enable countries to access financing for export and import activities?
Well, thank you. Well, the World Trade Organization is a rules-based organization. It's about making trade freer. It's about creating a regulatory environment in which everyone can thrive. And so the objective is really to remove frictions from international trade to the benefit of all companies, whatever their size, and to the benefit of all people wherever they are. Now, this is challenging, as you said, because of the need to balance competing interests, and because of the fact that trade, and trade in goods in particular, remains still full of frictions. As you said, multiple actors involved who still very much work in silo, very low visibility into supply chains. And this weighs very, very heavily on small businesses, in particular those from developing countries, with a huge access to finance gap, which has been estimated by the International Trade Center at 5.2 trillion, huge number. And when we look at trade finance, the latest numbers by the Asian Development Bank put it at 1.7 trillion. Now, how can we help at the WTO? To come back to your question, we can help indirectly by trying to promote the right regulatory environment. Having the right regulatory environment is key. So we have, for example, a working group on trade and finance that was established by ministers in 2001, and that aims to study how trade can best contribute to solving the problems of debt and finance. We work with other international organizations and regional development banks to beef up capacity building, which is a critical part. And there's also an increasing number of initiatives driven by members that are more about soft law and recommendations and the development of concrete solutions and tools. And here I'd like to refer to the work done by the informal working group on small businesses, where there was a package of texts adopted last year, and Annex 6 focuses specifically on access to finance for small businesses. So it's a lot about exchanging good practices, raising awareness, but we're also working on the development of concrete tools through portals to help SME small businesses better access information. So we've partnered with the International Trade Center and UNCTAD to develop the Global Trade Help Desk, and there is information on that portal for SMEs that want to export about how to access trade finance, who to approach, what are the different steps. And we're also working in the context of the group of small businesses that I mentioned about another online platform that is called the Trade for Misfits platform, and we will launch it at the end of the month. That is very much an aggregator of resources, and here again we'll have a series of very short guides to help SMEs in their efforts to go international, and that covers, of course, access to finance and trade finance issues. So it will direct to existing training, it will provide basic information about what they need to know in order to export and to secure finance. And we do, of course, a lot of research to try and inform the policy debate. Deepesh mentioned that we've been working very closely together, indeed, to produce some papers trying to map DLT projects in trade and trade finance, or looking at the potential of digital technologies to facilitate SMEs access to financing. So an indirect role, but working on different facets to try and address this huge problem of access to finance, especially by small businesses.
Thank you for sharing, Emmanuelle. Definitely sharing research relation, having a good practice is I think, one of the key. Emma, I heard the audio is fixed, so could I give it a try and hear your brief introduction, please?
Yeah, can you hear me all now?
Yeah, finally, yay.
Hooray, hooray. All right, well, everyone, I'm Emma Weston. I'm the CEO and a co-founder at AgriDigital. And AgriDigital is on a mission to power trust in the grain supply chain by bringing technology and capital together and leveling the playing field for small and medium business. So that's what we've been focused on. We've been around since 2016. And yeah, very pleased to be here and to be heard, finally.
Thank you. Welcome. Yeah. My next question goes to Deepesh. How can blockchain technology help reduce risk when this comes to financing of agriculture in the supply chain?
Yeah, thanks, Bo, and really good question. And I guess I touch on Tracy's point earlier, which is, within the agri-blockchain space, that the market's set to grow to around 800 million euros in the next few years, which is really fascinating there. So I guess first off, blockchain can provide transparency into the entire value chain, which provides benefits and reduces the risk for all parties. So a potential financier can have access to more reliable information, or say a farmer, so they can decide based on data rather than the absence of data whether that farmer will be able to pay back the money. I think this is good for the financier because they can be more confident in some of their decisions. It is good for the farmers and firms that otherwise would have been denied access to financing simply because they did not have enough financial data or historical financial data to qualify for the loan. This transparency will also help the farmers and SMEs decide which deals they should actually kind of pursue in the first place, and they can know more about the counterparties they're transacting in. And this obviously makes it easier to conduct due diligence and confidently complete transactions without the need for costly middlemen and agents. I think the other point, Bowie, when it comes to financing in agri, is the lower cost and the faster speed of payments. So obviously right now it can take weeks or even months for farmers to get paid for their products, and traditional payment options like wire transfers can be expensive and time consuming. I guess one of the benefits of blockchain and DLT, especially with use cases such as smart contracts, the payment process can be reduced to days or hours, if not minutes, and some of the costs can be stripped right back. For SMEs and farmers around the world, being able to be paid this quickly will eliminate all that unnecessary counterparty risk from transactions and provide them with extra working capital to invest in improving their operations. And of course, more financially secure farmers and SMEs reduces the risk for any financier looking to lend them money. I think also Marcin or I don't know if the tech team can pop up the periodic table, which is in one of our slides, and going back to Emmanuelle's point earlier, so Trade Finance Global, alongside with the International Chamber of Commerce and the World Trade Organization, conducted some research on some of the 50 plus projects using distributed ledger technology and blockchain within the trade and supply chain space. And if you can see the screen up the presentation on the screen and that periodic table, that shows some of those projects, and this was actually conducted in November 2019, and I think Emmanuelle and I will draw on that table a bit later on.
Great, thank you, Deepesh. Thanks for sharing. Emma, you launched your digital supply chain platform called AgriDigital back. It's been quite some time. Can you share with us how you use your technology to enable efficiency and also transparency to global grain supply chains?
Yeah, thanks very much, Bowie. And look, I think the word that you said was technology rather than blockchain, and I wanted to point out that it is a composite set of technologies that are delivering on the solutions to the various problems that we see in supply chain, not just blockchain, and we might even talk about that later. But from an AgriDigital perspective, the focus that we have had is using software and data to effectively create more transparency around the inventory asset. So the physical inventory asset as it moves through the supply chain. And for us, that's grain. We focus on the grain supply chain. And so the way that we do that is to digitize inventory, which is effectively creating a digital twin of a physical good, and then being able to move that digital twin along the supply chain as the physical good moves, and adding data all the way, so that effectively you end up with a digital data-rich inventory asset as well as the physical inventory asset. Now, the key, I guess, insight that we had is that whilst this is incredibly helpful, if we do not also address equity of access to capital and the under and unfinanced within the supply chain ecosystem, then we're really not able to level a playing field and have a diverse and sustainable supply chain for multiple participants. So our focus at AgriDigital is very much on that finance piece, and the way that we do that is to create commodity or asset-backed finance. So we're really turning the credit model on its head and saying that anyone, anywhere, anytime should be able to access working capital by using their agricultural commodity, in our case grain, as collateral for that particular financing arrangement. I might leave it there, Bowie, because I know we've got a lot that we want to get through, but I'm always happy to talk grain supply chains and novel financing of that grain supply chain.
Yeah, that's just a fine piece of the information you share. I'm actually curious because, in general, the traditional, the agriculture industry, lots of farmers, and they might not be able to understand the technology and the platform much. How do you persuade them to give it a try using your platform?
Yeah, look, a great question. And the challenges presented by adoption of digital technologies is something that the whole industry faces. At AgriDigital, what we have been really focused on is accelerating the time to value. So first of all, you need to have, an incredible problem to solve. We have that. We also need to be able to put that solution out in a way that is attractive for the user. So this is talking about not just apps that have utility, but also are really, really nice to use. That's what users expect these days. Ease of use, but also, beautiful applications. And that's certainly in that customer-facing world, that's where AgriDigital fits in. But there has also been a key around working with the supply chain and the increasing connectivity that exists between participants. So one farmer does not just deliver to one buyer and have their grain stored at one storage site. They usually are selling to multiple buyers and may have grain stored on farm as well as elsewhere in the supply chain. And they may indeed be processing and packaging that grain themselves for sale. So this creates an interrelated web, and that actually has a network effect for our application. So, with that, that's the way that we've been able to accumulate thousands of users, over the past 3 or 4 years.
For sharing, Emma. My next question goes to Bridie. And I find your profile quite interesting because you have a law background and you ended up doing something quite different. And what makes you deep dive into the agriculture and blockchain, which is the oldest and the newest industry? And I'm also interested in the commercial blockchain protocol, Geora, as this is especially designed for agriculture. And could you share with us a little bit more on this?
Yeah, for sure. And I can answer it really simply and say I met Emma and Emma's, vision around what this technology might offer was something that I encountered as a fresh law graduate in 2015 or 2016. And Emma and the AgriDigital founding team were, I guess, part of, at that time, a community of very tech heavy. They were a group of farmers with a real problem to solve, but a community of really tech heavy people interested by what this opportunity was that was kind of emerging with blockchain and agriculture. And so the technology side was quite obvious for me. I was really fascinated by the opportunity to leverage tech for economies and industries to leapfrog. But then I kind of fell into the agriculture side of things, and it's really become a bit of the love of my life. And don't tell my fiance that. But it obviously is, fundamental to every part of our world, and a very small fraction of the 570 million farmers globally who I've met are some of the kindest and hardest working people. And so really what we're doing at Geora is trying to provide the best of technology to the industry that has really not been serviced as the lowest digitization of any industry in kind of the early internet eras in the same way. So Geora as a platform, though, more interesting than me, it started in the grains industry as a work stream within AgriDigital. And, as I mentioned, we were kind of running pilots then, and we'd uncovered a few things that we thought were really valuable that this technology could provide to the ag industry. They were really around like trade security and ability to connect in like financial opportunities, embedded finance, and fractionalizing risk profiles to deliver new kinds of finance solutions. And we were playing around with that technology and consistently were asked, like, can we use this same use case in in honeybees or sustainable sugar or popcorn? And so Emma and I made the decision that it would be great to spin out Geora to offer a really low cost and low technical barrier platform to any ag industry to use some of these workflows that we've been testing in the Aussie grains industry. And that's really where Geora comes from. So in 2020, we launched Geora as a SaaS platform, and we offer a whole range of tools to help our customers design solutions around trade and finance for their supply chain. And so it's like an online toolkit, kind of like a website builder, but for building kind of a blockchain core for your supply chain. And we support platforms like AgriDigital now with the token infrastructure on our Geora blockchain layer, which is an Ethereum-based protocol. So it's like taking what is quite complicated base technology and bringing it up to a point where we can interact with platforms, IoT devices, and the end user to help them access this technology. We do believe like data capture is really important. There are great platforms and devices making that more accurate and easy for the consumer. But what is really exciting from like a blockchain technology perspective is what we can do with a tokenized world where we can really run new trade and finance solutions. And that's what we're focused on at Geora.
Great, thank you for sharing and this interesting journey that you have. I think what we all need is just one person that can change. I guess the person that changed your life is Emma. Yeah. My next question goes to Deepesh. We talk benefits and all these potential upsides of these technology in the agriculture space. What are the problems associated with using these new technologies such as blockchain? And perhaps I do believe that is a diagram that you would like to show us. So can the team, put the presentation out? And while they're putting the presentation out, Deepesh, you might, go ahead and give us your thought.
Yeah, sure. I'm actually going to ask if it's possible just to pop it onto the very last slide. I think it's the periodic table that we were alluding to in the last part of my presentation, and Emmanuelle and I will go through the previous slides a bit later. But I guess to the previous point, this periodic table kind of categorizes and shows many of the different projects going on in the trade, receivables and supply chain finance space, and actually it's quite interesting. So some of the DLT projects that you can see on the table, such as the European-based WeTrade, they're focused specifically on serving MSME farms and amplifying some of the benefits of distributed ledger technology for smaller farms that will be able to access solutions tailored more specifically to their needs. I think DLT also presents quite interesting opportunities to break some of those identity silos and help improve the verification of companies and credentials, and in doing so it makes it a bit easier for MSMEs to build an identity and help reduce the costs there. But going back to those kind of core benefits, I mean, ultimately blockchain is just a record of transactions. It's really secure and it provides that tamper-proof record of transactions, but it's still just a record of transactions, and we can be confident that the information we're looking at in a blockchain ledger is probably exactly the same as the information entered into that ledger in the first place, since the ledger exists in a kind of fully traceable digital world. I think things are different when we're dealing with things in the physical world, like agri products, for instance. And in order for physical goods to be represented in the digital world of blockchain, we have to get them in there. And ultimately, as many say, blockchain is subject to the idea of rubbish in, rubbish out. And we can be sure that the data we're looking for hasn't been altered since it came into existence on the blockchain, but that doesn't matter much if the wrong data was put there in the first place. And there are lots of incredible ideas and great companies working to overcome this. But I think we've got to remember blockchain isn't necessarily the answer to everything.
Thank you, Deepesh. This is a very interesting diagram. My next question goes to Emmanuelle. I guess we can continue to show the diagram. Why is the uptake so slow, and what are the major challenges that you think we are currently facing?
Yes, thank you. Yes, if we could go back to the very first diagram that was showed, that would be great. So this, the diagram that hopefully you'll see on the screen very quickly, is based on a survey that we did of more than 100 practitioners in the field, leveraging advanced technologies like DLT, AI, or IOTA to facilitate access to financing. So it was part of our latest publication on accelerating digitalization to support SME financing. Yes, this is the correct diagram. And so as you can see, so why is the uptake so slow? Well, it depends really on the technology. We've tried here to categorize the different technologies based on the difficulty that actors are facing to adopt them versus the industry impact. And as you can see in the quadrant at the top on the right-hand side, DLT, IoT, and AI are the most difficult ones to adopt, but they are also the ones with the biggest industry impact. So some technologies are more complex to adopt than others. Each of them come with their own set of challenges, and actually in the publication we discuss the different types of challenges that come with the use of these different technologies. But there are some common threads. One of them is the cost of deploying some of these technologies, and this is something that we hear very often in relation to blockchain and AI in particular. There's also the lack of standardized data models, which is a critical issue when it comes to international trade, because there are many different documents involved in a trade transaction, quite a few different platforms also that have been developed, and we saw it on the periodic table that was showed on the screen a few seconds ago. And so there's a need for standards, and there's a need in particular for data models for trade documents, so that data can be exchanged seamlessly from one end of the supply chain to the other. And so this is one critical challenge that was mentioned by quite a few actors in the field. The question of the procurement of data, quality data, is also particularly important, especially when it comes to analytical technologies like AI or big data. And one challenge that has been mentioned and came out actually in another survey that we did as the #1 challenge faced by people in the field is related to legal challenges and regulatory issues, because the efficiency of many of these technologies, particularly AI, big data, DLT, is maximized when applied to digitally native documents. Unfortunately, we're still facing some regulatory challenges on the acceptance of such documents. So some work is being done on this front, and there are some discussions also at the WTO on this. But clearly, we need to do more to build the right ecosystem to allow these technologies to be used to their full potential. But I'd like to finish maybe on a positive note, because the uptake is actually not maybe as slow as it seems. There has been a lot of testing. There are many very exciting projects, and Deepesh showed in the ones that were related to DLT that we mapped. What we also did when we mapped these different DLT projects in trade and trade finance is that we tried to assess their level of maturity. And so we issued the first periodic table in 2019 and the second one in 2020. And it's very interesting to see that the average level of maturity within just a year increased from 2.3 to 3.3 on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is proof of concept and 5 is of enter into production, so fully operational. So many exciting projects out there, and I truly believe that blockchain can be a game changer. And we heard Tracy a little bit earlier talk about the different potentials and different benefits of blockchain. I'm an optimistic, and yes, we would hope that the uptake would be quicker, but I think there's good momentum, and clearly the current crisis, the current pandemic, has accelerated the move towards digitalization. It's not an easy task, but I think there's very positive momentum right now.
Thank you for sharing, Emmanuelle. Bridie, my next question goes to you, since you have a law background, especially when Emmanuelle mentioned, one of major legal aspect. What will be the potential solutions to these challenges? And also, are there any alternative financing you can, like some samples that you can share with us?
Bowie, I was going to do the exact opposite and run from answering any legal questions that Emmanuelle posed, because I know that she and many others in this space are looking really closely at the legal and regulatory issues. And I have to say, it is an area that I have been involved in, and I'm closely working closely with initiatives like in Australia, like the National Blockchain Roadmap, where we're addressing what government and regulators and industry can do to support the adoption of this technology. And I know, here in Singapore, there's the same kind of program in place, and I know globally. And I think that there are a couple of other sessions today looking at those legal and regulatory issues, as well as a lot of the work that's happening around standardization, which I think is really helpful when we're looking at standard data sets. But I was going to pick up on the other two challenges that Emmanuelle raised, which are around cost of the technology and the quality of the data and of what's being recorded. And I think that how we address these challenges is really about building good products and good technical solutions, things that the customer really needs and is really going to use. And, I'm a product person on this call, really, and we need to be speaking with customers. We need to be getting customer feedback, building products that fit the price range that customers are willing to pay for, collaborating across ag tech companies so that we're bringing some great data into our systems and providing really good solutions. And that's something that we're really heavily involved in at Geora. We work with AgriDigital on a bunch of different projects where we're trying to provide as much value as we can to the end user, who's our customer, and really build good products for them. And I think that there's a couple of ways that we can probably demonstrate or refer to some of the opportunities that come when we do build good product and collaborate in this space. And I might pick up on what Deepesh said earlier, which was around the opportunity in finance. And absolutely, like, we're looking at ways to support solutions to reduce risk and make payments more secure. But we're also looking at new kinds of finance and how we can embed finance into the supply chain and link it to the asset. And I think the exciting opportunity that's presented by this technology when we actually build it out into a product is that we're able to help the customer get more affordable, seasonal, real-time finance when and where they need it. And that works when we build an entire digital system. So just an example of the way that can kind of work in practice. We at Geora, we have an integration with My John Deere. So say you're a cotton farmer in Australia, cotton farmer, for anyone not getting that in the accent, sorry. You have a John Deere picker going through the field, picking a cotton module. We actually have an integration with My John Deere so that the moment the cotton module is picked and is sitting in the field, that data feeds directly through into the Geora platform and creates a digital asset. The exciting opportunity here is that can be shared securely in real time with either the trader or the financier who might be willing to make an advance to the farmer. So that opens up the farmer to make way more decisions around marketing of that cotton, where they want to send it, because previously they would have been forced to sell when they delivered into the gin at the price that the gin is saying that day or in their contract. And I guess the restrictions there, because of lack of capital, are really well known in ag, and they're kind of similar across lots of agri industries. So by bringing in, My John Deere and then maybe the ginning software, we get a little bit more information about the ginning process or the classing data and get the quality of the cotton. At each of these milestones along the physical supply chain, we're integrating through partnerships with other tech companies more and more data to that asset, and giving the financier an opportunity to deliver finance to the farmer so that the farmer can make better decisions around what they want to do with their product and have more flexibility around marketing. So these kind of products become available, yes, because we have digital infrastructure, but we're also looking at ways to bring in new forms of capital. And there's the technical opportunity, but we also have a whole lot of capital looking for a return within the decentralized finance space. And I referred to some of these huge numbers earlier, and we have these enormous finance gaps. So I think the opportunity as someone who's delivering a product is to link, to link the provider of that finance with the farmer to deliver new and better products.
Great, thank you. Emma, as a startup co-founder, what is your view on the market? And do you think if CBDC, which is the central bank digital currency, would help speeding up the adoption of the trade finance in the agriculture space?
Yeah, great question, Bowie. And I should have said earlier, I think because I got a little bit thrown by you not being able to hear me on my introduction, but I am, the founder at AgriDigital, but I'm also a farmer, and my two co-founders are farmers. So I probably should have said that earlier. So thanks, Bridie, for the reminder about that. Look, so the question around will a central bank digital currency speed up adoption of trade finance or speed up the way trade finance works in agriculture is an interesting one. Do we actually have a problem in trade finance, and what is the problem? Is it a problem of access, or is it a problem of the cost and the execution risk of trade finance? And what I think they may be separate problems to, or separate issues to, what the opportunity is presented by having a central bank issued digital currency. What I think a CBDC is great for is where you have atomic transactions, or you want to effectively engage in real-time payment transfers against something that's happening in the supply chain. So a real-time title transfer and payment on title transfer. That's where something like a central bank digital currency is going to be absolutely fantastic, because what happens in agriculture is the farmer, for example, delivers at the silo, and they have to let go of their commodity and wait for payment at some point. And that exposes them to counterparty risk, as was discussed earlier. And that is not to be underestimated. So if we were able to use a central bank issued digital currency to effectively do a real-time title transfer and payment, that would be incredible for so many participants across the supply chain, and also enable us to speed up the supply chain. I don't think it's necessarily going to be just the solution for trade finance, however.
Are we running out of time?
Yes, kind of. Thank you for taking note.
Do you
of
mind
that.
if you give us one more minute? I would love to ask each panelist for some final words, takeaway for the audience today. So why don't we start with Deepesh?
Yeah, sure. So for me, I guess the biggest takeaway for everyone would be that we can't be scared or afraid of the new technologies, and most of the industries that we've talked about today are traditionally pretty set in their ways and probably quite resistant to change. And when something like distributed ledger technology or artificial intelligence comes along, it can and it will disrupt things that have always been done. And this goes for everyone from farmers right the way through to big banks and governments and lawmakers. And the more that we can kind of embrace this technology, the better we'll be able to profit from its benefits rather than perhaps being left behind out of the new world.
Sure, thank you, Deepesh and Bridie. Very quickly, I guess we are really running out of time.
Quickly.
But we'd love to get takeaway. Yeah.
I think I said it before, like the onus is largely on us as product people to build good products, but I would encourage everyone to see this not as a space for proof of concepts, but as a space for production. We do have solutions that are really trying to deliver real value right now, and I would encourage people to seek them out and look at implementing real solutions, delivering real value right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Emmanuelle?
Very quickly, I think technology opens huge opportunities. I believe we're really at a crossroad. We now have a unique opportunity to make trade digitalization finally happen. And as Bridie said, the onus is on all of us. But for this, we need to make sure that we create the right ecosystem, the right environment, be it the tech environment or the legal environment and the standardization environment. And so we all need to work together to make it happen.
Absolutely. Emma?
Well, I would say be hopeful and be excited. This is a wonderful ride we're on, but blockchain and emerging technologies do require a digital ecosystem to work in. And so work hard on the digitization effort, because we need to leverage digitization to take advantage of these technologies.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Deepesh, Emmanuelle, Emma, and Bridie for a wonderful panel discussion. I guess we have to put in a future event. So stay tuned. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Bowie. It was great hosting from you, and I hope you have a great day in Hong Kong. Thank you, everyone. Just like Emma said, let's be hopeful, let's be optimistic, let's be excited. And I so much appreciate it, especially coming from Emma, since she has said some issues with technology, but we're now all safe. And this actually, ladies and gentlemen, is quite a good proof of us being live here, really. And anything can happen. And this is actually also exciting because we want and we crave authenticity here. And this is actually very, very great. It feels good. This is the moment to talk about making food more transparent with José Luis Pinedo Rivera from Ingredia, and Coline Laurent from Connecting Food, that is in Paris. And so let's see the two panelists. All right, so Coline is already there. Coline, great to have you. José Luis, great to have you too.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Coline. So I visited your LinkedIn, and you say you make food more transparent, Coline. And you also just mentioned our conference. You said thank you to Adam for this wonderful initiative to share knowledge about blockchain in an entirely free event. And so I guess that's something that you appreciate genuinely.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. There's a lot of industry events out there, and most of them have to be paid for by visitors, by exhibitors, and I find this initiative truly very positive and going in the right way, because if we're talking about agriculture, we have to make it as open as possible, because it's such a challenge to digitize and bring more trust in this sector.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by Adam's work as well. I just wanted to summarize what your talk is going to be, and I know that you guys will talk about how your Coline's platform is used by José's dairy cooperative. Is that right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm really looking forward to hearing from the two of you, and thank you again.
Thank you very much. So if it's working correctly, maybe we can have the first slides of the presentation. That would be great for the intro. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. So, as you said, my name is Coline Laurent. I'm tuning in from France. Connecting Food is a company based in Paris and Milan, Italy. I'll begin by introducing a bit about our platform and how it works, and then I'll leave the stage to José Luis, who is one of our clients. Connecting Food, one of our historical clients, and he's both representing a dairy cooperative and an industrial dairy processor, so he can give you an overview of how our platform is used really throughout the whole food supply chain. So about Connecting Food, just a few words. Let me see if the clicker works. Okay, great. So we are the first food confidence platform based on blockchain technology. What we mean by this is that we help agri-food actors all along the supply chain leverage blockchain technology to provide real-time traceability to their food supply, but also digital live auditing to increase the supply chain efficiency and in the end, rebuild consumer trust. So our platform is a software composed of two main elements. The first one being a dashboard accessible for the stakeholders of the food chain, giving them access to the whole traceability of their chain. And the second one being a consumer-facing interface, which is a web app. It's not an app that you have to download. It's accessible through a simple QR code, and anyone today knows how to use QR codes. And it gives the complete traceability of the product, the food product that they have in their hands. So it's an interaction, a very high quality interaction between the product and the consumer. So we like to explain our work and the functioning of our platform, taking the shape of the iceberg, because most people out there that are not blockchain specialists for consumers, but even for some industry professionals, when they hear about blockchain, it's often associated with a QR code. And sometimes there's been a bit of confusion between the two things in the FMCG world. So basically what we like to say is that QR codes are just a way to provide a link to a URL. So any brand can provide storytelling information. And this is what brands are about, doing some storytelling to tell the story of the brand to catch consumers' attention. But then if they want to really work on trust and build a proof of what they are trying to sell to the consumer, then they need something more. And that's where Connecting Food comes in. Our work lies into what's underneath the surface of the water, because on the food chain, there is a lot of data that is already existing today, that is already accessible today, but through very different means. So you have data in certificates, you have data in farm management systems, you have data in IOTA, you have data in ERP that are used in the factories, you have data everywhere. But each actor of the food supply chain works in silos and is holding its share of information and its share of data. And there is not a single platform that can put it all together and provide the full links between every step of the chain until the final consumer. So this is exactly what Connecting Food does. This is what we like to call ourselves the third-party transparency, because we are able to collect, aggregate supply chain data in order to bring real proof and to power the storytelling that the brand can want to do by actual data that will back it up and that will be able to prove that what the brand is saying is actually true. And this is something that the food industry has been missing all these years. A lot of food scandals have been happening, and sometimes brands were not allowed to prove that what they were saying was true. Sometimes it was actually proven that it was false. So this is why such a tool is very much needed. So just to go a little bit more in details about what this data is and can be. Of course, it depends on the food supply chain. So later, José Luis will give you an overview of the milk food chain that he's working on and of his data, the data on his food chain. But it's very important to bear in mind that if something can be measured by data, then it can be registered and then it can be proven. And if not, our goal as Connecting Food is to work along with our clients to identify which is the criteria of the product specification that we want to be able to prove and help our client find the right type of data to be able to calculate it and prove it. So it can be farmer data, as I said, in farming management tools, in harvest or breeding tools, in different kinds of system. It can also be supply chain data. This is a very important element that we are able to bridge the gap between what's inside the factory and what's inside the farm. And today, when you look, for example, at food processing facilities, a lot of the time they're using SAP, but SAP does not have all the agricultural data because farmers are not using SAP, they're using different kind of system. And this is something very important to understand, that when data from as upstream as the farmers can be gathered and registered on blockchain, this is where actual trust can be built, because we know that the authenticity of the information comes from the farm, and this is the key to rebuilding trust. So in the supply chain, it can come from different management system or industrial tools such as ERP, for example, SAP, but we are also working with a lot of different miners ERP systems. Then it can be quality data that come from quality tools, from certificators, even from traditional auditors, because we will register on the blockchain the dates of the certificates. So when the certificate is going to expire, we can also send an alert, alerting the brand that one of the farmers that delivered the milk, for example, today, will no longer be compliant in some days. And this is something great to be able to anticipate all of that stuff. And at the fourth block of data is, of course, regarding the sustainability. It's a growing consumer demand, and it's also a growing industry demand to be able to measure, audit, and restitute information about the sustainability criteria of the product. So this is also something that can be measured, gathered, and registered into our blockchain platform. So it's a lot of theory for now. I will leave the stage to José Luis, that will introduce first the dairy cooperative and his role at Ingredia, and his view on the project that we worked on together.
Thank you, Coline. So if we can continue with the presentation, I will start by talking about a little bit about Ingredia before going to how the blockchain works for us. So I don't know if we see the presentation now. If viewers can see it. Oh, there it is. Nice. So first of all, I'm part of Ingredia Dairy Experts. I'm José Rivera, product manager at Ingredia. Wanted to talk to you after the introduction of Coline about the blockchain for more sustainable dairy ingredients, because we already had specific milk collection that allows us to produce dairy ingredients that are sustainable, but we wanted to go further with this. But first of all, I wanted to talk about Ingredia. So Ingredia is part of a dairy cooperative named Prospérité Fermière that has more than 70 years of experience in the dairy sector and is located in the north of France. And it's a structure that adds value to milk, from the raw material to the dairy ingredient, and also UGT milk or a finished product. And it has a true know-how recognized by the region of the north of France. So some key numbers about Ingredia. So we have around 1,200 farmers. We collect 420 million liters. With them, we're able to produce 60 million liters of UHT milk. And with our drying towers and also for filtration lines, we produce more than 65,000 tons of dairy ingredients. We're about 450 employees. We have a 381 million euros of turnover during 2019. So Ingredia, it's a company that's based on two main pillars. So what is important for us, our strategy is based on innovation and our CSR commitments. So for innovation, we have dairy ingredients that are very like specialized to produce a certain finished product. But since quite long ago now, we wanted to go further with our CSR commitments by creating our own CSR policy, which is called Via Lacta. So Via Lacta, it's represented through a logo that that shows our quality that's guaranteed and also our commitments. And based on this sustainable approach, we have created a specific milk collection that's sustainable, which is based on 4 pillars that we'll explain a little bit on the next slides, but are based on animal welfare, quality of milk, the environment, and last but not least, the farmer's income. That's very important for us. And this milk collection, we're able to prove it by blockchain, to prove what we do by the help of connecting food and their blockchain, by connecting all the data that we have from each pillar, that we need from each pillar, and also the traceability information from the feed supplier to the finished product as our UHT milk or our dairy ingredients. So now I will explain a little bit about each pillar and which data goes to the blockchain technology. So concerning the animal welfare, for example, what you see on the screen on green is why it's already audited by blockchain. For example, you have to know that all of our farms follow or chartered of good breeding practices that's the standard for our farms. But furthermore, in the pastures, for this specific milk collection, we guarantee an access to pasture of 170 days per year for each cow, also an accessible grazing area of a total of 3,000 square meters minimum per cow. And this is already audited by blockchain in real time. But also we have other criteria that we have in this specification, like an average composition of the pasture. Also in the barn, we have to have clean straw bedding to allow the cows to be comfortable and prevent any injuries. And also we are applying a Bowie well diagnosis, which is an assessment of the animal welfare that we do, and it helps us to identify, to improve, and to add more criteria around the animal welfare to all of our farms. So this Bowie well diagnosis is not already on the blockchain, but it's on progress to be on it. Concerning the quality of milk, we ensure that our milk is 100% French origin, so it's only a local milk collection in the north of France. All of our farms are at only 80 kilometers around our dairy plant to guarantee a better quality of it. And you have to know that also it's kind of like organic milk, but because it doesn't follow a certain feed that it's organic for all cattle, it is yet milk from GMO-free grass-fed cows. So it has to be feed certified GMO-free. And we have different certification for all the feed that we give to our cattle. It's Ocali Mestieno, for example, Vlog, organic, or soy from France. And the feed is given to all the cattle in the farm. And also something that is very important for us to keep the same level of quality during the whole year, we have an increase in the proportion of grass in winter. That has to be a minimum of 15% of fodder and dry matter. So this is already audited by blockchain and has to be proven by each farm. So now I wanted to go a little bit further on the feeding of our cows, because not only the feed that we give them has to be certified GMO-free, but also the additives that we give them has to be certified. Also the co-products that we give to our cattle, its origin France, and also if it is a sensitive material, it has to be from France. But if the majority part of the feed that we give them, it's already soft produced in the farms at 90% of them. And we have more than local suppliers of 90% of them, and the main components of the ratios are hay, grass, corn, beet, pulp, cereals already that I have presented in the last slide. And as I said it, out of a grazing period, we have a winter ration containing at least 50% in grass. And about this pillar, about the environmental specification, is not something that we have already audited by blockchain. We are working on it because it's quite difficult to have data that comes from our farms to be evaluated in real time. So it's a work in progress, but we have different actions to preserve the biodiversity, like preserving the local grazing areas, increase the florid areas, and therefore the pollination, or install hedges for the parcel separation. And also, in order to reduce our carbon footprint, we use manure as fertilizer. We reduce the consumption of imported soy, and since a couple of months ago, we have started the transition to a green milk collection, which means that our milk trucks are now powered by 100% biofuel, which means that it's 6% less greenhouse gases. And also, all of our farms have performed a Cap de Zer level 1 or 2 diagnosis, which is a tool for environmental assessment and technical support. And as I said it before, the well-being of our farmers is as important as our cattle. So for them, we give them a fair and stable and guaranteed price through the whole year. And also the farmers that are part of this this program has a bonus per production. So about all this milk specification, we were the first, and I think we're still the first worldwide to be fully traced and audited by blockchain in real time. And we started this project because we realized that consumers seek for more transparency in global. So in general, 9 out of 10 consumers want more transparency, but 86% of consumers demand more food transparency. And one thing that made us take the first step to go further with this, it's because we knew that consumers liked proven data, and there are 75% of consumers that will switch brands if another brand provided more detailed information about their products. So we already provided a lot of information, but it wasn't proven. So that's why with Connecting Food, we were able to go further towards total transparency. Because, for example, we already have a finished product, which is our UHT milk bottles. And we started from the premises that we put on the label. It is a simple list of ingredients because it's only one ingredient. We already knew the origin of the ingredient. Well, you have to know that the dairy sector, it's something that it's traceable since a long time ago. But since not that far, it is now traceable and audited in real time by blockchain. And it's the only thing that was missing on this. So now we were able to do this full transparency to all finished products. So this is the result of the mobilization of the entire chain. So this is how it works. On the left bottom corner, you have the specifications that are audited that I have already presented. And we go back to the feed supplier, all the traceability information and the audited specifications goes to the blockchain. And then this traceability information and audited information, it's printed directly into a dynamic QR code on the bottle of UHT milk, for example. That's how we started. And it is dynamic because it changes with each batch of milk that it's putting on the bottles. And this solution, we are able to give it to our clients for their ingredient supply. So how it works is the same process, yet if we supply them with milk proteins or powders, our clients only have to add their traceability information and audit information to be able to produce finished products that are fully transparent. And by creating fully transparent products, we are able to have benefits at all levels. For example, for consumers, they are able to verify the promises that we used to put on the labels with genuine and accurate information. The distributors and stores are confident of the products that they sell. The brands can promote the origin of the ingredients and enhance their image. We, Ingredia, are confident in the quality of the products that we sell to our clients because it's high quality ingredients, and the farmers see the value of their work committed all the way to the end consumer. And just to show you how it works, well, when you scan the QR code just with your smartphone, with the phone of your smartphone, you are able to discover, for example, the farms from which their milk comes, the proof that the specific milk collection specification have been respected by each one of the farms, the collection and processing dates, and more to come. As I said, more about the animal welfare and also the environmental actions that we do. So that's all for all. I'll leave the room to Coline now to conclude.
Thank you very much, José. Maybe you can turn your microphone off. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to take questions, but just letting you know that if we have 10 minutes left, we'd be happy, José Luis and I, to take some if it's technically possible. And just to conclude, if you can put back the slides, please. Because so as you heard from José Luis, Ingredia is working on milk. They are doing skimmed milk, semi-skimmed milk, and full milk. But they're also doing dairy ingredients. And this is something really interesting because Connecting Food today is tracing a lot of different products. Most of them are very simple. As José Luis said, one ingredient, 2, 3 are the basics of the product. When you think about the food industry, most of the food we eat is actually, most of the food you find in supermarket has various ingredients, and tracing milk powder, when you combine it with traced flour or traced sugar or traced eggs, that is all things that we already track at Connecting Food, then we're really able to provide the food industry with traceable ingredients that make all the difference. I think someone is doing some noise in the background. If someone can turn on mute. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going. So Here on this slide, you can see all of the products that are currently in store in France, but also in very different countries, many different countries, because Ingredia's milk, for instance, is already sold in China, in Vietnam, in Dubai. So we're already tracing with blockchain on the international level. Here on this slide, you can see some lemonade that is sold in Germany. You can see some eggs that are sold in Italy. So it's really a global movement that is going in the sense of transparency. And well, if there are some food brands and some agri-food actors that are wondering whether it's possible for them to implement such traceability system and to experiment the full traceability of their food chain using blockchain, please note that it's not because your food chain is international that we cannot track it. Data is everywhere, and the beauty of blockchain is being able also to work with food chains that are completely around the globe. So feel free to reach out and get in touch with either José Luis or I to know more about what it takes to truly implement it and how we could work on your food chain. So thank you very much for your attention. And if there is the opportunity to take questions, we would be happy to do so. And if not, we can connect after the event on LinkedIn, like some of you have already been doing, or by mail.
Thank you very much. So I see that you're wrapping up the discussion. Is that true?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to finish this by asking you about your personal take about what is going to be one of the biggest challenges of technology, blockchain, and agriculture. So this is my last question to you.
Is it for me or is
yes.
it for José Luis?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay. Well, what we're seeing at the moment is, you know, there's been a lot of regulations taken from many different states that go in the way of digitizing traceability. When you look at the states, there's the FDA that released the new era of smarter food safety. It's a blueprint from the FDA, so it's not a rule yet, but they're really encouraging all the food actors to digitize their traceability systems. Blockchain is even mentioned as one of the technologies that will be the most useful in the next years. So we see that there's a clear direction that the food industry is going to take, and it can be a bit scary for farmers that don't necessarily know how to manage this, to navigate this. They have in some sort to become blockchain ready, and one of the challenges is to make them access to the technology and to give them access to technology that will be interoperable with the future systems that will be used by their clients. And this is something that we try to work on a lot at Connecting Food, is to be pluggable very easily to any existing system in terms of input, but also in terms of output, because the food industry is so vast, we cannot say we are going to become the only standard. We can't aim for every farm and every food processing facility to use the Connecting Food solution. We know we are only going to be one actor, one player of the market, so we need to be interoperable, and the other software suppliers need to do so as well. So I would say one of the challenges in the near future is to bridge this existing gap today in the format of data and work truly together as an ecosystem to provide the farmers with relevant tools that will actually help them to connect to the infrastructure of their different clients.
And now, José Luis, do you agree with Coline that there might be some suspicion or some reluctance to adopt some new technologies, especially when it comes to people who are not so used to being in the world of technology?
Absolutely, absolutely, because I think that's where we struggle the most to put this technology in place on the dairy part of this dairy chain, because our farmers and also the feed suppliers were really like struggling to know the benefits of it, and to convince them was a big challenge for us. I think it was the part that took the most time of it. And then once it was installed in their farms and they were reassured that it was easy to use it and it won't change the way that they were working, they felt really reassured about it. And also by seeing their work valued with the end product that we produced, the UHT milk, they were really pleased with the results. But yes, the struggle was in being convinced that it is the future of agricultural processes.
All right. And so I keep my fingers crossed that there is a lot of education, like a lot of word spreading when it comes to technology, and so that this way we can have more early adopters, because this ultimately is what's really needed. Coline, thank you so very much for hosting, for moderating this. It was a great job. And now we are going further with our event. And I'm really glad to be joined by so many people. Actually, this is the moment for me to tell you what's going on online, because I see a lot of comments, and I've been asking about what your experiences are with farming, for example. So if you happen to be a farmer, then it'd be great if you share your story and maybe tell us what you're interested in, because this will really give us some space to think about, like, what are the topics that we should particularly focus on. It will shed some light on which topics are the most important to you. So I've been communicating back and forth with Dusty Tamko, and he just mentioned that the biggest problem faced by farmers in Africa, those are climate change, technology, and education, but also financing and policy and infrastructure. These are really big challenges. And then I've been joined, and we've just, all of us actually have been joined by Doria, who says she lives on a large farm with 2,000 acres of land. All crops are grown by natural farming methods, and she hopes that more and more people will have a new understanding of nature through Web 3.0 and NFT world, together to protect the earth and make food healthier. Wow, Doria, that is quite a statement, and I'm truly impressed by that. I want to hear more from you, what really matters to you, what points of discussions, what quotations, or like what opinions you resonate with. And always, please feel free to share your opinions too. We have many partner farms that do not use pesticides, Doria says, chemical fertilizers, and almost all are cultivated manually. There is a natural farming system. It is great to be able to hear from you and just read your comments. I hope that we have more and more communication going on. Tom says tech illiteracy is a problem, has to be easy to use, mobile first. I agree with Tom that the easier the technology becomes, the faster the adoption becomes. It's like with cryptocurrencies, it's sometimes very hard for people to have their own wallet, and especially if you're not familiar with cryptocurrencies, like the very first steps, and I can actually say that from my very own perspective, I've been thinking about investing in some kind of cryptocurrencies, but then the big challenge was, like, how do I set up the account? How do I make that work? And how do I actually make sure that my data is not lost and that my coins are not overtaken by somebody, which I know has happened to friends of mine. And Coline just reacted to what Tom just said. She says, connecting food is indeed working globally. They have offices in France and Italy, but their clients are based everywhere. In the US, they worked with Triscuit brand, which is from Mondelez, the big corporation, for instance. Okay, and somebody else is commenting as well. Actually, 10:30 a.m. Central European time is approaching. Why would I even mention that? Well, there's a good reason, because at 10:30, so in about 5 minutes, another stage is starting, and this is our demos stage, which I'm really excited about. So Mark Hollers will soon be joining you guys there, and make sure to visit both that stage and tech stage, and also our partners, because the exhibition is just one of the features that you can find in the panel on the left-hand side of your screen. And this is the moment to go further. Actually, I see Coline referring to all the comments. Coline, this is great work. And I hope that all the moderators and all the panelists will make sure that they are on Pine platform as well, so that they are in touch with everything that's going on. Because again, we want to make it as very approachable and very inclusive. And right now, it will be one of our highlights, the future of paperless trade. I'm really curious what this panel discussion is going to be like. This is with Alban Odhiambo, TradeMark East Africa, with Jens Lund-Nielsen from IOTA Foundation, and Susan Wanjohi from the Kenya Revenue Authority. Yes, and I see Jens. Yes, I see Jens. Jens, are you there?
Absolutely. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Great. Where are you joining from, Jens?
Yeah, so this morning I'm joining from Copenhagen. And
Copenhagen.
I'm very pleased to be with you. Yes. But I think we have a very big reach today in this panel.
What makes you think so?
No, I mean, everybody's coming from around the world here, right?
That is true.
In these panels today. And then, of course, I know I'm going to be joined by very competent people from Kenya as well. So that's a real pleasure.
Well, it is a lot of pleasure for sure. Thank you for doing this for us. I just wanted to refer to what I found online about you, Jens. What does Jens bring to the table? I can reply to this question with a quotation. I bring 20 years of international experience working for established firms, consulting, and NGOs. And you're also quite often in London. Isn't that true?
I am definitely. I've been living there for a couple of years as well with my family. So I feel well connected with what's going on in London as well.
That's true.
Where it's a bubbling scene around DLT.
You know what? People say that home is where the heart is. So where's your heart? Is it in Copenhagen, or is it in London maybe, or somewhere else?
Oh, you're challenging me. Huh? I am Danish.
Okay, you're Danish, so that pretty much sums it up. I am so happy that you're here, and I'm just passing the floor, and I hope to hear from you and your wonderful panelists. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks so much. And as briefly mentioned, I'm joined here by some very competent people. So I'd like to welcome Alban Odhiambo from TradeMark East Africa. He's a senior director from the ICT for Trade program, and also Susan Wanjohi, who is the deputy commissioner for Customs and Border Control for the Kenya Revenue Authorities. We are going to talk about the future of paperless trade. And of course, today it's a lot about agriculture, but we're going to talk about products in general, goods and trade in general. And of course, it will also include agriculture products, and especially because they're more perishable. Some of the points are probably going to be even more important than it is for other products. But I think to get us started a little bit and understand what we want to talk about when we say when we talk about trade, and when we talk about the paperless future, I think I'm going to invite Alban, maybe to say just first one word about who is TradeMark East Africa and why you're relevant for the whole discussion, but also if you could help us set the context a little bit. What are the problems we are talking about? What does it look like today? And what is the vision that I know that you are actually one of the architecture of that we want to move into?
Thank you very much, Jens, for the introduction, and good morning and good afternoon to everyone. And TradeMark East Africa is an aid for trade organization. We're a donor-funded organization. We're an NGO, more or less like an NGO, a not-for-profit organization, operating in just about right now 12 countries in East, Central, Horn, and Southern Africa. So those would be Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Malawi, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, and mainly focusing on Eastern DRC and Mozambique. And our program keeps on expanding. We've, of course, now formed a partnership with the Africa, the Continental Free Trade Area in Africa, working with the Secretariat in Ghana, and hopefully so we'll be having a program expanding all the way to West Africa. So more or less over time, we may end up having operations in a large part of the continent in Africa. We are headquartered in Nairobi. I'm speaking to you from Nairobi. That's where our headquarters are, and we have country offices across all the countries we operate in. And definitely trade is the core thing that we do. So we really focus on trade facilitation, making it easy for people to move goods across borders, increase the capacity of trade actors. So those will be government entities, regulators, competent authorities, private sector actors. So those would be the traders themselves who are engaging in trade, and the supply chains that they manage. And a lot of those supply chains are agri-based supply chains. So these are farmers, cooperatives, people who are involved in growing produce and selling it. And so we engage in multiple value chains. A lot of them are agricultural based, as I mentioned. So the known hard crops or cash crops that Africa is known to export, so coffee, tea, and cider items, and more moving into the other food-based value chains, because food is becoming a very important commodity that is being traded within the continent itself and across borders. And of course, within that context of agri-trade that is taking place, there are a lot of challenges. And a lot of these challenges have to do with those issues to do with the sanitary and phytosanitary measures that have to be met, traders have to be compliant with, farmers have to be compliant with. So whether you want to talk about things of moisture levels, or you're talking about microbes in those produce, use of chemicals, or use of pesticides and things of that, those residues, how do you manage all that? And definitely, so we are dealing with an increase in volume of trade in agricultural produce, and definitely is facing all these challenges. And so we as an organization focus on how we can help enhance the supply chains, number one, to boost food security, because that's a big thing in Africa, particularly in the region where we operate. It's a region now, even with the adverse effects of climate change, it's just going to be much more difficult to actually guarantee food security. So how do we then enhance that? Areas that have massive surplus production, countries where there's massive surplus production, how are they connected to countries where there are deficits, or where famine is going to happen, or are prone to have those deficits? So how do we create the systems and enhance those supply chains to ensure that there's always free flow of food, and food that is not just food moving across the borders, but quality food, so food that meets quality standards to move across. So a lot of those things are the things we work on as an organization. And one of the areas of our program that I do manage in TradeMark is the one that looks on how do we enable these supply chains, particularly moving food across borders, to benefit from digital technology. So, of course, working with IOTA, for example, that's why Jens is here, and working with the authorities, I think Susan will speak about that as well a little bit, is how then do we create those networks to create efficiencies and enable better traceability, better ways of accounting where food is, and therefore reducing either losses, post-harvest losses, massive problem in Africa. How do we connect those places where there's massive surplus production in certain times of the year or certain years with those areas where there are deficits, and therefore then roping in also other actors as well, mainly private sector players, but also players in the humanitarian field. So for example, like WFP, how do we work with them to enhance that ability then to move food to those areas that is required? But as I mentioned, with that capacity of making that its quality. So I think Jens will talk a little bit of one of the digital platforms we've been designing now to help us particularly enhance our exports, mainly leaving Africa, going to other markets, so Europe, the UK, China, the US. So how do we use a blockchain-based platform then to enable those commodities to be shipped faster? But of more importance to us is the the use case I mentioned, where we are looking at how then do we use this kind of technologies to create what we have now called, we call them smart SPS corridors for trade. So SPS stands for sanitary and phytosanitary measures. So all the agricultural value chain. So how do we make them smart from the farm level all the way across the borders to the markets? So how do we connect, for example, if it is grain grown in Uganda and the market is in Kenya, so how do we create that smart corridor that ensures that the millers who are buying the grain in Kenya are actually buying quality grain from Uganda? How do they have visibility of that grain from the farm level, the aggregation points in the warehouse, the way those grains are stored, kept, temperature or humidity levels, controls, standardization that has been done? So how do we create systems that makes those warehouses smart enough, connected, and the millers have access? So you could think of, let us say, having multiple warehouses in Uganda where they have their grain basket. Farmers are able to standardize their maize, store them there. Millers who are buying them in Kenya, for example, have access to that data. They purchase it through this blockchain-based platform, do all their transactions there. The farmers get it. They arrange the logistics. The authorities themselves, for example, the revenue authorities or customs, the competent agricultural authorities in both Kenya and Uganda, have access to all this trade that is taking place, and they facilitate the movement of those grain from Uganda into Kenya seamlessly across the borders. And then that then builds that propensity within those supply chains to become more resilient, more connected, more efficient, and more effective in facilitating trade. So in a broad way, that's part of sort of the vision we have of creating many now, if you talk of them, connecting them, agricultural-based digital corridors across the continent or area where we are operating, so where we are connecting farmers to markets, but not just farmers to markets, but we are connecting everyone in those supply chains. So whether you're talking of the government regulators across the borders of those 2 countries or 3 countries trading, you're connecting the logistics service providers, you're connecting financial service providers. Where did the grain come from? Where was it contaminated, if there was contamination happening? And how do we arrest the case? So how then do we able to have a proper system of doing recalls and things like that? So sorry, Jens, I've gone on for a while, but that's basically like some sort of nucleus of what we're trying to do around agri-trade and trade in general. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Alban. And I know that you as an organization has a huge ambition and a huge scope, and it's very interesting to follow. And a little part of this is maybe what we would try to tease out today is how do we're working together in a project trying to bring some of this data together. How concretely and where are we on this project? And I think to mention to the audience here, what we've done is that we have done for some trade lanes, we've actually mapped, all the different actors that you mentioned, Alban. We mapped their data needs, what kind of data they all provide into this to the process, and who consumes these data. And out of that, we have this very complex understanding that a lot of the data is actually the same data that goes to the different actors. So it's a lot of rekeying of data that is going on. It's a lot of data in silos that we see in the systems, but all things that everybody at the full value chain actually could benefit from getting access to in a trusted way. And I think that's what has given also why we decided to call this speak here, the vision of paperless trade, the trade logistics information pipeline. Alban, would you just take 2 minutes on what is your vision with the trade logistics information pipeline, and from where we see it today, and why did you decide that this was the first area of focus to look at the cross-border elements?
Thank you very much, Jens. So, focusing on trade, and as I mentioned, in Africa, while of course we are really focusing on industrialization and we are focusing on manufacturing as new areas of growth to provide employment and economic growth for our economies, agriculture will remain a major part of our economies for a long time. And obviously, we all have to feed. Feeding, eating is a human need. So definitely agriculture, and particularly, as I mentioned, more and more food, moving food across borders is going to become a major thing. And with climate change and the issues that are emerging around also the growth of populations, food is going to become a major commodity that is going to be traded across our borders. So whether it is being traded in the form of value added, or it is in its raw form as grain or cereals or pulses or whatever it is, and a lot of this trade currently, and also the export one where we are targeting now to develop the trade logistics information pipeline, is really paper-based. So there is no ability to do any tracking. Traceability is limited. So even with the levels of efficiency we've done at national level of supporting government entities to automate their systems, move into more digital platforms to facilitate trade, once the goods cross the border, it's darkness. It just vanishes. And that's the experience of people who trade with Africa and I guess other parts of the world. So an export leaving Kenya, let's say flowers going to the Netherlands, immediately it leaves, let us say, the warehouse of the grower, lands in a plane or in a ship leaving Mombasa or Nairobi. For the person exporting it, it's darkness. It's still until the plane or the ship arrives in Rotterdam or in Amsterdam, that then, they receive information, usually emails, phone calls, yes, the consignment has arrived. And then a lot of the transactions taking place are really paper-based. So there's a lot of things happening within all that. So you have massive losses, you have issues around challenges of knowing what came from where, issues around origin that is disputed. So creating a digital platform that eliminates the use of paper helps in two ways. One, it creates that capacity of us now using data to track and trace where produce is, where it came from, how it was grown, who grew it, what was used in it, and we are providing that transparency in that trade lane. So you're making the trade lane and the supply chain that supports it more transparent, more accountable, and therefore facilitate trade, because those are no supply chain, there will be issues that will emerge. So issues like, for example, NTBs or issues to do with SPS measures or TBTs that may raise issues. So you're creating a connected chain where people can now trace back. If it's an issue about, let us say, SPS measures being detected of non-compliance, the country receiving the consignment can independently trace back all the way to the farm, for example. So those are the add-ons values that now you see it enhances that, and over time then you start building more compliance and more trust. So more people trade better, the farmers trade better, they have access to markets easily. The people who they are trading with then also have confidence that anything passing through this supply chain or passing through this combination of actors in a blockchain can be trusted. And the information we are receiving is trusted, and we can use it to carry out our transaction. And it's valid information that is accurate, real time, and more focused. So that's in a short form really what TLIP is about and what our vision is. And it's going to be the backbone of what our vision, as I mentioned, for the continent, and particularly countries where we trade, is to create those digital trade corridors that then support people to trade. And it's not just trade corridors or digital trade corridors for businesses that are big and can afford it, but having that aspect of inclusion. So simple tools, simple digital technologies that informal traders, women traders can connect to, and therefore be able to access markets, be able to trade confidently. So that's really the vision we have within the continent and outside the continent. So outside the areas we operate, countries in Africa we operate, having them more effectively connected with those more advanced economies and more advanced markets, that more and more the demand of what they want in terms of what we are exporting to them will increase. And therefore, how are we able to demonstrate for them that we are compliant, either from an emission point of view or from a compliance point of view with measures that are agree of controlling what we are using to grow food. Thanks.
Thank you. And we have a short video that I'll invite our audience today to have a quick look at before we continue. It provides a little bit of local context of the trade logistics information pipeline and helps put people's minds into what are we actually working on.
Kenya is one of the biggest exporting countries of flowers in Africa. As of 2019, an estimate of 180,000 tons were exported from Kenya, and this roughly translates to an average of 7 million stems a day.
When you look at the flower business, it is highly interconnected, and flowers must be at the right place at the right time. Any small delays along the supply chain means that everything can just go wrong.
Currently, for our members, for them to export a single shipment from their farm to their customer, they have to experience or go through an average of 200 different types of communications. So this includes phone calls, emails, commercial invoices, certificates, and which is really a challenge.
We want to make it simple for businesses to actually trade better, so that they focus on their core business. So if it's a flower farm, their core business is to grow flowers and sell the flowers, and therefore make the entire pipeline work for them to ensure that the flower or the fruit gets to the market in the shortest time possible. TLIP stands for the Trade Logistics Information Pipeline. This is our concept that we've worked together with stakeholders in the region. So this would be private sector stakeholders and government stakeholders to come up with a framework that will enable ease of trading in certain commodities, mainly commodities we do export, but also commodities we do import as well. The ability to create what we are calling coordinated frameworks of operations between everyone on the supply chain, and particularly the government agencies.
We are still doing paper documents as opposed to e-documents, and the initiative by TLIP to ensure that we simplify the business and reduce the paperwork in the supply chain is very important.
If you're sending anything from Kenya to maybe the Netherlands, Right now, we have to share those documents manually or through the plane. And most of the time, those documents get lost on the way, and then the cargo get stuck there. A lot of frustrations with the agencies. But now with this kind of initiative, all that will be visible both on this side and the other side as well. And across the chain here, and across the chain across the board.
In our industry as a carrier, every minute counts. 10 to 20 minutes is something significant if you compile it in something to do like a year. If the process is well implemented and we save on those bits of 30 minutes, in a year you'll see our cost of running business is very fair. As an airline, the uniqueness about the TLIP project is the government will embrace e-technology, which is dominant in the market now. It's good also for archives, as it's a virtual space. You don't have to keep a whole room of documents.
The technology we use, it takes out failures. It makes it much cheaper for the products overseas.
For us, the biggest benefit is Eastern Africa or the African continent starts getting more integrated into global supply chains, which is a big thing for us to be able to trade fairly and competitively with other people across the world.
I think from my side, you know, it's been a journey until now, starting to learn about, you know, what are the problems, how do we solve them, and so on. But one of the great moments was also when it was starting to be accepted by authorities that this might be a step forward. And I know from colleagues working in the field that when you work, and now I'm teeing it up for you, Susan, but when you're working in an organization like the Kenya Revenue Authorities, you are under a lot of pressure. You have to make sure that every day's trade is efficient and it works, and the system works, and I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on making sure that systems as they exist, you know, are fully operational and efficient. And then having appetite and interest to start to look at other things like DLT is of course also a showcase of having a little bit extra appetite on what you can do to change things. And I would love to hear a little bit from you, Susan, on how can your Revenue Authority thinking about using DLT, and what you see is the implementation steps from your side.
Because we've seen a lot of transformation. First, we are moving from paper-based processes, and you're moving to the digital way of working. And this has been even more accelerated with the impacts of the COVID-19. So we've been working on this implementation and with TradeMark, and our technology partner is IOTA. And obviously we know IOTA because of the way they make the blockchain and their presence in the cryptocurrency. So what we see here in the implementation and our critical success factors, we are looking at trust. Trust is very key when it comes to cargo clearance processes. Here, the solution that we are working on brings on board an integrated approach where we are seeing that you're able to share data. We're sharing data from every touch point of trade. So here we are seeing data coming from the single source of truth. And, you know, there's no better trust than that as far as regulators are concerned. When you look at the farmer is able to submit their documents, that is the commercial invoices and any other supporting document that is required. We are able to get the airline documents, that is the airway bill, right from the source. Customs and other government agencies are able to process certificates, do customs clearance. And we also seen that everybody in the chain has visibility of the cargo. What is most exciting is that the customs at the destination where the cargo is headed to, like for example, if the cargo is going to Britain, for example, the customs at the country of destination are able to see this digital documentation before the cargo even arrives there. Another key important point is data integrity. And this is to do with the way the system is structured. So we have different nodes, everybody has their node, and here we are able to have data security. And this is attained through the immutable hash that is present in DTL. DLT. So here we are able to see supporting documents which are accurate and complete, and we are able to support pre-arrival processes from our end. And with that, again, now we are able to have increased controls because we're able to do risk management way before the cargo arrives, and when the cargo comes, then we just give it a pass. So the customs clearance processes becomes easier. Why this solution is very key and important to Kenya revenue is because of the net effect that we see. You know, we are looking at the reduction in the cost of doing business, both imports and exports. The players are able to have better planning for their business. We're also looking at having increased volumes in business, which will definitely culminate in the growth of revenue. And this again will lead to a vibrant economy, and there's nothing that will make Kenya revenue happier, because when you have a vibrant economy, it means that our revenue collection will be improved. Everybody really has reaped some benefits, and because this system delivers trust and we have controls. And I've given the example of the farmer who has visibility of their cargo through. So when you look at the public sector and what we are looking at as a benefit is that this is going to be a key driver to the economy. And when we have a good economy, it means that we are looking at the prosperity of the nation. And our citizens' services will also be improved. So for us, what we've been working on, and to really ensure that we are reaping full benefits of this solution, we've taken a whole of government approach where we are looking at integrating our processes, our policies, our processes. Yeah, and for us to achieve this, what we've seen as a critical factors that will help us achieve this is that we must ensure that we have adequate budgets. And this is to do with the hosting of infrastructure and capacity building. Now, who we work with in this solution, we're working closely with other key government agencies, and this includes the Kenya Plants and Health Inspectorate Services, that is KEFIS. We also work with the Agriculture and Food Authority. We work with Kenya Bureau of Standards, the Wildlife Sugar Board. For the other cargo interveners here who we work closely with include the banking sector and the insurance companies. We also have a couple of players in the logistics who are the shipping lines, the airlines, and the transporters. So these are the people who we currently closely work with. And where we see ourselves in the future and what we are doing, currently we are working with Netherlands, but we are working to increase the scope. And we are looking at working with Great Britain and the EU at large as we move to the other areas. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you very much, Susan. I think you are also very well illustrating how that building these solutions is really involving, it's a teamwork. It's involving so many different organizations and people to get this right. So the starting hurdle is quite large, and I think it's quite amazing what you're doing in Kenya, where you're also taking a government approach to this, because you can help convene many of these actors in ways that's sometimes difficult for private actors to do. So I really hope that is correct and that will help the speed of this. But I was wondering, Susan, how do you see this internationally? Have you discussed, is this something that you see would help you in negotiations with the trade negotiations with other countries? And do you see this as potential future tool? I'm aware we're talking about the future and it's not tomorrow, but are you already having some thoughts and thinking around how that might play out?
Yes, indeed. Actually, we're looking at working very closely with all players in the whole chain. And to us, from where I sit, we are seeing even creating better working relationship with other governments, meaning trading will become much more easier because, for example, if we connect our pipeline with other pipelines across the world, it will be a whole network of pipelines, and trading will be so easy. And because what makes trade easy is ability to get accurate data in good time. And this is what you're seeing is being presented by the Trade Information Logistics Pipeline. Thank you, Jens.
Thank you. And I think I will just take 2 minutes and for our audience also then say some words about when we say we're using distributed ledger technology, and this is really the topic for the conference here. What do we mean by that? What is it? How are we approaching this? So what we've done together as this group of organizations is that we started building first a demo solution where we are making a digital twin of the UCR, that is the unique consignment reference number. So that means every consignment that leaves the country that has to go into the country follows this WTO standard in Kenya. And by making a digital twin of this, we can start to collaborate, whether you are whether you are the freight forwarder or the warehouse or who you are in the process. But we also realized when we started to doing that many of the different organizations will have their own identifiers. So the phytosanitary certificate and AFA and so on will use that number to identify a certain trade. And there would be for the certificate of origin, there will be other specific numbers within that agency that would define the trade. So we had to make sure that we could link all these different identifiers together digitally, and then each of the agencies would then have been working on making all the data that they have in their systems using their unique identifiers, making that available for the whole pipeline, so everybody can share to the same pipeline and fetch from the same pipeline. And this is, of course, taking advantage of the first valuable thing around distributed technology, technologies, right? The fact that we can have immutability of the data. But we are also doing something additional to this. We also actually taking advantage around the fact that we have a distributed control. So what has been very important from the beginning of the project and what all stakeholders have told us is that it's not only the fact that the data is mutable, but it's also the fact that the different owners of the data can control who they want to share with. And of course, that's an important factor that sometimes is not fully fleshed out when you build systems, in my opinion, using this technology, is that you actually are giving permissions, and you can build a permission system that allows traders and individual government agencies to fully take control who are they sharing with even though they're making it, let's say, available on a public distributed ledger, it's not public knowledge. It's permissioned knowledge, and you need to have those keys to access it. And I know that there have been some extra things that we have had to think about in this project, because there's also regulatory requirements. Certain data has to stay within the country, and therefore there's been a lot of work from KRA, Kenya Revenue Authorities, from all the other partners, to how do you set up the relevant infrastructure? What are the nodes that you need to set up? What you need to set a lot of servers on local premises, because they're not allowed to be on international cloud-based systems and so on. So there is a lot of, let's say, different challenges at the same time that we have to put together. But I also feel that everybody can, is excited for the potential that this brings together. And one of the last things that is big discussion around the world at the moment, and is that the use of identities. So what we're doing right now and how we're taking this project further is that we are testing this for different commodities, trade lane by trade lane. But that means that we are able to control the environment a little bit. We know who is sharing data at the moment, which traders are involved, which freight orders are involved. Of course, the government agencies, they have now fully connected their systems, and this digital identity somehow can be taken from the databases that already exist in Kenya. The KYC that the Kenya Revenue Authorities or other authorities already have done on traders in the region. How can we reuse that to give those traders a digital identity that they can prove who they are? Not only in Kenya, but also in Holland, in England, to other partners. So it becomes a systems where everybody can, as we talked about before, own the data, own their information about themselves, but also easily share it whenever needed and I wanted to ask both of you to mention what do you see has been some of the most challenging things that we had to overcome to get to this stage, or what do you see has been one of the most exciting drivers that actually allowed us to get to the stage we are today? So maybe Alban first.
Thank you very much, Jens. And I think in terms of where we are, just briefly, well articulated, we already have a proof of concept platform that we've designed. We've tested it within Kenya. Of course, COVID was a major backset for the project because it just emerged at the time we wanted to start our initial pilots with the Netherlands, and definitely looking at how the flour business was decimated by COVID last year, created a lot of shockwaves. So that has stalled a little bit, but we are re-engaging on that. And definitely also the exciting one that is coming up now. In fact, we have the first focus group discussions with UK stakeholders, is working now on the UK leg on this. So Kenya, UK trade, and as Susan mentioned, looking at Kenya, US trade, definitely Kenya, EU, the Netherlands, and wider trade, and also the other countries in East Africa. So I think we're at a good place. We've tested the technology. From a technology standpoint, it works. On the Kenyan side in particular, hopefully we replicate it in the other countries. As the video showed, and as you've seen the discussion we've had, it's a stakeholder-driven process. It's the actors in the supply chains. It's the growers of the flowers or the farmers. It's the government authorities. It's the logistics service providers, airlines, shipping lines, and so on. So it's more of that public good that is there that then they use or benefit from it. So I guess from where we sit, we are excited because COVID notwithstanding, we're at a good place now to begin those scaling up the solution to see it now facilitating trade effectively. And I'm very optimistic that probably in the next 1 year, we should actually be seeing some of Kenya's trade with its partners, mainly maybe the UK, Europe, going almost close to 100% paperless. And I think that will be a very big achievement because probably it will be the first globally to speak where you are having seamless 100% trade that is paperless. Thanks.
Yeah, that's an amazing ambition. Be very exciting. And Susan, if you had to give your colleagues around the world in similar positions as you are, but in other countries and other revenue authorities, a good advice, how do you think they can get started in a process like this of onboarding that many actors in a common project around a new technology? What do you think is a good first or second step to do to actually get people onboarded and into the process?
Thank you again, Jens. Really, the first point is to have everything that works well must be having a leader. So we must identify who will lead that. For example, we find customs is usually the main lead agency in as far as cargo clearance is concerned. But we need to work. They also need to work with the other government agencies, and this is what I had mentioned about having an all government kind of approach, whereby they sit together, they see how to harmonize their processes, because we find we have a lot of duplication in our processes. So if they're able to sit down, harmonize their processes, come up with a clear way forward, which is acceptable by all, then they will be able to do this. So change management is key here, because most of us, most human beings don't want to change the way they do things. We want to remain with what we know. So we will need to have a very strong way of how to handle change management. I think that's what I have to say now, Jens.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. And we have a lot to share, so we are spending all the time now for this panel. So I want to thank you so much, both of you, for joining this. You have so much to share and for everyone to learn from. So thanks again, and I'm going to hand over to the organizers.
Thank you, Jens. How did you enjoy this debate? And by the way, thank you for great hosting.
Yeah, thank you. It's always good company I'm in here, so really enjoying it.
So Susan just said that change management is one of the biggest challenges. How do you see that, Jens? Do you also feel like change management is one of the biggest challenges here?
Yeah, I've often heard that they say, building DLT systems is a teamwork. It's just not a technology. It's really bringing many actors together, both people who are on the business sides, but also people from technical departments. So, and bring all these people together in one common vision. That's a lot of change management. So I agree, you don't only need good technical people, you really need good people. So, yes.
You need good people, and that is something I'd like to emphasize. I think I cannot stress that enough. And actually, this is the moment where I can tell you that we still have a few minutes left. So I would like Jens to ask you this question that comes from Tom, or maybe some of your fellow panelists would help with that. So Tom just asked, any advice on change management, education?
Alban or Susan, any of you want to give a good advice on that? I think you have a lot more experience than I actually have.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as Jens and Susan, you have mentioned, in all our projects we design, we usually have the ratio. We talk of the 80-20 ratio. particularly as you've mentioned, the 20% is really the technology. So that, as long as you have good technical people, and most of the time you'll have that, they are scarce at the moment, but you'll get someone who is very good in doing what you want them to do. The 80% is really the people part, and it's that building that coalition, and it involves what the gentleman has asked. It involves also education as well. So you have to educate people, you have to work with people, you have to be willing to sometimes compromise. It's a journey of compromising, and I think TLIP has been a lot of that over the years. Jens, and Susan, if you remember, it's a lot of give and take. It's not always what you want. Even sometimes, if what you want, is the best solution, sometimes the best solution is not what is the environment is ready for. So it's you taking that leadership role, or even sometimes compromising on that as a way of helping people to make the next steps. So I think that's always the challenge, but it's not unsurmountable. It's possible, and I think from TLIP we've been able to prove that actually you can bring so many actors around a technological solution and help them embrace a common vision and a common goal. And I think that's what change management is.
Alban, I actually wanted to refer to one line from Mr. Mick Jagger. You can't always get what you need, but if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need, right?
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. I just have this one last question from Raimi. It just appeared right now. Any plans to pilot trials with other regions in the world?
So pilots right now are a lot of focus is in East Africa, okay. and as Alban mentioned, there are some focus to look to UK, and I think future plans are not for me to say, but I will hand over to the real decision makers on that.
Okay, I understand.
Which is of course Susan and Alban. So maybe they can share something.
Yes, great. So Susan?
Thank you. Currently, we are expanding from the East African perspective, and here we are looking at 5 countries. So East Africa, we have Uganda, we have Tanzania, we have Rwanda, and Burundi. But on a larger scale, we are looking at right now, we've been working with Netherlands, so we are looking at moving to Britain. We've also had some communication, and we've started discussion with other countries like India. We work with talking with Pakistan as well as China, and then we will move progressively to ensure that we are working with everybody that we do trade with.
Okay, that's wonderful. And Alban, we have another one. Are there any other digital trade systems currently operating?
Yes, we do have digital solutions that we have done that are operating, and I'll just mention a few that are actually cross-border at the national level, working with a lot of the agencies in the country we work. We've done a lot of e-government work, so moving government trade systems to digital platforms. So the key ones we've done, and some of them now we are working with IOTA, of course, is doing those that we are calling now regional cross-border systems. So we have a very good one that is supporting information exchange between the countries Susan have mentioned in East Africa, so the EAC countries, the 5 member states. So they have a common platform that is going to be DLT based, that they're exchanging information. So helps cargo moving across the region for seamless clearance. We are doing the same with the agricultural agencies across the borders. We are doing the same with the bodies that are managing foods and drugs, so the FDAs, and also with the bureaus of standards. So platforms that are moving more cross-border. And now TLIP is the one that is scaling that ambition for us, where we are saying not just with very specific government entities, but all actors in the supply chain, and then going global beyond countries that we share physical borders with. So we have those, and we can share some of that information as well, because it's some of this is already in the public domain, and these systems are being used by the agencies and traders. Thanks.
You know what? That sounds perfect. Alban, Martin, or actually Alban, Jens, and Susan, thank you very much for your great input. Jens, thank you again for moderating.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting us.
Yes, let's stay in touch and let us continue with this wonderful conference as it is not nearing its end. Actually, it is quite the opposite. We're just in the very first half of the event. And yes, this is the moment not just to change the angle, but also to change the topic, our dear viewers. I'm so glad that you are joining from so many places around the world. Actually, Adam Jonsson, the main organizer of today, just texted me saying that there are people from more than 30 countries around the world live right now, and this is very exciting. Now, if you'd like to take a look at the participants lists and just maybe have some contact with them, well, then sure you can. Make sure that you actually use this Pine platform. On your left-hand side, you will find there is the part that talks about the participants of the conference. But there you will also find some information about our partners. You will also find tech support there. And what's more is that the agenda is there as well. Yes, so that works very, very well. Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Rami, for appreciating the fact that we have this constant feedback and that you guys can definitely, you people can definitely just ask any question, and I'm here to help you. There's another great debate coming up, and I'm honestly very excited because this is going to touch upon some ethical issues as well. So this is about building the future in an ethical and resilient way. I mean, it especially applies to the food systems. So how do we do that? Well, first, let us find out who the panelists are. Yes, and by the way, I hope you are enjoying the new background that we've just put here. It makes us feel at home because this is really something that interests us. This is our world at Agri-D convention, and I'm so glad that our panelists are here. And so welcome, everybody. Great to have you. This is a wave at you from Warsaw.
Hi.
So just very briefly, just give us the names of the cities and the countries you are joining from. We'll start with Julian.
I'm in Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. And then Marieke.
The one and only Amsterdam.
Wow. Levine.
Canberra, Australia.
Wow. And that is great. And then Anthony.
Dublin, Ireland.
Wonderful. Now, we have quite a complete list of our panelists. Let me just tell a little bit more about them. So Anthony represents IBM. Marieke de Ruyter de Wild is from the New Fork. And interestingly, she's lived in all continents and worked in 50+ countries. Is that true?
It is true, yeah. You can see my passport stamps.
Yeah,
I'm sure I'm not the only one. I'm sure many people who work in agriculture, they have at least that many stamps because agriculture is super global.
That is true. If you
borders, right?
If you want to be part of it, you better have a passport, right? And then Levine, you are from Levine Naidu, IBM Sterling. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And
yes,
Julian,
indeed. Sterling,
thank you,
Sterling is a brand.
Yes, exactly. Sterling is a brand. Thank you for that. Julian Gordon is from Hyperledger, and from Hong Kong, you've just mentioned that. And Julian, just one thing I wanted to refer to, I've come across an interview with Daniela Barbosa, who's the new executive director of your company. And she was asked what the main obstacle for mass adoption of blockchain was. And you know what? She mentioned onboarding. Do you agree with that?
Yes, obviously, yeah. It's collaboration, onboarding, governance, all of the above, right? And I think we're going to talk about that today. And you're going to be here. Daniela is presenting later, right? In the day when I'm asleep.
That is true.
She's going to be presenting. So yes, I would say that onboarding is a challenge, and I think especially in the agriculture sector, And collaboration is key. And I think what you're doing with this event is going to really help with that, right?
Yeah, and that makes me thankful for all the organizers, because really we want to share the knowledge, and we just want everybody to be more aware of what's going on. So this is supporting the future towards ethical and resilient food systems. Julian, I'm over to you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So hello everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion on supporting the future towards ethical and resilient food systems. I'm Julian Gordon. I'm based, as we just heard, in Hong Kong. I'm the VP Asia Pacific for Hyperledger, which is a non-profit open source blockchain initiative at the Linux Foundation, and I'm delighted to be moderating this panel today. So as was mentioned, this is such an important subject, and actually we've heard so much good topics today. I think the last one on East Africa was particularly good. But for this, we know our food systems and supply chains are flawed, vulnerable, and in desperate needs of modernizing. From farm to store to consumer, there are incredible inefficiencies, disruption, and food waste. The good news, though, is that now we have the technology, a blockchain, along with, we're not just going to talk about blockchain, there is other tech as well, right, that can help solve many of these problems. But in order to do that, I mean, tech is just one part of it, right? We need to achieve collaboration, access, inclusivity across entire food systems to make this happen. So to discuss how we can achieve that in ethically resilient food systems, I'm honored to be here with this inspiring panel with amazing experience and expertise in this area. So with that, I'd like to hand over to each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves a little bit more than with just then, and then what their work is in this area. I'm going to do that in alphabetical order, and so I think I'd like to start with you, Anthony, please.
Thanks, Julian. Appreciate the introduction. Thank you for the warm welcome. My name's Anthony Day. I'm a partner at IBM, and I focus on multi-party systems, blockchain technology, and creating digital change by working together collaboratively. I don't want to use the B word too much because I think blockchain can often polarize people's reactions to this technology, whereas actually what we're trying to do is work with multiple organizations. I spend a lot of my time working on supply chain related initiatives, on traceability, on sustainability, on provenance, and work with everybody from the first mile to the last, trying to create transparency, digitization, the creation or the adherence to standards, and to create underlying technology systems that can allow us to automate activity, have a single view of what's happening at any one time, validate credentials of those parties to make sure that they're acting in a responsible way, and to be able to share and port that data to others where it's necessary, whether that be consumers, regulators, or just simply the procurement function. I think a lot of what we're trying to achieve is digital transformation with a slightly different underlying infrastructure. And so that's what I spend most of my day when I'm not jumping on events like this, helping large organizations to address.
Okay,
and
great.
doing very interesting podcasts.
And occasionally the odd podcast in which, yes, Marieke has also been a guest, as has Julian. So more on that later.
Exactly. So next to Levine, who probably also mentioned the B word, right?
Thank you, Julian. Thank you for the warm welcome and the invitation to join the panel. In my role, I'm a subject matter expert in supply chain. I work across the region. I haven't traveled much in the last couple of years, but I spend time across the region helping clients reduce friction in their supply chain. I speak to many senior leaders in supply chain roles and government leaders, and you know what they all say, surprise, surprise. What's happened in the last 2 years, they've never seen in their entire lifetime. So I think we've got our work cut out for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Marieke.
Yes, great. So I started with agro-system science way back at Wageningen University. So I've always been focused on digitization in agri-food. And until today, it's a very small, I think, section within the university. So that really sort of underlines the fact that agricultural supply chains are highly under-digitized. I founded the New Fork, a company based in Amsterdam, but very global, with a very global team, where we develop open public blockchain for the agri-food system only. So we are sort of food fanatics from fork to fork. And when it goes to, or when it's about integrity or better food systems, we have a very high sense of urgency. We have very strong tools like the B word tool, and we have very capable people. So I think one of the key questions is why does it take us so long? Why are we not getting the digital transformation going in agri-food? And I think one of the key answers to that is that we are very prone to, or we don't like change, and we like to keep things as they go. And new technologies require a new set of governance, require a new way of cooperation and collaboration. And that is the key bottleneck. So these events like the one that we're having today are critical and essential. We have many more of these. We host an event, it's called Strike 2, where we work on innovation roadmaps. And overall, I think, we need to really find each other and work more strongly together on these topics. So we're happy to be here with parties like IBM and Hyperledger.
That's excellent. And I think we decided that we're talking about setting the scene. Where are we today? What are the challenges, right? Why are we here? You know, I think you mentioned, I think we'd start with Marieke. I mean, and actually you just said that you've only got one role, and that's agriculture, right? So
yes,
and that's been your life work, right? So so yeah, please give us your view of what the challenges are today, right? What's happening in the agricultural sector?
Yeah, the challenge, and I think maybe more importantly, the opportunity. So I think we know that our food systems are very fragile. We need to feed all these people, and we have the capacity to do that, but we don't have the operational executive power to do it. So that to me really sums up the challenge. The biggest part to that answer is using technology and using technology to better extents. We need governments here to help that, but we need companies to start adopting and stop thinking about this notion of pilots. Don't do pilots, just do it. Just get it implemented and get it going. And I think the past 2 years, they have let everybody believe and feel and realize that data is critical. You do need to have data in these international, very long, complex supply chains. And you do need to have integer data and some sort of notion that the data is reliable and trustworthy. And that is where the B word comes in. So we definitely see a strong increase in the demands for it. One of the implementations that we have going is called Juicy Chain. You can Google that on juicychain.org. And the beauty here, we think it's a very good example because you see the biggest competitors. So Refresco is the biggest bottler in the world of juices, of apple and orange juices. And they joined up with their biggest competitor, Eckes Granini, and together formed this foundation Juicy Chain, from which they are developing this B solution. And I think that's a great example where you have to look at your competitor, get some new way of collaboration and invest together in a better digital infrastructure. So I do think that's one of the examples. And as Hyperledger, we are strong believers in open source. I mean, if you look at the sheer size of food and food is everywhere and agriculture is everywhere. Even, in the modern day algae agriculture or alternative protein production, it's everywhere. And we need to, in order to get that infrastructure going, we need everybody who can be in this space. So rather than trying to compete old school, we really need to embrace and really work towards a better future. That is, one of our key topics.
Yeah, definitely. So I think digitalization, collaboration, I like your saying, let's not do POC, let's just do it, right?
Yeah.
So let's take a little bit of a step back as well in terms of what the challenges are today. And I know, Levine, I know you pulled together some stats and some figures, some interesting stuff about what the challenges are, and maybe some insights into the supply chain and the challenges today.
Thanks, Julian. I mean, it's well known that about a third of the world's food production is lost each year, right? But if we quote some stats, that's advertised on the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization's website, that third equates to about 1.3 billion tons, enough to feed about 3 billion people. Yet about 820 million people go hungry every year. And so the other aspect is this is not the only wastage, right? There's other resources that's being wasted. About 24% of the world's agricultural water, 3.3 billion tons of CO2 is gases are released into the atmosphere. 28% of the world's agricultural area is being consumed. What about the fuel, electricity, and other forms of energy, right? Now, the impact is significant, as you can imagine. And the irony is, whilst this wastage is going on, we're spending more time producing more food. We're spending millions of dollars researching ways to increase food production, yet very little is done around reducing that wastage. I think if we start to reduce the wastage, and this is bordering on whether what the world's food companies are doing is actually ethical, right? To produce more just to drive up their profits rather than being more efficient and reducing the wastage, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you gave me some fact about a certain amount of money is spent on trying to make things more efficient, right, or produce more food rather than saving money on the wastage that's associated with it, right? And that's is an effort.
Can I quickly add to that? Because also on producing food, it is actually producing fats and sugar and lots of water and in not useful nutrients. And what we should be doing is produce nutrients rather than, kilograms. And we're currently in a kilogram food system, and we need a nutrient food system. And that is exactly where you need data, reliable data and connected data to be able to understand what the nutrient is in the food thing that you're holding in your hand.
So Anthony, do you have anything to add to that in terms of, maybe we should now look to blockchain, right, and see how blockchain can help these challenges?
Yeah, I think there's two ways of framing it for me. One is, what are the commercial imperatives for the organizations who are driving change? And those are the large organizations, the large global organizations at the top of the food chain, who are producing, who are distributing, who are manufacturing, who are retailing. They are commercial entities. They have a huge amount of sway over what's bought, what's distributed. And in terms of transformation, the technology can help them to remain viable, right? Whether you believe that they are acting ethically or not, or have done so up to this point, let's park that one for a second, because that's the second part of what I have to say. But technology, in terms of being able to provide data, transparency, automation, cost reduction, waste reduction, is worthwhile pursuing to help with the viability of those commercial entities, because ultimately that power base, whether it be centralized or private or government-led, allows us to make change because they have the ability to fund, right? So commercial viability is one thing that must not be dismissed. It can't all be philanthropic. At the other end of the spectrum, there's regulatory compliance here, which is also potentially very, very powerful. Everybody knows that reg spend unlocks IT spend, and increasingly you're going to see sustainability-related regulation or sustainability-related pressure that will come onto these organizations, which will have a burden or an obligation to present a more sustainable supply chain, food chain, operational footprint that needs to be demonstrated. Now, how do we demonstrate things in a scalable, in a shareable, and a trustworthy way? We use technology, we use data. And another thing to mention, I think is important, is that sustainability is not all about carbon. Right, we talked about waste before, we talked about water usage, the opportunity to creating circularity. And that's another critically important area where materials, feedstock, even food that's near end of life with retailers can be recycled, reused. And there are a number of philanthropic organizations that are, logistics organizations essentially, that are reusing or repurposing near end of life stock in the food chain that can be made available to people nearby. Right? We're not going to be flying food from retail stores and supermarkets halfway around the world to have them reused. That's inefficient and nonsense, frankly. But our ability to identify the freshness of the food, the ability of for its shelf life to be extended, all comes from having data underpinning this to be able to make management decisions or to be able to make reallocation decisions, and then trust underneath that. And how do we do that in a way that scales well, that's easy to interpret, that allows for some of that automation? Right? Commercial and
I think good regulation. Good regulation is essential here because, for example, we have in Europe the GDPR, which is a beautiful thing. It's sort of, it gives you the right to be digitally forgotten. When you work with systems like blockchain, you have to find ways around it. But I think regulation is super important, and I'm very concerned that governments and technology, they are widening and getting further apart by the minute, if not by the second. At least if I look to my country, the Netherlands, our ministries do not have a conducive technical environment. I think Singapore is a very good example. And if the Netherlands continues as we are doing, we'll all move to Singapore as my team concerns. But I think regulation is highly under stressed. And maybe that's also something where we should really join hands and get things going, because it's going too slow.
And obviously regulation.
It's worth looking at it from what are we regulating here? Are we regulating behavior? Are we enabling through regulation the investment or the use of emerging technologies? So, for example, countries that are relatively mature on the use, taxation, and definition of digital assets, if we believe that a borderless digital asset system will allow us to do crowdfunding of the first mile more efficiently, will allow borderless tokenization and tokenomics to incentivize activity where the top of the chain won't, but where customers will. Actually, how are these organizations going to be helping to manage custody? How are individual farmers going to be taxed on their crypto holdings if we use cryptocurrency or stablecoins, whatever it might be? These are some of the things that regulation shouldn't just be a slap on the wrist. It should be encouragement of sustainable activity.
Definitely, but also, I mean, imagine a world where waste would have a penalty. I think our waste issue would really look different tomorrow. It doesn't need to be difficult, right? And I think, at least in some of the European governments, they tend to make things extra complex, and that helps nobody.
Yeah, I think just on the subject of government, firstly, from a regulation perspective, there's a few additional dimensions. And if I could quote some of those, in Australia, for example, there's modern anti-slave usage in supply chains. That's a piece of legislation that was passed a couple of years ago. There's a Chain of Responsibility Act, which regulates the amount of time drivers spend on the roads transporting goods. So there's many other aspects. Some of the key roles that government can also play is facilitating industry forums to actually drive this change across the market. But a big one that many people totally miss is that if you look at every country collectively, public sector organizations are the largest procurers of goods and services. And that has a significant impact on the economy, because if government agencies start to use some of these digital technologies, it promotes the adoption, increases awareness, and also instills a bit of trust, because the two types of organizations that instill trust on newer technologies is government and financial institutions, right? And that trust then stimulates adoption of these new technologies, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but this is super interesting subject, because if you look at the UK, for example, there is the NHS, the National Healthcare Service. It's the biggest employer of the whole country. Is the UK healthcare the best of Europe? I don't think so. So, yes, it has, government procurement has a very strong influence and can do a lot of things well. But I think there's a lot of detail to that wellness, right? I mean, what should they do and what shouldn't they do?
So I think we have lots of stakeholders, right? It sounds like we have governments, we have consumers, we have the food producers, we have all those stakeholders. So how can we, with all those ethical and resilience kind of issues, how can blockchain or other technologies help in that area? I'm going to ask Anthony.
Connect. I think the first thing it does, we all know that supply chains are extremely disconnected. Nobody knows where food comes from. And to go back to the point earlier where, you know, for retailers and big brands like Unilever, Kraft Heinz, what have you, it's super difficult to manage these supply chains because they are so overly complex. So it's a difficult job. And what blockchain definitely does, it connects databases, it makes data immutable, and it gives a lot more validity and integrity to the data itself. And as food is first and foremost about food safety, of course, having enough food, but then about food safety, and only then after about food quality, it's a massive topic. We should have an open public blockchain for all agri-food supply chains by, I think, in 2 to 3 years' time. That's what our agenda is, at least.
I said all of that without moving my lips. my Dutch accent is getting better, but I'm with you completely on that, Marieke. And where I think the blockchain industry sector, people who are involved in working with blockchain technology probably start off wrong is by using the word immutable, assuming that censor resistance or censorship is a big problem in supply chains today. Actually, I think it's the other end of the spectrum. It's a lack of data. Typically, in my view, sustainability is a data problem. If we can't have transparency of what's happening where, if we can't standardize the types of information that we need to capture, we can't digitize. If we can't digitize, we can't automate.
Because it's a lack of access to data, because there is a plenitude of data. Go to the satellites that we have running around the globe. We have a lot of data on the status of the soils, et cetera, but people don't access it, and it's unconnected data and irreliable 100%. Data, because you have no idea if it's correct data or not.
100%. I was getting there. I was nearly there. I'd nearly got to what do we do with it when we get it? Because I think in some cases we do have an abundance of data. It's just not channeled. In other cases, in particularly the first mile or the first sort of bottom tiers of a supply chain, we actually don't. We don't have aggregation of data, or we don't have standardization of data. We have lots of manual documentation. We have lots of paper. We have lots of unconnected systems that are not joined in a coherent way. And that becomes increasingly difficult for us to manage. Right? What we're trying to do is we're going to try to get people to make decisions to change things for the betterment. The other end of the why we're using this spectrum is, what are we trying to drive? So if we can't start with, we're going to aim to reduce waste. We're going to aim to drive out particular behaviors around employment activity, or we're going to try and create an incentive system for these organizations to continue to trade with each other, or to bring reverse logistics, materials, paper, plastic, feedstock back down the food chain to be able to reduce waste. If we can't define that, we can't create a system for that. If we can't create a system for that, we can't automate. If we can't automate, we can't incentivize, and we can't make that fit with the business systems of the commercial entities that are currently operating in a way that we don't like.
Yeah,
that to me, without using the word blockchain, is why and what.
But it sounds logical.
I think if we set aside all the technical nuances and benefits of blockchain, the thing that blockchain is really doing to all of us is it's forcing a change in behavior. It's forcing people to actually start working together to solve a problem, because businesses are not trading islands, right? They don't exist on their own. And so, rarely will you find an organization just implementing blockchain for its own purpose, right? So what it's forcing us to do is work as a community, work as an ecosystem to solve problems. And that in itself is a fantastic result, because when people work together, when organizations work together, you're actually getting collective buy-in, because everybody feels part of the solution. And that's one of the critical things that blockchain has forced us to do. We just don't have a choice. And solving these sustainability issues, these ESG issues, these ethical issues, these food, agricultural supply issues, it's a team sport. It needs this collaborative working with all participants, right?
Yeah, definitely. And on this notion of standardization, because with Wageningen and a lot of other agriculture universities, we have been working for generations on standardizing data at farm level. You don't want to know how many data models we have around. And my conclusion 5 years ago, standardization, it's the end of standardization. We don't need standardization. What we need is open source. We need connected data. And we need AI to make sense of that data and to do some big data assessments on what data is sufficiently reliable. But I think the last thing we should do is try and get more standards up and running, because it's only making more mess.
No, I think there's adequate standards in the market to solve the problem. The issue with standards is not that there's too many standards. The issue is that there is a lack of prescription in how the standards are used, because any two organizations, and I can quote thousands of organizations doing this, if they don't use the same standard in a prescribed way, there's no interoperability, right? And then you're going to have data quality issues, and then you're going to have disputes and issues and so on, right? So what we need more of is a common way of using standards across the broader community, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that boils down to incentives, because, for example, there's the UNC fact. This is the UN thinking about standards and how to make those used, but they fail to implement good incentives, so it becomes the norm.
Well, standards are always an issue, right? Not just in agriculture, right? And if you put, and there's always standards versus innovation. If you put standards in, you can reduce innovation. If you bring it too early, you stifle innovation. If you do it too late, maybe you get chaos. So, and it's a global world. So I think it's very difficult for us to standardize the world. But I think you're right. There's open source and sharing of standards, and maybe interoperability are the ways to go, right?
Yeah, and may the best win. I mean, that is the block. That is what I fell in love with, this forking in blockchain, right? May the best win.
Absolutely. Darwin is there, always.
Exactly.
We can't get away from that. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about, in terms of what has been happening today, right? What we have done so far in blockchain, right, around the food area. And I think that, Levine and Anthony can talk to a lot of those kind of things. So what have we done? What problems have we solved so far? Even though I think it's a long journey, and blockchain really has, if we can use that word, it's only really just started, right? This journey. So Levine or Anthony, maybe talk a little bit about, Food Trust. I remember back in 2016, 2017, where the pilots were happening with mangoes, which I think we all know about, and pork, right? But a lot has happened there around Food Trust and other networks, which I think you guys are intimately involved with. I think people would love to hear the kind of work that you've been doing there.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a great.
Go ahead. You jump in. I've been talking too much already.
No, I mean, Food Trust is a great model, right? So, not only is it a fantastic technical solution that solves a lot of problems around easily onboarding and providing full traceability, plus showing the scope 3 level carbon footprint of products and so on. Not only does it all do that stuff, but it's one of its greatest powers is it's a growing network, right? Because one of the biggest questions that organizations have to answer when they go down the path of blockchain is, do I convene my own network or do I join a network? Because convening a network, you're creating your own world. You're potentially creating a trading island, which is what we've seen in the EDI world for the last 40 years. And the problem with that fragmentation is everybody adopts standards in their own unique way, which actually fragments the market. Or the other question is, do I join a network that's already growing and already has a large number of participants so that, we have a much broader opportunity for trading with an extensive network of trading partners, right? So those are some of the compelling things that organizations need to answer. But Food Trust is a great model, and even though it's a fantastic model for the food ecosystem, there are other similar models where there are specific industry sectors where it's a little more defined. There's a smaller number of stakeholders like seafood, coffee, and whatever that's not covering a broader, fast-moving consumer good, broad spectrum of products, if that makes sense. Anthony?
Yeah, and I think the sort of what does it do then plays out into how is it used. So I think there's some kind of interesting kind of broad paradigms. And I know Marieke's dying to jump in, saying it's not on a public blockchain, therefore it doesn't have the same utility. And I want to talk to that one in a minute, because I genuinely believe that we are in a direction of travel towards those sorts of public networks. The adoption curve or the maturity of using or having, albeit pseudonymized, but publicly available, publicly visible to some extent, right? Again, we could talk about zero knowledge and zero knowledge rollups if we want to.
Yeah,
but being able to have transactional data that a company like Chainalysis or others can look at and then make inferences on a company's performance, a company's supply chain activity, the volumes or the values of what's being done in the world. I know, albeit pseudonymized, but that level of transparency, that level of openness, I think is still deeply scary for commercial organizations. And I'm not the only person to have said this.
No,
so
that's
we are working on a direction of travel. What we've been able to demonstrate in applications of this technology, of multi-party technology, an aggregated data platform, automation of financial and procurement activity in the back end, right? That's not super sexy, but that does actually help the gears and things to move faster. Shorter lead times, shorter dwell times, better visibility of where things are in the supply chain, better visibility of the conditions in transit. So work that we've done with a number of players, the sort of most well-known public examples with Golden State Foods, around having near real-time traceability of the conditions of perishable goods in transit. The better visibility you have, whether that's fish, meat, vegetables, take your pick, the better you can then use that data or the algorithms that you use to predict the appropriate shelf life of a product, which reduces waste. So that's an interesting one. Farmer Connect, particularly interesting application of using the IBM blockchain platform, where they're not just looking at first mile transparency, they're also looking at connecting the consumers with the first mile. So you're creating a kind of crowdfunding element, which helps you address another one of the challenges, which is, okay, we can do transparency. We can surface where products came from to the consumers to increase engagement or interest in that. But we can also use those particular individuals to crowdsource funding to help with the next level of issues that we need to address in digitization and transformation, right? So you're not just relying on the retailers or the stockists of those products to fund that by a greater margin. You're also allowing the opportunity for crowdfunding, which anybody who's watched the blockchain and open source community over the last 10 years will see that the trillions, near at least billions of dollars of investment that's come from individuals, private organizations, private people, not just capital markets, can drive transformation. And that's hugely powerful, as well as all the data and automation stuff you can fit underneath.
I think it's simple to try and assume that a one-size-fits-all, like a public blockchain, would be best for the world. But it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, right? For trade, for electronic trade, there are some things that need to be kept private between trading partners. But I can say that there is one particular use case where a public blockchain would be very useful. Is one for but the one real dead ringer example for where a public blockchain would be great is disclosure management, right? So this is around organizations publishing their financial data, especially ESG data, from a corporate social responsibility reporting, like Global Reporting Initiative and so on, right? That will be immensely useful, because then we can transparently see, how an organization is adhering to set principles. But more importantly is, you can have one company that's whistle clean in terms of its sustainability objectives, but it may be in a supply chain network where the other actors are actually the worst performers, right? So do you want to actually invest in that company that's in an overall network that's really underperforming, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, that is exactly what we're building with Open Food Chain. So this open public blockchain, we use the Bitcoin technology stack there. So we don't use Ethereum. Because we want to keep it very simple, and we want to have the possibility of triple entry accounting, right? So you know that all the balances add up. So you know that certification is 100% correct. To, in the end, build a reliable ESG reporting infrastructure.
So I think there's going to be, I think it's going to be a hybrid world. So it's fit for purpose.
It will.
Right? I don't think
Everything will be hybrid. That's why we don't need standards.
There'll be public networks, there'll be private networks, and in fact, it sounds like there may be many public networks, so we may have an interoperability challenge there as well, right? So I think it's going to, stitching that together is going to be the challenge for everybody, right? So we're down to the last
interoperability, because in food that's massive. If you go to whatever food company, you enter the digital backdoor, you see this spaghetti of this really. I don't think anybody will sort of see that mess that's in there, which is in other industries, right? Yeah,
I would have to argue strongly that you absolutely have to have standards, right? Because without standards, how are you going to master data around product codes? All those sorts of things are extremely important for the supply chain. How can we have supply chains without barcodes? Somebody talked about QR codes, right? Yeah, so all those, barcodes and QR codes are carriers for standard identifiers, right? We've got to have standards in the market, otherwise supply chains don't work.
Maybe to nuance my statements, we don't need new standards. We have enough standards. We need to start applying them.
Indeed.
Okay, this is a great discussion, by the way.
Did we even get past the second question, Julian? We did all this diligent preparation, reams of paperwork we've been through, and all the preparation for this. We've got the last question too.
Okay, and are we then? Because I think interoperability is a major topic. That has been our key driver for the architecture of open food chain. Can we test it with IBM, with Food Trust? Do we sort of make a public commitment to try and test the interoperability of our systems?
I think
that sounds like a ton of fun.
Cool.
It does.
Recorded.
Okay.
Immutable.
So, and ultimately, you said about open source, and actually within Hyperledger, we have about 3 or 4 projects around interoperability. There's a whole community out there working, trying to stitch the world together, not just in food and everywhere. But a great place is to get involved with the communities. Multiple communities are all trying to work on these technologies together. Open source.
There's another level on this one, Julian, which is
Hyperledger involved here too. So we're going to go out of this panel with a good discussion and a commitment to work on the interoperability.
We have 3 minutes and 23 seconds left. So what I would like to do now in these last journey, right, is maybe talk a little bit about your lightning round, right? So how do you believe where we are today in terms of resilience and ethical conditions in the supply chain for food today? And then maybe in 5 years and 10 years, between 1 and 10. So I'm going to start with, actually, I'll just do it 2. Today and in 10 years' time, between 1 and 10. So where are we today and where will we be in 5 years' time? 5 years, make 5 years. And I'll start with you, Marieke.
Okay. Today, on a scale of 1 to 10, today we are at 3. And in 10 years, you wanted to have to 10 years, we have to be at 10, and we will be at 10.
10 is too long.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Let's do 5 then. Let's do 5. Where will we be in 5? 10 as well?
We have to be at the 10. So we have to move from a 3 to a 10. That is just a necessity of us to feed everybody and not end up in massive wars. We have wars anyway, just to keep the peace going. So I don't think that's an option. That is, we have to do that. How we do it, that's a different question.
Okay, this is 3 and 10. So, because we're going to have the same conversation in 10 years' time, and I'm going to keep you to this, right? So, Levine, what's your view of where we are now? And
I'm going to be a little more granular than that. I'm going to say at a tech level, we're at level 3. But business, we're lagging far behind. We're at a level 1. We're only just scratched the surface of the art of the possible. Yeah. And in 5 years, I'm not going to say 10 years because that's too far long. We might have some other technology. So in 5 years, I would say tech will still be leading. Tech will be at a 7, but business will be catching up quite closely. It should be at a level of 5.
Okay, so you're 1 and 5 still by that time. And Anthony, and then we're going to talk to our facilitator.
No way.
I dare not disagree with Marieke. So I think that the current state of play is about a 3 in terms of maturity. But I think I'm going to be granular in my predictions, saying I think we're going to get to about a 6 in 5 years. And the reason that is that this is a people problem. That we have the technology available today, we have the standards available today. 5 years is barely even one CEO cycle. And if you look at the leaders who are going to be responsible for implementing this change, in 5 years, you're probably not even going to see half of the large companies change its top leadership team. And so as a result, I think that's going to be the result, the reason why we will still be lagging in 5 years' time. I see progress being made every day, and I'm very optimistic about progress coming forward. But the scale of that progress globally is driven and hindered by people, not by technology.
Yeah, but come on, with IBM, Hyperledger, and a new fork, we must get some pace in that change.
So I think I think in the end it's about community, right? There'll be many opinions about what you can do. Diversity of opinion is an awesome thing, right? So I'm really glad to hear the conversation today. And I think I have to pass though. I have to say thank you to Anthony, Levine, and Marieke. That was an awesome conversation. Thank you. I hope it won't take 10 years before we do this again. Let's do that again soon. Everyone out there, please get involved. This is a great platform, I think, for all this. So I pass now back to my facilitator.
Well, I actually just wanted to react to what you all have been saying, and I really enjoyed listening to you because it was so informative, but also just very funny. I don't know if you guys realized that, but it was just interesting to watch, you know?
I'm glad we provided value from an entertainment perspective as well as from the content.
Yeah, you know, it is a little bit of a buzzword maybe, but it was a piece of infotainment for sure.
And we didn't use the buzzword. We actually had an agreement that the one we have to sort of take the count. The one who mentions the B word less wins.
It sounds like a drinking game.
Julian wins because he barely got a word in edgeways the entire time.
Yeah. You know,
I'm happy with that.
It's not that I'm trying to. It's not that I'm trying to promote anything, but it sounds a little bit like a drinking game. Like if you want to make sure that somebody doesn't mention a certain word too many times, right?
Exactly. The only thing that's lacking is the champagne here.
Yeah, I wish we could have a special edition like that, maybe in 10 years' time or maybe a little bit earlier. So Julian, since you have been the moderator of this, I wanted to ask just for your genuine reflection on everything, because I feel like you are probably the one who have had the least amount of time to share their opinion.
Yeah, and on a serious note, this is a serious subject, right? I think we see as food as ethical and resilience as such a key for all of us, right? And everyone here, despite the laugh, we're all working hard in that area, right? So I think it was great to hear about the fact that we need a trusted data. Standards are important. I think working on community, and I think more people get involved, more ideas, the better, right? So I think it was a great conversation, and we at Hyperledger are very much open for open source. We're an open community to come, and hopefully a neutral place for all this discussion to have. We are special interest groups, and we have people also develop code. You don't have to develop code to come and work with Hyperledger within our open source community. So yeah, we're all here to accelerate this development, because I think Marieke said we can't wait 10 years.
Yeah. Marieke, I actually wanted to react to one of the things that you have said, and thank you for saying that we should be in nutrients food system, but we actually are kind of in the sugar food system. So carbohydrates are definitely existing too often and too predominantly in our diets, right?
Yeah. No, and that is worrying. And on the bright side, there is a huge future of personalized nutrition. So in the end, with all your biometrical data that we're gathering on a daily, if not minute basis, if you have these beautiful things near you, they can be the key source to determine what sort of nutrients you need. So I think a beautiful future is very nearby, but we do need to flip it. We do need to flip it, and we need to flip it now.
Exactly. Let this be heard around the world. Thank you for saying that. And thank you very much, Julian, for wonderful moderating and just making it fun as well.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
It is a pleasure here in Warsaw as well, watching everybody and just hearing from you. Wow, that was quite a debate. So that was Julian, Anthony, and Marieke, and Levine. And I'm here for you. I'm actually here from you. My name is Matt Kautz, and I just wanted to let you know that I'm here to reply to your questions. I'm actually always on the chat, and I always also want to make sure that we are on top of everything, and that everybody who has a question or a comment to pass, then that voice will be distributed and that it actually will reach the audience. So I'm definitely the one who's connecting everybody and hopefully connecting the dots as well. Alrighty, so that was the future towards ethical and resilient food systems. This is 12:11 Central European time, which is exactly the time to talk about digital innovation and development in rural systems. And this is the moment to welcome the guests. And I'm so glad that Carmen, Idoia, and Sebastian, and Cosmas are here. So Carmen Galindo Rodriguez, EIT Food, Idoia Olabarrieta from ASTI, Sebastian Thide from the University of Twente, and Cosmas Alexopoulos from the University of Patras. And tell me, please, maybe we'll start with Idoia. What about my pronunciation? Was it bad or was it very bad?
It was not bad at all. Idoia Olabarrieta.
Idoia Olabarrieta.
Yes.
¿Hablas español?
Yes.
Ok, muy
Sí.
bien. ¿Y cómo estás hoy?
Muy bien.
Yo también, gracias. I just had an impromptu Spanish conversation, which I enjoy because I actually spent a month of this year in Spain, and I just wanted to make sure that I'm still with some contact with the language. But then Carmen Galindo Rodriguez is actually the moderator of this part. And so, Carmen, great to have you, first and foremost.
Thank you very much. And if you want, you can also practice Spanish with me.
Oh, tell me.
Where have you been?
Okay, so I've been too close to Alicante. And then close to Alicante, there's this smaller town, which is Benidorm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're
Enjoying
familiar.
the huge buildings and the sea.
Right, right. It actually is so incredible. Sometimes they call it the New York of the sea because you not only have the skyscrapers like you use to see in the big cities, but you also have a beautiful landscape of the sea. Have you ever been there?
I've been there a couple of times, yes.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
that's a good start. I hope people are interested in Benidorm as well. Though you are joining from some other place, where are you, Carmen?
I'm based in Bilbao, which is up north of Spain.
And where you guys have the Guggenheim Museum, right?
That's it.
It is a wonderful one.
Yeah, it is nice. Idoia is also around here.
If somebody is interested in like modern shapes and architecture, they should definitely come to Bilbao because it's just very picturesque and very modern.
Yes.
Look, Carmen, I've scrolled through your LinkedIn profile and I've seen that you're interested in ways to help us with the water scarcity problem. So that's like one of the issues that you are personally interested in, right?
I'm personally interested in, and I'm also working on that from the organization that we are working. We are, in that sense, we do to gather knowledge, to support entrepreneurs, to transfer knowledge in water-related technologies across Europe, with a special focus in Southern Europe. Yes.
So will the topic
correct.
of today be a little bit like that, or will it have to do with your other interests?
That's related to other interests. So we are here today to talk about you've mentioned digital innovation and rural development. The main focus of today will be the readiness for digital innovation and the potential for rural systems. So the topic of today and how the session is going to be is that I would like to present you a little bit of what we've been doing, a research that we've been doing in the readiness level and the level of adoption of certain technologies across the food industry in Europe. But before that, I would like to give the space to the speakers for them to present themselves in, let's say, a tweet. So maybe is that possible?
That sounds like a great plan. And so I will just give it over to you. So this is your time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So then maybe we can start with Cosmas. If you could introduce yourself in 2 sentences, so for the people to know.
Yes, thank you, Carmen. Hello, my name is Cosmas Alexopoulos. I work for the Laboratory for Manufacturing Systems and Automation at the University of Patras in Greece. And here I have the opportunity to present our project, T-Food, which is the teaching factory for the food industry, aiming to provide services that you will see later on to food industry.
Thank you very much, Cosmas. Now, if Sebastian, you would like to introduce yourself shortly.
Yeah, sure. So, hello everybody, Sebastian Tiede, University of Twente in the Netherlands. I'm calling in from Enschede, which is in the eastern part of the Netherlands. And I will talk about AI-based solutions for increasing the safety actually in food industry, but more on that later on.
Thank you. And finally, Idoia, if you can be on screen for 1 second.
Yes, hello, good morning to everybody. My name is Idoia Olavarrieta, as you already said. I'm from ASTI, a food research institute in the north of Spain, in Bilbao. I'm part of the Department of Sustainable and Efficient Food Processes. So I'm working with non-destructive sensors and trying to approach the 4.0 industry to food industry sector.
Thank you very much, Idoia. And well, even a few words about me. I'm Carmen Galindo, based in Bilbao, and I'm an agriculture engineer specialized in food production and dedicated now to support innovation in the agri-food sector. And I'm working in EIT Food for the CLC South, so covering the whole Mediterranean region. And we've prepared for you some slides, so if you could share. If you could share, I will try to find out where the mouse is here. Okay, so before we go to the main point, which is to discuss a little bit the readiness for digital innovation and the potential for rural systems, as we've mentioned before, I would like to give you a little bit of about the context of what EIT Food is for those that you don't have or you're not familiar with us. So EIT Food is the branch of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the EIT, that is working on the transformation of the food system. And we do so by promoting innovation, education, and entrepreneurship along 6 main focus areas. So alternative protein, sustainable agriculture, circular food system, among others. Through all the 6 areas that you have in the slide, EIT, together with partners, we are a partnership. We have a big partnership. We do support and work to enabling the digital transformation of the whole value chain, from production to the consumers, and always from the consumer's perspective. In this convention, in the Agri-D convention, there are many interesting sessions discussing the potential of blockchain, technologies to transform the agri-food system into a more sustainable and trustful one, which is also at the core of the EIT Food mission and vision. However, in this session, we are not going to talk about it exactly. We are going to ask ourselves if the food industry is ready for it, and more specifically, the European food industry. We must not forget that in Europe, 99% of the companies in the food industry is composed of SMEs, accounting for 43% of the turnover and added value of the sector. And to answer that, we are going to share here some insights from a survey that EIT Food launched last year, in which we asked not only ourselves, but also 474 food SMEs across Europe if they were ready for the adoption, in this case, of artificial intelligence. Similarly to blockchain, artificial intelligence and related advanced tools have a great potential within the sector. When used properly, it can contribute to increasing the efficiency and the sustainability of the sector, and of course, its competitiveness. The key outcomes of the survey can be downloaded in the QR code that you have in the screen, because today I will only present a few results, some food for thought. Otherwise, we could be here for ages discussing it. One thing that I want to highlight or remark is that this survey was focusing on companies with 10 to 250 employees. So small and small and medium companies operating in the food and beverage sector in France, Germany, Italy, Poland, and Spain, and covering the food manufacturing sector and the fresh product manufacturing. Within SMEs, we've put the focus in the small and medium-sized company, not in the macro-sized company, because these are the companies that are basically in a better position to invest in new tools and the ones that have the largest potential for embracing the digital transformation. And still, I must say, spoiler alert, that they are not there yet fully, but we will come to this point in a little bit. Now, we come to the interesting part, which are some of the key findings. So, 60% of the companies that participated in the survey declared that they understand the potential of artificial-based technologies at production level for things such as management of stock, quality assurance, resource efficiency, equipment maintenance. But for other business areas, such as human resources, for instance, this potential or this perception is not as positive. So people do not understand how can artificial intelligence can bring to them. One of the conclusions that we extract from here is that while the return on investment to be made for embedding artificial intelligence at processing and manufacturing level, and even for supply chain management, can be measured in terms of resources efficiency and productivity, among others, the return on investment for tools to measure performance, organize schedules, design capacitation plans, support hiring processes, the return is not that visible and immediate, so the understanding is less clear. And all of that is reflected somehow in the type of technologies that they declare to be using, so mainly robotics, sensing technology or machine learning solutions. And still, 60% of the respondents declare not having any kind of artificial intelligence-based technology. But this survey was not only about gathering the data with, yes, I use artificial intelligence, no, I don't, or I don't know what you're talking about, I don't have a clue of what it is. We wanted to understand what's going on in the sector, and that's why we also collected information in how people is gathering, storing, and processing the data. When it comes to data gathering and storage, the first figure is promising. So 79% of the European food SMEs gather and store data in some way. Most of the data that is collected is dumped into Microsoft Excel and enterprise resource planning system, although with most of the times with low level of consolidation. And this results in that most of the data is being analyzed at department level with limited visibility in the higher levels, and consequently sometimes the impact is also limited. And in fact, if you see the last figure, the figure in the bottom, out of the data that is collected, less than 50% is actually being analyzed by the companies. Another finding for this survey is that 37% of the respondents pointed out that their management board doesn't understand what artificial intelligence is, and consequently its potential. The difference in understanding and perception at management level board results in significant differences between companies when it comes to their readiness level. The companies that perceive the benefits of artificial intelligence are the ones that are actually putting more efforts and resources in collecting, analyzing, and adopting the required methods and processes for its implementation. Now, some points or some figures on what does the future look like. As I'm talking now, it may be not so positive, but there are plans and there are ways and things are changing, and that's for sure. So the reality, but the reality is that independently of the perception, from the companies that we got response from, only 12% of the SMEs have the plans for investing in artificial intelligence in the near future. Talking about the near future, the following 2 years, so 2021 and 2022. This survey was done in the summer of 2020, and all the data was processed right after work. So, but in any case, more than half of the respondents don't have the plan, and the rest don't know, they don't know, or they have not decided yet, or they didn't have information to respond properly to this answer. But this is especially true for the companies within the fresh product manufacturing sector. We interview companies from the fresh product manufacturing sector and also from the food manufacturing sector. So they both levels of transformation. So what is preventing the adoption of artificial intelligence technologies in this case? And the top barriers that have been identified during the study are, most of them, or the most important ones, are related to personnel. So as a general rule, less than 5% of the employees in the companies have the understanding about what artificial intelligence could bring to their business. The other point that was discussed, what does the relevant profiles such as data engineers, data architects, or data scientists are scarce and difficult to engage. And also, one of the things to consider is that while the implementation itself of such tools can be solved through external providers, having people in-house with a relevant skill is actually necessary to identify which areas could benefit from the digital transformation and different type of tools. And the rest of the barriers that were identified were related to the lack of investment support and also concern on data security. So we also thought what could be done to accelerate the overall digital transformation of the food system, including the adoption of artificial-based solutions, or the topic of today's Congress, blockchain, and they are not exclusive. So the number one accelerator that has been identified would be related to the access of practical models and testing environments to prove how different technologies will work and the impact that it will have in their business. That's something that Idoia, Cosmas, and Sebastian will be developing further what they are doing in this regard. And this these testbed environments and the option for testing, together with the availability of use case by other players, especially bigger players or similar companies to them, and the access to finance to support the transformation, will be of help to prove the return on investment for these companies in advance, so they don't, let's say, under risk the investment that they need to do to adopt these technologies. Just to finalize this long introduction and the presentation, I would like to mention that this survey has been done by Food in the framework of a cross-sectoral project in which we've been collaborating, and we are collaborating with EIT Manufacturing and EIT Digital. So in 2020, last year, we did collaborate with several of our partners all across Europe to understand how testbed could benefit or could be used to foster the digital transformation of the food industry. What are the characteristics that such environment should have to be useful? And some of the things that we discussed and we highlighted was that accessibility and versatility of the testbed are key features that a testbed should have for making an impact. And we also identified, together with also ASTI represented here by Idoia, we work on identifying which will be the key areas that will benefit from the use of advanced tools the most for reducing waste, increase efficiency, promote the circularity of the food system. At this point, I would like to highlight the importance of collaborating between universities, research centers, tech suppliers, and manufacturers. It was vital for the definition of the testbed environment. It was vital to decide how a testbed should be, and also for the final delivery of impact, which is the final goal. And well, for last year, based on the result of all this work, we launched a call for proposal to support the implementation of end-to-end digitalized production testbeds, which are today, and this call resulted in test beds selected for being co-funded by the 3 KICs, each of them working in a different area or sector. And here is Idoia, Cosmos, and Sebastian that will be presenting each of them. So they will present what they are doing, and we will have some questions. And also, if after the panel there is some time left, we will be very happy to take some questions also for the audience. So at this point, I think it's time for Idoia to present. So I will give you the floor, Idoia.
Thank you, Carmen. So first, well, you can put the slides also. The first testbed that I'm going to present, it's iFishCan. This testbed came up after studying the difficulties that the fish transforming industry was having for adopting digitalization. So fish canning industry is a very strong sector in the north of Spain and in Portugal with a high economical impact. So we thought that it was a good option and opportunity to do something about it. But even if it's a strong sector, almost all the companies that they are in this sector, they are small, and the way of producing is quite artisanal. So this was making them quite reluctant to any innovation and dealing with digitalization. They do not prioritize this issue. And they also told us that they needed some successful cases before believing in digitalization and artificial intelligence before investing on that. So this testbed wanted to fill this gap and give the opportunity to these small, sometimes very small companies to have a tool to check the impact of digitalization in a non-disturbing way. So next one. Okay. So the three main problems of issues of the food industry and specifically of the fish industry are the use of resources like energy, electricity, and water, and also the problem with the waste and losses of food, which is a very inefficient point of the process. So this testbed wanted to tackle these three problems. So we wanted to design, implement, and demonstrate a food loss and waste and environmental monitoring system for this fish manufacturing industry with some three features and objectives: to have a real-time detection and localization of food loss and waste even along all the chain of the process, to generate a predictive and prescriptive action plan to avoid the mitigation of such losses, and control over the environmental impact indicators such as carbon and water footprints to improve the sustainability. And some characteristics that I wanted to remark is that we wanted to do it as simple as possible, not to scare this industry when offering this test bed. Next one. Carmen. To integrate the data acquisition capabilities with relatively simple and low-cost sensors. I mean, not to do it as simple as possible. We wanted to start with sensors that they already are using in the industry, such as flow meters, energy meters, and so to do it as simple as possible. Next one. The important thing that we wanted is to using a plug-and-play concept with these sensors. I mean, we wanted to disturb as less as possible. So we wanted to this testbed to be non-invasive for them not to have any problems and not to put any inconvenience when they were producing, which were the thing that they were asking us all the time, not to be invasive in their production. And then, so with that, we wanted to do a creation of a digital infrastructure capable of monitoring this controlled food losses, water, and energy use for them in a parallel way. And finally, so the aim was to do, as I mentioned before, to allow to take prompt and corrective actions, and that to reduce food losses and improve not only sustainability, but also the efficiency of the process. Next one. So the important thing for the general 4.0 industry is the data acquisition and the data collection. So for this reason, we put a lot of effort to define very well the flow of the processes, to decide the key parameters of the process that they must be in this testbed to be able of getting the results we wanted. So in this case, we have two companies involved, one of sardine canning industry and another of tuna canning industry. So what we did was to study both flow processes, and also study other type of fish canning process at the end, to do like a template that could be adapted to any kind of fish production, fish canning processing in the future. And as I commented before, we try to put in those in the critical points weight, electrical energy, and water flow meters in order to gather all the data. And moreover, particular attention was given to the communication capabilities of these sensing technologies to ensure that the testbed could use this data in a very easy way, and also that when we do the plug and play of these sensors in another company, all the connectivity, it's okay. So the important three features of this solution was that it was portable. I mean, we could change this testbed and use and test it in several companies. Flexible and scalable. Flexible because we want this testbed to be adapted to be adapted to any kind of fish canning industry, and scalable. I mean, we started with the very basic sensors, just to do it simple for start with, but with the capabilities of inserting and adding more and more sensors with the time. For example, quality sensors and so on, that could also improve and give more value, added value to this testbed. So in the practice, to develop this testbed, we did it in 3 layers. The first layer, and the important one, was to start selecting the sensors and the IOT platform. In this sense, we developed two communication channels. One for the second layer, Carmen. From this layer, we go to the second layer, in which a software was developed specifically designed for the fish canning industry, in which it was very visual and easy to use, and capable of communicate also with other type of softwares of the company, like ERP and so on. And the next communication channel, it was for communicating this to artificial intelligence platform, which is the layer 3. In which, in this layer, the prediction and of the indicators defined in the beginning, like the environmental water and carbon footprint and food loss waste indicators, could be predicted. So, and that could give added value to the testbed. So to finish, the aim of this testbed is already, I must say before, this testbed is already integrated in Portugal in the sardine canning industry. We are estimated to start it running in December and get for the beginning of the next year already a result of it. Our aim was to reduce in 10% the food loss during the production, from 5 to 10% the reduction of energy, and from 5 to 20% water reduction. And finally, I must only to give thanks to all the partners of this testbed for the nice work that they are doing. So that's all. So thank you. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Idoia, for the presentation. It was actually interesting to know how you're doing and how the testbed is structured. We are a little bit behind time, so I'm going to do only one question, which is that it's related to one of the findings that we had with the surveys. So one of the things that we pointed out is that companies, SMEs, could benefit from such type of testbed environment. So I would like to understand how you will make this testbed accessible for the food SMEs. How do you plan to commercialize it?
What we wanted is to hire, to these 3 layers, hire for some time during in the plant that it's interested. So as it's not invasive, they can go on with the production and at the same time check the impact of this tool in their business. So our aim is to get interest of the companies and to rent the testbed for some months, because you need some time to get data, and after that time, so they can decide if they invest in properly in the tools that we offer or not. So that was the aim or the objective of the commercialization.
Okay, thank you very much. And so it will be a portable and not invasive, so they won't feel the workload will not be workflow will not be affected. That's great. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's a pity we don't have more time, but for now, the next in line will be Cosmas presenting T-Food. So Cosmas, the floor and the screen and the presentation is yours.
Thank you, Carmen. Our project is called Teeth Food. It is named that is Teeth Factory for the food industry. Here the objective is to apply and test some Industry 4.0 technologies that I will talk about in the next slides in order to improve some of the processes in dairy industry that is producing milk or milk products. And we believe that there are some technologies there that can help them to improve several aspects of their production. In the next slide, we will see the first setup that we are building, the first pilot. Here the objective is to provide to using robotic technology and artificial intelligence technology to be able to help the workers, the people working in the milk production company, to package different products with different characteristics into different mixes, in order to be provided to the market. So here the objective is, because this type of mixed packaging is a kind of ad hoc request and requires a lot of planning, critical planning of the production. By introducing this type of automation technology, we can help the overall improvement and the throughput of the process. And as explained, the idea is to be able to take products from two different stacks with different characteristics, and based on the request from the customer, to be able to create those in mixed packaging environment. But for that, we require artificial intelligence to be able to recognize which parts are there and which parts are needed to be picked and packaged into the packaging compartment, and also to be able to create the proper mix. So this application really is there to support one of the steps of the production. And here we see in the current setup, of course, this is ongoing. Here we are using collaborative robot in order to be able to recognize the position of the part. The position of the part is not on fixed places, but it can be in different areas within the room that we are in the working area that we are investigating, because we want to make this setup to be flexible, non-intrusive, not to add additional automation and additional equipment to help the process. It should be as easy as just to bring in the robot and help the process to be performed. So we need a very good object detection and identification algorithms to be in place, proper with adequate position, identifying and recognizing the position of the objects. And then this information can be used by the robot to perform the pick and place activity correctly. So this is something we have already developed, and now we are in the process of presenting the solution to our industrial partner and evaluate aspects such as time, usability, and things like that. The second pilot, the first pilot was on the production. The second pilot is on providing IoT technology to be there on the field, to take information on the product, which is the milk, like the temperature and other information that is of interest for the milk producer and also for the farmer, so as to optimize using AI to optimize the whole process, to optimize the conditions that the milk will be transferred to the factory, and also to prepare the tanks and the silos in the factory to be in adequate conditions for the milk to be used in this environment. So this is a second pilot Here we want to develop the IoT device and the AI that utilizes the IoT data in order to prepare for the production. And a third activity is what we call the teaching factorization. There we have built a communication with the industry because we want to share knowledge how these developments have been performed, and also from the industry to get the requirements in order to help us develop the solution. So it's a concept that we have developed in our lab that brings together the industry with the companies and help knowledge exchange, information exchange, and do that over the internet with the specific tools that we have in place. Now, very quickly, what we expect as an impact: reduction of wastage during in the primary and in the farmer, and also in the food, because now the milk will reduce the milk that is not in a proper condition because of the IoT devices, and also reduction in the lead time by introducing this automation technology. Thank you for your time, and yeah, this was the presentation. Now we can have questions.
Actually, I think we are a little bit late, so we are gonna. Sorry, Cosmas, but we are gonna give the floor directly to Sebastian, so you can present a little bit of what you're doing at SAFE. Please.
Okay, so I will do it quick and give just a brief insight into the last test bed that's presented here. It's called SAFE. So if you show the slides, maybe then I can refer to that. So the project SAFE is also one of those test beds as a combination of the AgriDigital food and manufacturing. If you yes, and it's a different application here. It's really about the safety test beds through AI for food production environment. So we said, okay, of course, food industry, as we heard today, is a very important industry, and actually also very relevant from the point of view of accidents. So just in Germany, over 30,000 notifiable accidents are happening just in this sector, and altogether, a large reason for that behind that is actually equipment accidents with material handling equipment. So that's what we are addressing here. To make it very short, if you click one further, please. The approach that we are taking here, can you click one further? Yes. So of course, there are some safety measures for those kind of things in place, but those are rather passive. Maybe you know those lights that are attached to forklifts or some tech-based systems, but they are still inherently not providing complete safety. And so that's the approach here in SAFE, that we say, okay, we have an optical sensor and a combination with AI methods that allows to predict both people and logistic elements, for example, forklifters, and that has a lot of advantages. I think I need to cut it short, so we go one further. So we can actually prevent accidents before they happen and give a warning to, for example, forklifters, drivers, and the people. If you go one, please. And here you see how it practically works, but there are more applications behind that. So there is a warning for forklifters, but this is based on a larger system, central system that takes care about all these issues. And there are a lot of advantages of those systems compared to other more passive systems, but I want to at least show you the overview about the setup. If you go two further, please. And that's the last one then. One more, please. This is the setup, because we are realizing that in a couple of test beds. So there are 2 university test beds at TU Braunschweig together with the startup Probability. That's also the project lead. Then here at the University of Twente, and 2 industrial test beds, one in Spain with Bemasa and AI Talentum, and one in Lithuania with R21 and Brainmore. So 2 food industries where we apply that prototypically. And I think I need to cut it, unfortunately, that short. So I'm thanks very much.
Wow.
That was a very short.
That was a very short version and a very neat, clear, and record in presentation. So congratulations, and thank you so much for making it possible. I don't know if we would have some time, extra time for questions, but I'm assuming people is on hold for the next session. So I would like to thank you, the three of you, for participating in the panel and to present your work, and thank you for the organizers for inviting us to attend to the event and to have the chance to present what we are doing. What do you think?
Toda la gente. I just wanted to say that you guys were great. So that is my perspective. And I know that all of you are Spanish speakers. Is that correct?
No.
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 So who is? You are, Carmen, and I think Idoia is, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay. So Cosmas, if you could just say hi to all the people who are watching the conference in your language, I guess that would be in Greek.
Yes, hello. Γεια σας. Thank you. Σας ευχαριστώ. Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, Sebastian, could you do the same in your native tongue?
My native language is actually German, but I'm in the Netherlands, so goedemiddag and guten Tag to everybody.
Graag gedaan, dankjewel. That was great, and thank you very much all for being here. It was great, and we indeed have so much more coming up. So thank you again. And yes, we are moving forward. And actually, this is also the moment, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that we've been doing pretty fine. We've been doing very well when it comes to this conference. We've reached the world, and it's not an overstatement. Actually, we have a map that will show you what this has been like. And the map is really amazing because we've reached all the 6 continents in the world, and we've been in more than 65 different countries. So that is so incredible. Our live feed has touched upon people in 65 different countries, both Pine and YouTube. So thank you very much for watching us there as well. And so we are here to tell you that agriculture and food are really the global focal topic. And it's just so evident by the global community that is joining us here today. We've been really impressed. And I wonder if we are going to be able to present the graphics, but we are certainly working on it. Actually, more information coming up. At 2 p.m., blockchain research and development in Indian agriculture. That's something that will be presented on the tech stage, and helping small and marginal farmers in India, which is actually an interactive presentation at demo stage. These two will start at 2 p.m. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we have those 2 great stages which we would like you to visit as well. But that will be after a break. And this actually is the great map. So I'm so impressed to look at all the countries. You can see that in certain areas, just like Germany, I suppose, there are so many viewers. There's also many viewers in other places like the United States. But we also have quite the fan base in India. Wow, I'm very impressed. And Spain, of course, the UK, those are in darker shades of blue. And that definitely doesn't make anyone feel blue. It actually is something to cherish and to celebrate. Because guess what? I'm just really impressed by the organizers, by Adam from Cropley, but also by OES, which is online event support. We've been putting this together for you, for everybody here live from Warsaw, and we're just enjoying every single minute of it. So how about we come back to the same place at 2 p.m., supporting the transition to a more sustainable agri-food value chain with Alicia Noel from Cultivati. So that is something coming up. Make sure to stay tuned. Actually, we've prepared some great videos in the break, so make sure to be close to your screens. Thank you, everybody, and see you at 2 p.m., which is exactly in 60 minutes. Yes. If you think of it, it's amazing how the pandemic has reorganized our world. And it's just revolutionized so many aspects of our lives. Our workplaces have changed, how we commute, how we go around the city, and also how we achieve our goals together. I guess new technologies have opened so many opportunities. Actually, let me show you where some of this change is happening.
Nowadays, many clients struggle with technology and they're afraid of going online. That's why we are here. We are helping our clients to find the perfect solution that will fit your needs.
So we use green screen technology in our production. And is it challenging? Yes. Is it rewarding? Definitely. So most TV and film productions use green screen in order to enhance the visual aspect of the whole image. So if you are good in this game, you simply earn extra points for your clients.
Just having satisfied customers isn't good enough anymore. If you really want a booming business, you have to create raving fans.
The biggest problem of online events? Well, engagement. And so as a professional MC, I find it challenging to make sure that everybody feels included. And that is why I always hold a tablet in my hand when I'm on the stage, but also off stage. And so I want to make sure that I know what's going on in the chat.
I call out people's names and read their comments out loud, it matters because it will leave them with conversations to remember. I want to make them feel included, and I want to make sure that these conversations matter. And so that is the number one question. How do you make the audience engaged? It's all about the team. And the team of people with common aim is simply everything. Look, I want to make sure that even if I struggle, even if I make mistakes, there's somebody who's having my back. And do we have this team? Yes, we do.
Sometimes when I work as a director, I have to say no when people don't stick to the plan. Being a good director for me is stick to it. And of course, being ready for some unexpected situations, deal with them, and then go back to the plan. Because self-discipline is that what I like and what I believe in.
We make it happen. It's not the question if we are able to do it. It's the question of how we are going to do it.
The client doesn't want to deal with copycat. The client wants to deal with mindful, passionate, and goal-oriented partner. And we want to be this very partner. We want to make the difference. We want to be the change.
Hello, everybody. This is the Agri-D convention, and I'm so glad that you're joining back for the second half of the show. Actually, 6 hours are already passed. They have passed, but we are still waiting for some very promising 6 more hours, because actually it's 2 p.m. and we're here until 8 p.m. and that's Central European time. In case you wonder how to pronounce this strangely looking first name, then it's Maciej, but actually Matt, if you just call me Matt, that's still fine. And then my last name is Kautz. That's a German word. What a wonderful world, but Kautz actually means a small owl. And so owl is a pretty nice bird. It actually is quite a friendly one. And owls are smart, but they are also a little bit odd. Like some people would say that they're a little bit strange. And the reason why I'm saying that is that because in German there's also this Kreutzig word, which doesn't really say anything good about people who have such a last name, because Kreutzig is weird in German. So I hope you guys don't have this impression of me as being weird. But that's what last names are. Like, we don't really get to choose them. And I'm actually fine with my last name, even if it sometimes may cause some troubles. I wonder how you are, and if you've enjoyed your lunch, and if you are coming back, and how are you feeling? Those are actually some of the questions that I've just asked on the chat, because, yes, I'd like to chat. I wonder if anybody is there, because actually nobody even replied. And that makes me wonder, because what if actually nobody's watching? And like, does that make us wait a little bit longer? Or what's there to do? I hope that somebody comes here and says, hello, Maciej, we're doing fine. You just haven't seen us, but we're still here. Well, but I still see that I'm the only one commenting. Amboge is attending from Australia, so she is joining as well. And she says that the glory of Australia will be shared with Nigeria. I like that, you know? I like that because Nigeria is also very well and very widely represented on this event. And we're just proud to tell you that more than 60 countries, in fact, 65 countries have joined this event. And so that means that people from this number of countries are with us. I'm just really impressed. Alicia Noel, good morning, Maciej. And so it's still morning where Alicia is joining from. And Millie is saying, hello, Maciej. We're here and ready. That's Peter. And tell us, since you guys are already on the line, I'd like to hear more from you. Would you please tell me what your expectations are for the event, or like how we can address your needs, and maybe what type of farming you are involved in. Alicia, great to have you.
Good morning, Maciej. This morning, I'm just looking forward to a really good conversation with Ricardo and Sam. We met the other day, and the two of them are really sitting at an interesting, they're at the center of this world where we're building new technologies and implementing technologies to improve food systems, not just the agriculture itself, but the entire system for the benefit of all. So I'm really excited to discuss that with the two of them today. Yeah. And then later on a panel with Bernard Kowach from the World Food Program and other people from GitHub and other amazing organizations talking about how technology, including blockchain and DLT, is being used for social good, for the benefit of all.
Yeah, and you know, thank you for doing this, because this is actually quite a swift introduction to what's coming up soon. And thank you for mentioning all of those points. I'm actually glad that you will be the moderator for the first debate. But before that actually starts, I wanted to ask you about your fields of interest, because if I'm not mistaken, you hold a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology and Education. And I wonder if that helps you in your work in agriculture, for example.
I think certainly education helps everyone, as does psychology. I know that a lot of people now are getting very specialized degrees in business or technology, and it's important to have those skills. And one thing I really appreciate about having had a liberal arts education is that it teaches you how to learn and continue learning. And because I meet with people from all over the world and go on farms all over the world with people often with whom I don't have a language in common, it's really important to think about how do I make people comfortable so that they're willing to share their challenges with me, so that I can work with companies and help them design platforms and design solutions to the challenges.
Yeah.
A few years ago, I was,
Can you tell me about one of the approaches that you use with people whom you visit and whom you don't share your language with? So, like, how do you relate to them?
Well, I know that in a lot of places, people are never going to forget that I'm a foreigner just based on my appearance. A few years ago, while I still lived in China, I spent most of my time in Beijing, but did visit other parts of China. And companies in China, in Beijing and elsewhere were asking me, where can we source safe food products, whether that be meat, whether that be produce. And I knew a lot about things on the coast, but I wanted to know about agriculture in central China and far western China. So I went to Xinjiang, which is in the news right now for a lot of things, and spent weeks on a farm there. And I have very basic Mandarin. And there was no way anyone was going to forget that I'm a foreigner.
Right.
But I was in the field with them pruning trees. I was harvesting honey. I was working with, I was cracking almonds with the back of an axe, squatting in front of a tree trunk so that we could do that. Because when you're working side by side with people, the differences fall away.
I love that. I love that, Alicia. And actually, I wanted to relate to that too, because that was the very beginning of the food chain, actually, where things are being harvested, or where you can take the fruits and all of that. But it also made me think of preparing meals together, because many times you are with people whom you don't know and you don't share a language, but yet the fact that you're in the kitchen together preparing that really helps a lot, and it really works on this incredible level.
Oh, definitely. When you come together to prepare food and to share food, you're building relationship, you're building community. And I think that this is something that we need more of around the world right now. Often I see the differences being focused on, but we also have so much in common. It doesn't matter where people are from. We are all human. We all eat. We all want to connect with other people.
Yeah. This world is a very polarizing place right now. And I appreciate you saying that we should instead focus on our commonalities and the things that connect us to each other, rather than the tiny things that sometimes are expanded unnecessarily. So Alicia Noel is from Cultivati, Riccardo Acolla is from Ripe.io, and Sam Aloni is from Agoro Carbon Alliance. And it's great to be with the three of you. I actually wanted our viewers to see all the faces that and all the names that we are going to meet.
Great, thank you. Right now, I can't see Sam and Ricardo on the line. Can you see them?
Yes, so the trick is I'm just going to look in one of those cameras, and I will tell everybody that this is the official intro of this panel. And so after a few seconds, we're officially kicking it off, Alicia.
Great, thank you so much.
Perfect. So the stage is yours, Alicia and Ricardo and Sam. Great to have you. I'm now passing the torch to Alicia.
Maciej, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. It's great to be here this morning. I want to start, we've got some great speakers who are very knowledgeable on what they're doing. And I'd like to start by asking you both to introduce yourself. So Ricardo, could you share with the audience a bit about yourself, your background, and RIPE and the work you do there?
Sure. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Sam. And thanks for the organizer for having me on this panel. I'm really excited about the panel and the conference. So, Ricardo Acolla, I'm Director of Digital Food Science with RIPE.io, and my background is actually in sensory science and taste perception. And I spent most of my career managing ingredient innovation, the process from its discovery all the way to the commercialization of novel ingredients that go into food products. And I could appreciate how the success of that product depended on a clear understanding of the entire supply chain, and how our industry, if you look at the agri-food industry at large, is still hindered by lack of communication among different actors, lack of transparency, and obviously lack of digitization. So I was extremely excited 3 years ago when I had the opportunity to join RIPE.io, as we share the same mission of bringing more transparency in the agri-food supply chain. And I joined on a project to digitize taste of produce based on growing, distribution, and storage conditions. And what RIPE.io does is we have a software platform that applies blockchain technology to digitize, record, and provide access of information about traceability, quality, and sustainability of food and ingredients. The objective is to really allow each participant of the supply chain to share a single and trusted record of the life cycle of food, from its production, passing through transformation, distribution, and retail, all the way to provide visibility to the consumer. So think about monitoring quality and sustainable production of cocoa beans from West Africa, ending up in a chocolate bar in the UK, involving multiple farms, traders, certifications, manufacturers. So the more complex and distributed the supply chain is, the better is the case for a decentralized shared digital record such as blockchain. And I want to finish this introduction just by mentioning one important consideration, that blockchain alone can hardly bring value if it is not part of a comprehensive data management strategy and system that, in my opinion, needs to focus on 3 aspects. Provide a solid data acquisition standard, so making sure that data are reliable, comprehensive, but also that they can communicate from one system to another. The second part is data trust. Beyond providing security that the system cannot be hacked, we need to provide also the confidence that sources of data can be verified. And the third point, we're going to discuss about that in the panel, I think, is scalability. So any new technology or new approach needs to be bringing change at scale. So with that in mind, we need to make sure that technology is adapted to scale.
Thank you, Ricardo. I think you've raised some very important points, and some of what I want to come back to is digitization and how much of what we're doing right now is digitizing, as well as blockchain is a tool as part of a whole system. It's not a standalone technology. So thank you, Ricardo, for introducing yourself. Sam, can you share with the audience a bit about yourself, your background, and the work that your company and the work that you're doing?
Of course. Hi, Alicia. Hey, Ricardo. Good to see you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. So I'm Sam Maloney. I'm the Director of Food Chain Development in the Agoro Carbon Alliance. I'm going to quickly represent myself, my professional background, and I'll speak a bit more on what Agoro does. So me professionally, I'm a lawyer converted to a tech entrepreneur. I'm originally from Tel Aviv, Israel, when I co-founded, sold a law firm, then embarked on a tech entrepreneur journey, both in the United States and in the past 7 years in Europe, in Berlin, where I live. And now I'm part of the Agoro Carbon Alliance. The Agoro Carbon Alliance is part of Yara International. It's a standalone venture sponsored by Yara International, which is one of the world's largest mineral fertilizer producers. And the reason we created the Agora Carbon Alliance is really help the food system to transform regenerative agriculture. And we're doing so by providing climate financing to farmers to transition to regenerative agriculture. Climate finance comes from two main sources. The first one is carbon credits. In that case, we work directly with the growers. We help them transition to regenerative agriculture. We quantify the emission reduction. We certify this. We sell carbon credits, and we also monetarily compensate the growers, of course. And the first business case, which is what I'm in charge of, is working with the food value chain. So this is where we work with very large food companies. We then help them reduce emissions on field with their own value chain through the supply chain. And I want to maybe one sentence on why are we really focusing not on the entire LCA, but only on on-field emissions. There are two main reasons. One of them is actually that's the vast majority of Scope 3 carbon emissions, almost regardless of the commodity. And the second reason is it's not only sources, but there's also a potential of sinks. So with increased soil organic carbon sequestration, we can also try to reverse climate change and also create positive impact on the farm itself through enhanced soil fertility.
Thank you. This is really innovative work. I'm really excited to be meeting with you today and hearing more about your company, because we look back at the recent WWF announcement about how improved climate action on food systems can deliver 20% of the global emissions reductions that we're looking for by 2050. So the work that you're doing is directly tied into this. So this morning for Ricardo and I, Sam this afternoon, we're talking about sustainability and how we're transitioning to more sustainable agriculture. So a lot of different people have different ideas about what sustainability is. I'm wondering if the two of you can each share your definitions, your working definitions of sustainability. So Sam, would you like to start?
Sure, I can quickly go. I think there are maybe three core aspects when we talk about sustainability. It's social, economic, and environmental. So when it comes to social, it's things like health, culture, gender, tradition, economic, income and trade, and environmental, things like water, biodiversity, and carbon emissions. And I think while all of these are very, very important, only a few are super urgent. So as also BlackRock recently said in one of their recent reports, they focus on the environmental part. And we kind of very much agree with that. And there are two reasons. The first one being it's super urgent. We really see the climate change accelerating in the past few years, and the cost of inaction is much higher than the cost of action. The second thing is there's actually lack of consensus of how to define or measure the other aspects. Mm-hmm. So while we look at production systems, we look at them very holistically and we try to include all of the practices. When we go into project execution, we look at this very tactically and we try to tackle climate mitigation first and foremost, and then roll out with more elements.
That's fascinating. That's really important. Thank you, Sam, for sharing that. Now, Ricardo, sustainability, how are you defining it? And right as well.
Yeah, so I think Sam gave a great definition that we share. So a sustainable food value chain is to us, to me and to RIPE, an equitable system across those three dimensions that Sam was talking about, so environmental, social, and economic. You know, Sam already mentioned some of the areas in those three dimensions that need to be addressed. I would say that, you know, obviously we already talked about the environment and the urgency of that. On the economic standpoint, I think it's very also important to define a a fairer system so that we can redistribute value and achieve fair economic returns and livelihood for all the actors, especially focusing on farmers that are so often squeezed by law or non-existing margins. So we at RIPE also focus on that aspect when we apply our technology. And I'd like to mention also something about the way to measure, because obviously for us, it is very important to have, again, standards that we can adopt and that we can be referring to when we talk about the data points on sustainability. And so there's still a lot of confusion about what standards should we adopt when we report on sustainable metrics. There are recent progresses, I would say, that are very, very promising. Major standards such as GRI and SESB that are joining forces to develop a common standard so that companies, entities across the food value chain will know what data points they need to report on, what is the unit measure, are the objectives for each data point. So it's very important that all the actors are using common standards to report on sustainability.
Thank you. I know standards are something that we really talk about, and they're especially important in building systems that will work in coordination with other systems. Sam, at Agora, which standards are you currently looking at, and how is this affecting the work that you're doing?
Yeah, it's a great question, Alicia. Thanks a lot. I think also in the recent weeks and months, there have been such major developments with different standards that we're just a bit, not all over the place, but we're really playing ball with them. On the carbon credit side, we're working with Vera, where we also write some new methodologies. Whereas when it comes to the value chain initiative, we are part of SustainCert, which is an organization by Gold Standard that is really set in place to solve the value chain challenges that are very specific and has slightly different standards on how to track emission reductions and how to certify them. And we are also part of the corporate group that advises Gold Standard and SustainCert, and we're also speaking in their launch event next week. So we're very proud of taking part of that and supporting these initiatives.
That's exciting. I look forward to watching that event and hearing more. Now, one thing that's come up a few different times is digitizing data. Both of you have mentioned that already this morning. And we're talking about measuring and tracking data. So I'm wondering, how do you go about implementing a sustainability-driven project? Because this is going to vary by country, by company, by region. Ricardo, can you start us off on this, please?
Yeah, for sure. It's obviously a very important and practical topic. So I would say that every time we start a sustainability-related project, and in general, even traceability or quality, it all starts with the assessment of the digitization level of the supply chain actor. So digitization and, let's say, the openness of the entities to technology is the first assessment that we do. And while we were born as a traceability software first, and then we developed assessment of quality and sustainability, traceability is still a necessary condition, because if we don't know what we are tracking, the progresses of what material, what entities we need to track from a sustainable standpoint, obviously it is difficult to give any sustainability assessment. So traceability is still a necessary condition. I want to mention that in terms of sustainability related project, we have, I would say, 2 or 3 different categories of projects. The first one is when an industry or client is asking us to digitize a sustainability framework that they have developed, and it is maybe on paper, it is not all together in the same system. So our platform allows to digitize that framework, and we do that, for example, for a big US protein, for the big US protein industry. And the objective is to enable some benchmarking of farm performance against regional, national, or sectoral averages, so that actions can be taken at the state level, at the farm level, or at the national level when data on all the different dimensions of sustainability are available for everyone to consult. The second project is related to the food value chain, and it is providing a platform for transparency regarding traceability of ingredients, but also their carbon footprint across the supply chain. And this is where we also get in collaboration with players like Agora to get the methodology of scope 3 emission calculation, and our platform is really suitable to measure those at each stage, or to record those at each stage of the supply chain, and provide also a record of GHG emission reductions across the food supply chain. Those reductions in turn can be converted into carbon credits or into better reporting on scope 3, which is also required by lots of investors, for example. Last category of project is about more of a social and financial and economic sustainability, and it's to help farmers with financial inclusion by bringing more trust, for example, to financial institutions so that they can give loans to farmers at better conditions. So those are the areas we work on sustainability currently.
Thank you. Now, I want to just step back. You had mentioned the data transparency. When we're saying transparency, transparent to whom? Is this data that consumers are going to be able to have access to, or only the companies? How is that decided in general?
That's a very important part. And so when we talk about transparency, often we think about us, the consumers, having access to data. But to achieve that consumer transparency, there needs to be transparency, obviously, and communication amongst all the actors of the supply chain. So it is transparency that goes from the farmer to the distributor, from the distributor to the retailer, and then involving the processor, involving storage entities as well. So ingredient companies, input companies. So it is creating a network of transparency. And in terms of who has access to this information, we use a permission ledger, meaning that the entities of the supply chain decide what type of information to share with whom. Obviously, some information would need to be transparent to everyone if, for example, requested by regulators or by the consumer, but some information might be only privy to the relationship between, let's say, a supplier and its producer or distributor. So transparency is defined by the actors of the supply chain. We just enable those rules, and that's the way it works usually. Obviously, with the objective of bringing some transparency to the consumer on the data points they really require transparency on.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. I know that this is something that a lot of people ask me about. So Sam, I want to come back to you with the same question around implementing a new sustainability project. Now, Agora is still a fairly new company and you're developing new projects. How are you going about it? What's the process for your team?
Well, thanks, Alicia, for the question. It's very hard to follow Ricardo here, but I'll try. So, I mean, also when we talked about, I think the question focused on digitalization, which I think gets me to ask, what's really scale? Because scalability is not only about using digital tools, it's about unit economics, fairness, as Ricardo talked about, but also when it comes to the food value chain, it's also about the speed of acquisition, so the speed of decision making. So when I'm going to quickly talk about now about what we do when we set up projects, I want to emphasize this piece because there are many different decision makers across the value chain, and getting all of them aligned is also a hindering of scalability. So when we started the initiative in Agoro to work with the food value chain, the first question we asked ourselves is, who in the value chain should we actually work with? So when we go very much down, see the end consumer and the point of sale, they're really driving consumer demand. But on the other hand, they're very far away from the farmers, so they're unable to actually support farmers in practice changes and really change this system. So our sweet spot is the food companies, because normally they're large enough, they have their own agronomists, they have knowledge, and they also have the gravity to work with the value chain and implement projects. So who do we work with in the food company? I think that's one of the key topics, because it requires a multiple alignment normally. We work with the head of sustainabilities that normally sit in headquarters, but we also need to work with local people when it comes to raw ingredients, and also with procurement. Because when you invest in a sustainability project in a particular region, you also need to make sure you're going to buy from that region in the appropriate amount of quantities in the next few years. And that by itself, for many companies, requires multiple months of alignment between the different departments on where do we want to start, what type of projects, what type of raw materials. And if we really want to work fast, there should be maybe a system that helps everyone kind of grow beyond that. So one of the other things is when we talk with food companies, we really see big differences between early adopters and laggers. So early adopters, they might have their own sustainability projects running for over a decade. They might have sustainability budgets, they have commitments, they joined SBTi and so on. Whereas laggers, I hope no one's going to be surprised, but there are companies that say, hey, we're not even counting scope 3 in our emissions, or we're not willing to invest in emission reduction in scope 3, or we haven't done LCA in a decade. So there are a lot of barriers. A lot of them are also educational when we go into the market, and I think definitely broader support from material organizations can really help that. So when we cross all of this and we actually start implementing a project, we look at many different aspects. As we said earlier, we look at things holistically. So we look at production systems, we look at what farming practices do we actually want to change, we look at the costs and the benefits from a farmer perspective. We look at the engagement of the value chain in supporting the farmers and the traceability. We look at the relevant certification programs, barriers to entry. Obviously, we look at also digital tools. So often case there are many different digital tools we need to put in place, from farm management system, decision support tools, MRVs, how do we calculate emissions, how do we generate verification reports. And at the end of it is also, how do we scale? How do we make sure we can go beyond just a handful of growers? How can we motivate growers to join the programs? And how can we make sure this entire thing really ties into the corporate ESG reporting?
You just mentioned something that I think is really important and that we touched on very briefly the other day when we all spoke, is verifying that data. Now, if we're going to have this type of transparency, we need everyone to be confident that the data is correct, that the data is accurate, that it hasn't been changed at all. Sam and also Ricardo, how are you verifying data? How are you seeing best practices for building data trust? Ricardo, would you like to go first on this, please?
Sure. Yes, this is really the core of what we do and we try to achieve. So obviously, when it comes to data trust, I'm going to give you an example because it might talk about, it might be more useful. So we are involved in Central America in a project. It's a consortium called Smart Sugarcane Cluster that is an initiative launched by the Inter-American Development Bank to improve the livelihood of sugarcane farmers, and which is 15% of the economy of the northern part of the country. There we are the technology partner of an aggregation of players that have 5,200 farmers, 3 farmers association, 4 different banks, 1 processor, agro input, other tech partners that collaborate with us. And I'm giving this example because to establish trust in data, we need to have collaboration, we need to have commitment among the parties, and we need to have clarity on what are the objectives that we need to measure. So, for example, in that project, the very first objective is to provide farmers with easier and faster access to agro credit from financial institutions. And financial institutions require trust. They need to trust the data that are coming from the farmer. And those data are about the production quantities, the forecast, the quality of sugarcane produced there. How do they ensure that the data that the farmer provides are really accurate? Well, one way to ensure that is applicable across the project is to have multiple verification points of the same data point. For example, if the quantity is measured, is linked, let's say we have this truck coming in from the farm to the processing facility, the truck is automatically weighed by an electronic scale at the entrance, and it also carries an RFID tag that provides the timestamp linked to that specific quantity of sugarcane coming from that specific farm. So that data is then transferred to the bank where immutability applies, it cannot be changed, and the bank has access to this data. This data is not coming from a manual input from the farmer, but is coming from a system of technologies that support what the farmer is saying. So by adding these kind of control step and automate as much as possible that data, the bank can have more confidence in this data point. Another example is when it comes to quality analysis. So it's not enough to kind of input the potential, the bricks or the moisture of the raw sugarcane coming in. What the platform allows you to do is to upload a lab certificate of an independent entity that testifies that those values of moisture and bricks are actually what a third party measures. Just to give you an example of the outcome of these increased trust, now the banks are willing to move. First of all, the automating the loan application process makes it 3 to 5 times faster to obtain a loan from a farmer, so from a bank to a farmer. The second part is the banks are moving from collateral to credit-based loan, which is a big deal for farmers. And the third part is that they are decreasing their interest rate. So this is how a platform based on data trust can have direct impact on the livelihood of farmers.
Oh, definitely. I mean, making it 3 to 5 times faster for the application to go through, and especially that decreased interest, that's directly related to equitability and improving farmer livelihood. I want to go on. We've just talked about how Ripe is looking at data trust. Now, Sam, at Agora, as you're looking at carbon capture and emissions, how are you working on the data trust issue?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. It's a great challenge. And I totally agree with Ricardo. We need to really think tactically about this and start maybe with what's the goal. And I think for us, the goal is to really quantify the emissions, both captured in soil and the emission reduction. And what we do is kind of analyze what are the biggest emission factors, and we focus on those, and we try to get the best accurate data for those. So for example, fertilization is one big emission factor. they're trying to go to getting machinery files that we can just normalize, and that's kind of the best data source possible. And then cross-verify this with things like invoices. Obviously, we're coming from an input provider, so being able to track the inputs from facilities all the way to the field is also a project that we run on the Yara side and very likely to connect with in the future. And when it comes to soil sample, for example, to quantify the soil organic carbon increase, we start by doing soil samples. I think there's no better way at the moment. It's not the most scalable or cheapest way to do so, but it does provide some guarantees and trustability in the data. But we're also hopeful that going forward, this could be measured with remote sensing and potentially also provide multi types of systems where we have one primary data source and then we can cross-reference this with an acceptable range with remote sensing, for example.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of really interesting technical advancements going on with remote sensing data. When you're doing these lab tests, do you have labs that you're working with regularly, or are they labs that your clients are working with? How are you confident? How do you build confidence in the data coming from the labs?
Yeah, so I think for us, it's very much depending on the projects because we run projects in multiple continents. So while we also own a lab in the UK, Yara owns a lab in Pocklington, we try to make sure the unit economics are just lower if we use regional labs. So in the US, we have a very large project going on, but we're also starting to run projects in Brazil, in Europe, and other places. So we need to trust the labs we work with. And while we do so, we're also looking at advanced technologies with probing and using other types of soil sensors that hopefully in the future will actually be mature enough to, I don't want to say maybe replace soil sampling altogether, but definitely reduce the unit economics.
Thank you. And I think unit economics is something that everyone from company to consumer, farmer has an interest in. I want to go on. One of the things we were talking about the other day is regulatory environments and how that can have an effect. We're talking today about innovation. How is the regulatory environment affecting the work that your teams are doing? Ricardo, can you kick us off on this?
Yeah, of course. So I will just mention two regulatory environments in some of the regions we work on. Actually, they are affecting our work positively. Regulation could have come earlier because we know regulators are usually the last ones. But in this case, for example, the Farm to Fork strategy in the EU, part of the EU Green Deal, that wants to accelerate the transition to sustainable food systems, have data as a strong part of enabling this transition. So obviously this is helping us convincing our clients that our approach based on data verification, data trust is the one that could bring value. And even more specifically, I would say in the US, what the US FDA started, I'd say a couple of years ago with the new era of smarter food safety, is even more specific on the speed, the level of detail, and the format of data that the food entities across the value chain would need to provide if requested by regulator. And with those specifics that the FDA is requiring, very few technologies can achieve that turnaround of data and that level of detail. And definitely the use of distributed ledger is one of the most adapted to answer those specific requests from the FDA.
Right, and you mentioned the FDA program, and that's being spearheaded by Frank Jans, and he has been a longtime advocate for DLT.
Definitely.
I want to be mindful of time, but I do want to hear from Sam. What are you seeing in terms of regulatory environments, and how is that affecting you?
So I know we're running out of time. I'll be very, very quick. we are very hopeful that the regulatory environment was going to create frameworks and policies, standards that can bring clarity as what exactly to follow, but also pave the way both for voluntary markets and for the value chain in the food system to quickly adopt, because now every company is kind of in a different place and they don't really know where to go. And the regulatory environment can really help in accelerating decision making.
Sure. Thank you. Yes. Thank you both. I know that I brought in a lot of different questions, and it's great to be able to hear from people who are so knowledgeable and hear about the fascinating work you're both doing and think about the long-term effects this is going to have on our food systems.
Thank you so much, Alicia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. I really enjoyed being here with you and following the conversation. So best of luck to all the speakers, all the panelists, and Alicia. Great job.
Thank you, Maciej.
Sure. And now we are going somewhere else, actually. Bernard Kowich is a person that was mentioned here before, and it was actually thanks to Alicia, who said she was looking forward to his keynote speech. And actually, I'm also looking forward to having a panel discussion with Mr. Kowich. He is from the UN World Food Programme, and this keynote will be about, well, let's see. We are ready, and Mr. Kowich is with us. If I can just call you on a name basis, Bernard, great to have you.
Perfect. Yeah, it's great to be here.
Yeah, so I have so many questions to ask, and I hear that some other people might want to ask you a few things as well. But I just wanted to start with the job offer that you posted just yesterday. I think you were looking for a strategic projects consultant. Tell me more about that, because maybe one of our viewers could potentially work with you one day.
Absolutely. No, and like I think part of the World Food Programme or our hiring practices is actually that everything we do is competitive. So we advertise our roles. So if you follow us on LinkedIn, WFP Innovation Accelerator, or you go on WFP.org, so for the World Food Programme, you can actually find all our job offers posted there. And we encourage everybody to apply, actually. So we recruit globally, and just that it's it's competitive, which means like you can be coming from any place on this planet. And right now, so let's say what I'm recruiting for is a strategic projects consultant who would work with me in particular on driving forward some strategic projects for the World Food Programme's Innovation Accelerator, but also help, for instance, like work on priorities that have happened to happen in my office.
Right, that sounds like a great office, and if it's the hashtag Disrupt Hunger, that is very important, and I'm so glad that we have you as a representative of the UN. So Bernard, this is your turn, and I'm really keen on hearing your keynote.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. No, and it's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation. I think our basic discussion that I want to talk about is first about like when we're talking about hunger or global hunger, what does that even mean? And I'm not sure if we do get the slides. I'm happy also to share some more visuals with this. But like the basic problem that we're dealing with is that still 1 in 10 people globally who are suffering from global hunger, which means they don't have enough calorie on a daily basis to live a healthy life. And what you see here is that when you're thinking about like food delivery, this is what a lot of you will have in mind in terms of, well, food delivery, I have an app where I order. We're actually doing something like that also, but in a lot of cases where we as World Food Programme work, it's actually in remote areas. It's in areas of like natural disasters, war, climate change, in developing countries in particular. And this is where also like the majority of people who are hungry globally are still living. So 1 in 10 people worldwide do not have enough to eat. And what is the issue? I mean, like, this is something where you would say, like, well, like there's obviously there's reasons like sustainable problems, like people, like smallholder farmers don't have access to markets. But then there's also crisis. And just to highlight a few like this, which are like recent examples even that you may have heard in the media, like in Afghanistan right now, there's 22.8 million people facing acute food insecurity. That means like they are hungry, they don't have enough to eat on a daily basis, and this is like a severe issue. This is something that the World Food Programme actually does, like helping people in need in emergencies. And this is in one of these examples where we are saying we would need $230 million based on donations to actually help those people staying alive and also helping them hopefully transition into a more stable state. But it's one of those examples where it's oftentimes you may hear this in the news, but it might often be also forgotten. But think about all the costs of if people, if they're forced to flee because they don't see a future for themselves even for it. Like this is one of the areas where we, as World Food Programme, are helping. The second example I want to mention, and some of you may actually have seen this on the news, we actually have been going public. This is our executive director on like CNN and a couple of other places, talking about we urgently need $6.6 billion to save 42 million people from starvation. And this is something that's an exigency. This is due to specifically climate change, conflicts, but also COVID-19, that those people have been pushed into poverty, into this state of hunger where we need to help them. And of course, we're asking for money from governments, from foundations, from companies, but also wealthy people. Like this is something that we are hoping maybe also there are more people who actually want to help in these emergency settings, but that's not everything. And I want to talk about the other aspects also. And just to say, because we as World Food Programme, we are saving lives on one hand, which is like saving people in emergencies, but we're also changing lives. So working with smallholder farmers, creating mother and child nutrition programs, and so on. And you might say, well, how does blockchain now come in? Or why would I say disrupt hunger? Why do we have an accelerator? The basic idea for us is that we have an organization, the World Food Programme. We are innovative. We're delivering food assistance to 115 million people in 88 countries already. And this is already innovative and we are having impact as such. But then if we are truthful to the mission that we have, reaching a world without hunger, which is the goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, is like we need to do a lot more. We need the best ideas. We need the best technology, the best founders to actually help us to reach the, to tilt the curve down towards zero and reach a world without hunger. And this is where we as Innovation Accelerator come in, because that's what we do. Globally, we're looking for innovations or for-profit startups that can help to, disrupt global hunger. And typically what we're doing is we have a 5-stage program where it's a small incubation function where we also look into blockchain, artificial intelligence, and the rest of this is what you would see in any other private sector startup accelerator. So we're looking for innovations globally, we out of like 700, 800 applications, we typically select 10 that go into our innovation bootcamp, which is a 1-week training program that finishes with a pitch event in front of investors, in front of government funders, and philanthropists. And then the best teams go into a sprint program. So we're testing teams, we give them $100,000, hands-on support, and also connections to our field offices. And then the best of the best go to the Scale-Up Enablement Program. And this is where, when you say wow, startup accelerators, where do you work? You see it here on this map. I mean, you probably can't read all of this, but we really work globally. The World Food Programme is a global organization. So while we as Innovation Accelerator are based in Munich in Germany, we're actually operating in a lot of these places. And can it reach scale? Actually, I'm going to talk about some of these examples in a bit more detail in just a minute. But this is a snapshot of some of the scaling innovation that we have in our portfolio. Some of them are for-profit startups. Some of them are non-profit innovations or internal innovations from the World Food Programme, where you see that as of this year, those innovations have positively impacted already 5.5 million people, and they have raised a total of $160 million of grant funding. That's not even considering, for instance, the equity funding for some of the startups that are for-profit and have raised more equity. And this is something where I want to actually then start off with one of the innovations that like somehow this picture is turned around. This is just to keep all of you creative. So like I hope you don't mind. And let me talk about building blocks. Some of the people in the audience may have heard of this before. It's essentially a blockchain-based cash distribution system. If I would have to put that in plain terms, it's like an e-wallet on blockchain that we're using so that people can go into stores and purchase food. So the basic idea here is how can we make the cash transfers to people that are, in this case, like vulnerable people, more faster, cheaper, more secure, and better able to interact with different partners and better able to actually serve the people. And this is being used already by 1.1 million people right now. So it's Syrian refugees in Jordan, it's Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh, and also vulnerable Lebanese after the blast in Beirut. And it has transferred over $270 million so far through the cash transfer system. So now I think we hear a lot about like crypto and some applications. Now this is an example for where blockchain actually helps us to reach people better, have a better service, collaborate better with other UN agencies, other NGOs. And if you think about the future here, it could really be one of those enablers of, how might we even provide, financial inclusion to people that are currently cut off and don't have bank accounts. Now, this is one of the examples that I want to mention. Like the basic idea here, and just to explain a little bit of the process behind, this was actually an innovation that was first developed by one of the World Food Programme's finance managers. His name is Human Haddad. He came to one of our innovation bootcamp programs, and then afterwards, 1 month into like developing it in our sprint phase, first pilot with 100 people in Pakistan. A couple of months later, first pilot with 10,000 people in Jordan, and then that scaled to over 500,000 people already in Jordan alone. Now, and this is one of the examples where you're saying, can blockchain be useful in cases where, like, in even remote settings, in the cases where there's like limited connectivity? Yes, it can. Now, that's one example where things can go to scale. I want to mention another innovation, which is also using blockchain technology and how to disrupt hunger. It's something that we're actually working on with like Cello, Eppen, and Corsali. It's like an innovation we call Impact, and it's about digital microwork. So you may be aware, so there's a lot of processes like for artificial intelligence where you need to have still somebody who is human to actually like do certain pre-work, like digital microwork as it's called. And you can do that either on a computer and sometimes even on your smartphone. And what we are actually doing here, it's again similar to the case that we've been listening to before. So this is usually people who are food insecure, so people who either cannot provide for themselves, or we actually have to purchase food and provide them with programs. Now these people actually, like, it's usually young people who are they're eager to do something. They have been displaced as a refugee, or like they have been like in a violent community and they never had a chance, and now through that program they actually get a training to do this digital microwork online in some of the regular online platforms. And now we are just doing another pilot with actually Cello and like those partners in Kenya to integrate them and actually have crypto payments to actually pay them. Because one of the challenges to scale this program is financial inclusion, because a lot of times the people who we right now provide these programs for, they are cut off from some of the the world's financial markets, because maybe they don't have the same identification. Maybe that's challenging, of course, right? But this is one of the examples I want to mention. And then maybe go from the emergency side and like helping people out of emergencies, more on the the sustainable ending hunger side. I want to mention actually two examples that are more in the relation with smallholder farmers. The first up here is called Deepesh, which we're piloting in Jordan. And what they are doing is providing a traceability platform for providing the food safety to the producers, the farmers, and also the regulatory agencies. And this is something where it's an obvious choice where blockchain can play a key role, where it's like you have an immutable record of something that is already being taken at like the early stage with the raw materials. Then it actually goes on, and you can actually have not only you can help the smaller farmers improve their farming practices, because then they also see, well, if I'm doing that, there is a benefit for me, because I can prove the quality of the food, and then the higher quality food that is now proven can actually yield a higher price, and therefore this can work. We are piloting a similar innovation or a startup that's called Producers Direct in Peru, that's using farm-to-fork transactions to digitize small farmers transactions. Now, I'm sure a lot of these types of platforms. A lot of times in developed countries, they are focused on, I want to make sure that the salad that I'm buying is coming, is organic or has the right food quality. That's something that's obviously great. We also care about making sure that smallholder farmers receive the fair share of the price or the money that they are entitled to. Now, maybe as an inspiration, this is something that right now actually isn't blockchain enabled yet, but it's actually a good example for things that could be blockchain enabled, right now are not yet. But I think this is actually true for a lot of the innovations we're working on. Not everything has to be solved by blockchain, but it could add another layer of transparency or even effectiveness. Now, what I want to talk about, Share the Meal, is actually in all transparency, a startup that I co-founded originally. Share the Meal is, the basic idea is you have a smartphone and you can press a button on your smartphone, and then when you press the button, you can share a meal with a child in need, and 80 cents feed the child for a day. And if you do that, like there is actually there is an actual program, where the money is going to. And you see also in crowdfunding, like that there's impact that's happening because of the 80 cents that you just donated. It's $80 cents, it's 70 euro cents. And this has been actually accumulating 127 million meals have been shared so far, 127 million daily food rations by over 6 million app users. So it's one of these ideas where, the crowd can actually achieve a lot more. Like your 80 cents, that may single-handedly not be able to end hunger, but like you, together with the 6 million other people globally, you can actually have an impact. And it's so easy. Like, you're going out for a dinner or a lunch, you can actually share a meal. And what's interesting here, for instance, if you sign up for a monthly subscription, you will be matched with a family that actually receives food, and you will have the transparency of what is this family buying. Now, right now, this is happening just through a regular centralized database, which is like through for instance, like a family would go into a store and purchase food with a voucher card, and they can purchase food. We actually know what they're purchasing. But imagine what the future can hold, like also thinking about like, crypto donations and so on, if that's actually happening. And I should say, like this, it has been Google's and Apple's best app of 2020. Even has been mentioned by Tim Cook. Like it's quite exciting. Now, let me finish with some thoughts on like areas of exploration that we're currently looking into. One area that we're actively exploring is like, what can we do in the area of financial inclusion? Like people who are living in developing countries or in remote areas that currently do not have access to a bank account for multiple reasons. Like how can we actually bring them into the system so that they can earn money, they can save money, maybe they can qualify for a loan, can invest. So like there's lots of questions about that. The second aspect is for us, of course, like about efficient or effective delivery mechanisms, which is like for cash programs, how can we prove that there's also, in supply chain that the transport is efficient? So like there's a lot of these types of use case that we're looking into. The third is everything about smaller farmers. And this is why like being here at Agri-D conference today is like really exciting about hearing about some of the smallholder farmers innovation or farmers innovation that can be relevant for smallholder farmers. And then last but not least, talking about crypto assets. And this is something that definitely the sky could be the limit, and we are actually looking into this. There is other UN agencies, UNICEF, who have already done a crypto fund. Like we are speaking with a lot of smaller and larger partners. If anybody's interested in exploring that with us, we're super excited about exploring this further. Part of this is, of course, where could it be about donations? Could it be about like also making some of the delivery or the supply chain process even more effective through smart contracts and so on? So there's definitely an area of exploration that we are looking into this. Now, with this, I want to say, thank you again for the attention, and it's time to disrupt hunger, of course. And it's blockchain, it could be other things. So anybody who wants to learn more, I will have the pleasure of being also in a panel later today, but I'm also happy to take any other questions or clarifications right now.
Right, Bernard, you actually will be in the panel that I have the pleasure to moderate. So how about that?
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. I'm sure. We'll bring out a couple of more perspectives. Also, how can we include people, and how can it be inclusive? Like talking about technology, blockchain, and all of those aspects.
So, just to give a little bit of a pre-taste of what our debate could be like, do you maybe have your opinion about what is the possible time frame for more inclusion in the technologies that we're talking about? Because one of the challenges really seems to be how the adaptation goes, right?
Yeah, so I think I have a word of courage or encouragement here, which is looking at building blocks in 1.1 million people who can go into a store and purchase food with blockchain e-wallets. To me, that's still mind-boggling that it's actually working and it's working at scale. And those are people who, in this case, yes, they have been assisted by us, and therefore, we are also bringing technology in, and therefore this is working. Now, but I think this is a word of encouragement, where I think there's two different elements here. One is can you be a user of technology, or are you the developer or the engineer that's actually using technology? Now, and I think the use of technology, I'm a lot more positive, and also I see how that can help leapfrog certain steps in inclusion even. If it's about how can we make blockchain more accessible, more broader, and bring in more people also from a disadvantaged background, in maybe developed countries, but also it's harder because even for mainstream developed countries, thinking about who is doing cryptocurrency trading. It's usually a particular group of people. It is not, the grandmother of somebody else who is having a minimum wage, right?
Right, and so there's still a huge gap, right?
Absolutely. No, it's it's there with the general public, but also with, of course, regulators, and also different, if you want regular organizations, when you think about governments and so on, there's definitely a lot of things that still need to happen.
So you just mentioned the fact that there's a place or that there are places where more than 1 million people already have this blockchain way of acquiring goods. Can you just name those places, just so that we know, and just so that everybody can hear that?
So it's so we are actually using this right now. It's in Jordan, so it's for Syrian refugees in Jordan. So some of the refugee camps there, and then it's also for Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh. So you may have heard of Cox's Bazar, which is one of the largest refugee camps worldwide at the moment, and so it's in these places where people have been displaced. It's one, if you want, a new economy or a new city that has been started. But it's at the same time, for us, it's one of the areas where we can actually provide a lot better service to people. So for instance, in what happens in Jordan, I didn't talk about it in detail. So it's actually, so a Syrian refugee, they may go to a store. they do their shopping as they would regularly. They go to the cash desk, and then for cash out, they don't pay with cash, they don't pay with a card. They essentially authenticate their transaction with an iris scan with the eye. Similar in that iris scan authenticates the transaction on, it's a private Ethereum wallet, and that's where the transaction is then happening. So this is some of the, like, it's sometimes hard to explain. This is happening like for 500,000 people already.
Well, I love that you talk about that, because to me that's incredible and I'm so impressed. So they pay with the iris of their eyes. So where do they get the, and forgive the unprofessional term, but like where do they get the coins from? Like how do they know how much they have, and where does it come from?
No, so it's a very good question, and I did not explain this like in detail. So right now, so these are beneficiaries, like people who we serve as the World Food Program. So it's international donations, like could be individuals through Share the Meal or through WFP.org, who actually then decide, I'm donating to the World Food Program. I want to give money to like wherever the need is the greatest, or to Afghanistan and so on. And then we as World Food Program, we would provide either in-kind food, or we give them cash so they can go into stores and purchase food. Now, going into stores and purchase food has some advantages, because then that supports the local ecosystem, that supports the local retail sector. And so this is essentially something that's a monthly stipend, or like money that they get from the World Food Program based on the donations that we receive. Mm-hmm. And so it typically is around about like $27 per month, depending on the country. That's more or less than also. And then we would inform people or families that, you know, they qualify if they're vulnerable and they don't have other income or anything like that for that type of support. And then they can go into the store and actually purchase food. Now, how do they know how much they have? They actually now, with the blockchain, they now actually have the opportunity to check the balance of what they still have a lot easier than what they were able to do before.
So how do they check the balance?
So it's actually in the store. We now also have essentially self-service kiosk where they then can see like what's the balance on my monthly stipend or like my monthly bank account that I still have.
Okay, so those underprivileged communities are paradoxically a good place, or a fortunate place to test the new technologies, and I guess the hope is that since it works in those areas, it will all the more work in the areas which are just regular cities, right?
Well, it's that, and it's like the necessity. So like essentially for every dollar that we receive, like we need to make sure that we that the most of that dollar reaches vulnerable and hungry people. So in this case, like for like why are we using blockchain? It's actually so that we collaborate better with other UN agencies, other NGOs. So that we can collaborate better. So it can be one wallet. So it's like one person has one wallet with different, UN entities or NGOs that could actually have their sub accounts there. But then it's also we're actually saving 98% of the banking fees doing this right now.
Wow.
And like this is one of the things where like it's. Whether this is blockchain or not, like there is a lot of benefits doing this actually for, I mean, us as an organization, but also for the people as them actually in their shopping experience.
You know what? That to me sounds like a technology that is a tool for social good, which, Bernard, this is actually the title of our panel. And so the two of us, but also Dominic Schiener from IOTA Foundation and many other great experts will be there at 10 to 6 p.m. Central European time. That is in 2 hours and 50 minutes or 2 hours and 40 minutes. And you will be there too. So I'm not saying goodbye, really. I'm just saying see you very soon.
Thank you. See you later.
Right. And this is the moment for me to scroll the tablet, not just to see if new comments are popping up. I see that there are some new comments, but not as many as I would have wished for. So I'm kindly asking you to be here with me and just to let us know what your questions might be, or if you just share your opinion about what's been happening in any particular part of the conference that interests you. You I just wanted to say that are just welcome. And so this is just an invitation. It is 3:10. It's 3:10 p.m. and it's Warsaw, Poland, and we're joining you from all the countries. 65 countries are with us. We've been just talking with some great experts, and that was Alicia Noel, then Bernard Koech, and now this is going to be DLT, Innovation and Digital Transformation in the Agri-Food sector, with some great speakers. Who are they then? Yes, so Pooja Sanghvi, she represents Accenture, and there's also Karen Ottoni from Hyperledger, and there is Dr. Millie Perry from DAO for DAO Institute, and there's Phil Harris from Ripe.io. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, and I know that Linda will be joining us soon. Linda Goods from Blockchain Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to start with Dr. Millie Perry. If I can just call you on a name basis, that would be very helpful. So Millie, tell me, please. Sure. Thank you. I'm very thankful. So Millie, where are you based?
Well, I'm based, thank you for having me, sure. First and foremost. So happy to be here. It is an honor. I'm based in Tel Aviv, Israel. Nice. And I'm coming from, dealing with the blockchain 24/7.
For how long?
For the last 3.5 years, I'm serving in some international boards of experts, dealing mainly with governance, with DAOs. I hope we will have some time to talk sure. thoroughly about it. My background is technology and information science, and the blockchain for me is essential development.
Yeah, that sounds great, and thank you for saying that. I actually wonder if there's anybody joining us from Atlanta. Well, I thought this was actually the cue that Linda would use to say hi to everybody, because Linda Getz, if I'm not mistaken, is actually from Atlanta. It's just that I'm not sure if she can still hear us, so we'll definitely work on that. How about that? And since this is just some extra time that I get as a host, I'd like to hear from the fellow panelists. So I've just talked to Millie. And Pooja, are you joining from another world time zone? I wonder what time it is at your place, because it's 3:13 p.m. here in Warsaw. Pooja? Okay, so Pooja doesn't seem to be there either. No, that's quite challenging, but let's see if Linda is back.
Can you guys hear me?
Yay! Good. I'm relieved, actually. So, Linda Getz, I'm so glad that you're with us. So, are you the speaker from Atlanta? Is that correct?
Yes, I apologize for the technological issues. I'm looking forward to connecting with the panel here. It was, just fun bouncing around. I've been on another panel today that was 2 hours long, and I think my technological links kind of did not play nicely. So happy to be here.
No, but it actually is working pretty well, so no worries about that. And I hope that Pooja is audible as of now as well. So we're slowly but firmly getting there. So, Linda, I wanted to ask you, because I've seen a recent post of yours and was saying that part of the beauty of Atlanta, which is where you're coming from, is that doing business locally is so supported. Can you tell me more about doing business locally?
Absolutely. I think that's the model that we're going to in this current post-ish COVID timeframe, where we have a global connectivity, but we're having circular economies and we're having local commerce that is very much centered on the home community, but is really having connectivity globally. And so it's an interesting model that we're really beginning to see emerging, and it's going to be fun to see how blockchain plays a role in that, and the implementation that the panelists believe has already started to really happen. So that's definitely going to be part of our conversation today.
Yes, so Linda, so I'm actually passing it to you. This is over to you because I'm really looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. I appreciate it tremendously. And lovely to see you all today. I'm here representing the Blockchain Chamber of Commerce, which is a nonprofit international trade organization supporting the emerging and evolving blockchain industry, distributed ledger technologies, and the cryptocurrency market. But we're not doing it in the old traditional model. We are people to people, elevating the humans and the technology, making this planet a better place. And that's a place to live, to work, to play, to shop, to learn. So we're definitely the human to human touch point, and really looking forward to having you guys get to meet some of the panelists today. Did we have Pooja's technology working correctly? Can you hear me, Pooja? Okay, we'll start with someone else then. If not, I'll first introduce then Dr. Perry. Dr. Millie Perry, I've had the absolute pleasure to connecting with her directly and connecting her with other members of the chamber. She is an expert and consultant for innovation, blockchain, and R&D. She's engaged in projects at the Blockchain Experts Group in the WF World, that's the World Economic Forum, and ISO. So blockchain governance is really where her expertise lies. And she's the founder of DAOs for DAOs. She serves as the head of Blockchain Excellence Center at the Israeli Chamber of Information and Technology. Her PhD is in information sciences and art economy. So we're going to have some really well-rounded perspectives from Dr. Perry. Looking forward to that. And she's the author of Blockchain Turning Ego System into Ecosystem. And I love that. She's actually minted her own I Do DAO NFT. So she's not only talking about the technology, she's implementing it herself. So very, very excited to have you with us, Dr. Perry, and happy to get some of your perspectives as we move forward. We also have on the panel Phil Harris, and he's the co-founder of Ripe.io. And Phil, you didn't know it maybe if you weren't up around goodness, about 2:30 this morning. We had Tracy Levine was doing the initial keynote, and she mentioned Ripe.io. So I know you're busy empowering a tectonic, once in a generation digitization transformation. Wow. Of the food and agriculture supply chain. I can only say that your 30 years of experience in business and technology roles is simply matched only by your love of The Bachelor and Bachelorette. I really enjoyed you sharing that your three daughters got you hooked on that. So we're all humans first, right? It's about the stuff that makes us real, and I love the real stuff that you're doing to help with this digitalization of the industry. Next is Is Pooja available yet, or? I just want to make sure that we have connectivity there. But regardless, I'll go ahead and introduce Karen. Karen is currently Director of Ecosystems at Hyperledger, and everyone knows that that's an open source collaborative effort created to advance cross-industry blockchain technologies. One of the most well-known implementations of blockchain technology, and just a tremendous framework that's that's being leveraged across multiple platforms. Karen was a part of the blockchain team at Tata Consultancy Services, where she advised with Fortune 500 companies. She's been boots on the ground in this space. Prior to that, had a career in international development, working in implementation, consulting firms, and just a tremendous engagement with the community over time. So really, really happy to have you with us, and thankful that we have the opportunity to have a chat here. This is, I just want you guys to know, like, the massive level of hands-on experience that is on this panel here before you today. And so I'm gonna jump to Pooja. Very, very fun with the fun fact that she has. I'm gonna start with her fun fact, because she told me that she holds the record of dancing at 9 big Indian fat weddings during every month of her pregnancy. Okay, like that's where, like, literally they're doing like these really intricate choreographed programs, and every month of her pregnancy she participated in one at a Indian wedding. So that's amazing. I was pregnant with twins and I couldn't have even pretended to do that. So other than that, a leader with Accenture Technology Innovation, responsible for exploring, incubating, and scaling emerging technologies within supply chain and trade finance. And, you know, that's, the scope of that is just so massive. You are also working with alliances and partnerships with tech companies, startups, just the blockchain ecosystem. Yes. Yes.
Thank goodness we can.
Wonderful.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
We so want your contribution. I was just kind of like going, I hope these bios don't run out, you know, before you get the technology.
Glad. Sorry, it's strange. But I'm glad.
Trust me,
I'm here now.
Very, very happy to have you, and very excited to just get some questions rolling and get your guys' input. I would love for this to just be more of a free-flowing. If you have something to contribute into the conversation, what someone's just said, please feel free. We've got a half dozen questions, and just want this to be an opportunity for you to bring your expertise to the table and share with the community. So I'm gonna start with a fun
Ladies
question.
first.
Oh, that's your opt-out here. You're usually on panels, there's 4 men and 1 woman, right? Now you get to play that card. That's funny. I do want to look at the global economy. And my question, and any of you ladies that would like to grab this first, please. Does blockchain provide sufficient ROI to justify implementation, regardless of whether the product stays local or goes global? ROI is a big deal, and we can see global supply chains, but is there sufficient ROI regardless of where the supply chain ends? I'm going to pick on somebody if one of you doesn't jump in.
I'll jump in. Sorry.
Go jump in.
I'll just
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
then you can go, Pooja. A lot of supply chain was really one of the main DLT use cases to take off, right? Because it's such a clear use of distributed ledger technology. And why is that? Let's not just assume that everyone knows that. It's because the benefit of distributed ledger technology comes from having a variety of actors who engage in business transactions together in one shared system that improves like transparency or information sharing, etc. So supply chain being an industry where you do have many different actors working together, there's a lot of ROI in that. I like this question because, very often when we are talking about blockchain and supply chain, we are talking about the really big supply chains, the ones that are like Walmart, which is using Hyperledger technology for many of their food supply chains and has made a huge impact on their wide array of suppliers. But we don't think as much about, while we do think about like the last mile, like the origin of goods and making sure that the solutions that the projects that we're working on, there are several examples of that, are helping the farmers that are actually producing the goods, whether it be by helping them get a better understanding of demand or prices. I think we don't think as much about the smaller producers, and I think that there is still relevance there because it's not just about the supply chain. It can be also about how you manage your inventory. No one works just by themselves unless, I guess, you're literally an apple farm maybe and people come pick your apples, then you don't really necessarily need much of a blockchain to manage that. But there's always inputs, there's always some sort of packaging and some sort of transportation that you need to do to get your product out there. And so rarely is a farmer or a producer really just acting on their own. And so there's still relevance for these kind of multi-party solutions, I think, in very, very localized production as well.
Thank you, Karen. And Pooja, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so as I think about it, right, when you look at blockchain or DLT's ability to provide sufficient ROI, really I feel depends on the use case in question, right? And the most successful the use cases are really that bring together various parties, right, and ensure that there's value across all of them. So, that's I think the key point about, whether if there's ROI or not. But on the aspect of local versus global, right, again, I feel it really depends on the nature of the use case. So in some cases we've seen, where it needs a closed ecosystem or a concentrated network. And we've done some work on the procure to pay side within a country, right, or a region. And it works well because, you can bring all those parties, you bring in the bank, and it works for that country as such. So, and then there could be, local regulations such as traceability, to support the FDA compliance, or, pharma chargebacks can be very country specific, right? But if you look at, on the other hand, if you look at international trade or shipping, you have e-bill of lading, which inherently requires the platform to be global, right? Or cross-border trade. So I feel like, it needs to span a network of banks to really enable the cross-border payment. So I feel like at the end of the day, it kind of boils down to the use case in question.
Oh, I can, if I may, yes. Linda, I just want to highlight some. We're used to use some economic terms, and I think the main issue with blockchain that it changes the picture, the big picture. And we ought to think with new terms, new ideas. And I think the main issue is that we ought to look at the silo form of information and activities. And if the system is breaking this idea of silo information and interconnect a few organizations with one another, it doesn't make any sense to look at, it doesn't matter if it is local or international or, global. Because the ROI could be great within a local ecosystem. Once you break those silo information silos, and you can interact with other organizations in efficient and effective way.
Is the DAO model what you think is the effective way to do that, Dr. Perry?
I just talk about usual blockchain, okay? Not specifically on DAOs, but once you raise this question, I think we ought to have a change in this ecosystem as well. And I'm referring to very large and international and global blockchain networks that we still preaching for transparency and change of mind and paradigm shift and so on, but we still manage those international huge networks that involved 100, maybe 1,000 of stakeholders. We still manage them, or the activity is still managed top down. And I'm an evangelist of DAO, because the DAO is such a native solution or native method within the blockchain ecosystem, blockchain technology and values, and I'm sure it could be very useful for managing blockchain ecosystem or blockchain network, and for people that do not didn't meet this idea before of DAO. DAO is an abbreviation of decentralized autonomous organization. They utilize blockchain and smart contract technology to create better organization, flatter and more, from my point of view, more moral and democratic, agile organization, meritocracy-based and governed by code. I think the DAO, the DAO is borderless. No central authority, no one point of failure. We're aiming at swarm-like organization, and I'm sure a lot of benefit lies in this solution once we achieve the goal of educating and bringing the value to the expert of blockchains.
Yeah, I think we have the right crowd to have a very robust conversation around that. We could probably take a lot more than our designated time just addressing what you just brought up there. But I do want to dial back to Phil, since you're so kind and polite as a gentleman to wait till all the ladies had spoken. Having 3 daughters, you have experience, though, right?
I know when to be quiet. Yeah.
Discipline.
No, do you mind addressing that global
yeah, sure.
question
yeah,
mark?
Sure. I mean, look,
Yeah.
I think that, look, we've tracked tomatoes 34 miles in the state of Massachusetts from farm to restaurant. And we've tracked avocados from Chile to China over 10,000 miles. And the data that is associated with things like quality and program certification and food safety, they don't really care about the travel, the distance, because the ROI on those particular 3 very high-level examples were impactful to our clients. So I think, distance can create some complexity in terms of maintaining the quality of certain perishable items, right? Because obviously you need to maintain a cold chain in that, 10,000-mile journey. But distance isn't really a qualifier for ROI, because I can tell you the client that we work with in 34 miles, the insights that we manage to give them and the let's say efficiency gains on a 35 or 35 mile trip, change their business. And so it's not really a qualifier.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And you guys are probably aware of the food loss numbers. 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted annually, with that being about a third of what's produced. And it would be wonderful if we could implement technological solutions that reduce that. And I'm curious what you guys have seen. Obviously, cold chain is an example. Is there anything else that just jumps to mind? Just popcorn, if it comes to mind, a blockchain implementation that has really made a difference in food wastage?
That one's directed at me again?
To anybody. That popcorn.
Oh.
So there's a couple. So the IBM implemented a project called Food Trust. It uses Hyperledger Fabric, and it has been used across several different products that Walmart uses in its stores, and has saved a significant amount of money, but also protected consumers in food recalls. So that was sort of where it started, but the project has expanded significantly into other areas of the food supply chain. But just thinking about the ability to, sometimes many times, like the time at which it is determined that there's some issue with some piece of food, and the time at which it takes for that food to actually come off the shelves has been pretty significant, maybe like a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And reducing that amount of time into maybe a couple days, a few days, because we've got better tracing and data on exactly which supplier it was and where all those goods went. That's a significant impact for the end consumer in terms of safety, but it's also a significant impact for all the businesses involved, because then you don't have suppliers who didn't have who didn't have that product taking their product off the shelves. It's more targeted, and so there's no loss of income there, and it's just more clear as to the source and the origin. So it helps everyone along that value chain.
Absolutely. And any other implementation?
Yeah, we've done a small project actually in India called Akshay Patra, right? And we use IoT to actually track the temperature of food and the freshness of the food. And it's a non-for-profit initiative, because it really, what it does is it matches the demand of food coming from different schools and actually matching the supply across those as well, right? So that's another one where it's really about how do you reduce wastage and not match the demand and supply so that you can really avoid wastage.
No, that's brilliant. I hadn't heard of that. I'd love to catch up with you a little bit more on it as well. That's
I really hope. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I really hope blockchain will leverage the capabilities of printing food and can reduce a lot of fraction in the supply chain. If you happen to have or happen to need something, product that you didn't order on time, and the dynamic do not allow you to bring the order, so maybe blockchain could. It's not a live project, but I really look into the future. I'm sure blockchain could help leverage, printing of some product and maybe reduce some of the problem we have on supply chain.
That's an interesting approach, because we look at farming and it's pretty much a low margin and has been considered historically a low tech business, right? So talking about printing our food, that's definitely taking it to the high tech side of things. And what are the other ways that you guys think that we can address those barriers of the low tech, this perception that the farmers and the food producers are kind of in a non-technologically advanced role. That's just been, you think about rakes and hoes and just the simple implements of farming that have been for thousands of years, and then we get mechanized implementations. And I have a friend who owns a blueberry farm, and he just told me, oh yeah, we got the blossom count in just this last week. We'll have the crop in about a month and a half, but they can now, because of this blossom count, have an amazingly insightful perspective on what their actual production levels are going to be. And their drones are monitoring, for different types of disease and bugs, and, they're spraying in this, and we have moved beyond that low tech thing, but there's still this, his farm may be the exception. There's still this mentality in many places where the farmer is just, it's a low tech, low socioeconomic level, or you're a big farming, organization and it's a multi-million-dollar business. There's this divide here. How can we help address that and bring the everyday farmer to this level where they can benefit and get, I think they did a test where there were some strawberry farmers, and they used AI and then the traditional, like really good strawberry farmer. And the AI implementation gave like 75% more product at the end of the testing time frame. This is huge. We could change lives with that level of growth in product. So what do you think? How can we switch mindsets and support this change? I'm going to go with you, Phil.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good grief. Yeah, look, I mean, it is connected to the waste stream too, right? So, a supply chain can start and end at any given point. In some of the work that we do, the beginning is seed genetics and animal genetics, right, to optimize certain traits of the product. And so if you think about now, the game of a farmer is the CEO of their corporation. Farmers make very smart decisions in all cases. And when they make choices around how to optimize quality and yield, that is obviously the driver of their revenue. And so, they're getting really smarter about using different technologies to measure, let's say, what's going on around the microclimate, water usage, soil health, and then how they can use, one area of waste that we've kind of been exposed to is if you're able to kind of trial across, this would be kind of a larger farmer, not perhaps a smaller farmer, different seed varieties that would have resilience to different kinds of pests or different shifts in climate, heat or humidity or water.
Do you want to come over here?
That is a mitigating factor to having your complete crop.
You know what? I don't think it matters that we're both on the same.
And that is a waste calculation which doesn't make it into this larger waste stream of food that is, gone rotten because the cold chain has broken, or as an example, and we're all guilty of this, we give ourselves a meal, but we over-portion what we're going to eat, and then a little bit of food that we didn't consume goes into the trash can at home. So when you add up that bit of the waste stream and the kind of the breakdown in the cold chain or the supply chain, and then what is actually left on the farm, that is actually kind of a larger percentage of that overall number that you put out, which again has to come down. But I think these are the investments, and it's all about data, right? The system is backed up by paper. And because of the fragmentation and the complexity of the food supply chain, paper is no longer an option to basically capture the data to allow those insights bi-directional. Meaning, what are the decisions I made on the farm, on the inputs? How did that impact quality, yield, productivity, efficiency? And then allowing that to play all the way through to the buyer, but in a bi-directional way. When you have the data and it's a digital form and you can query that information for feedback and intelligence, then you can start really impacting both ends of the supply chain. And we've been very lucky that the farmers that we work with have seen those, insights that have allowed them to make shifts in what they do as a farmer against, any one of those attributes that I've outlined.
If I may,
you just went mute. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, please.
I'm mute. Can you hear me?
No. Please go ahead.
Okay. I just want to zoom out. There was a great idea for the farmers themselves, but I think we ought to look on the blockchain ecosystem that brings value to the SMEs or the small grower beyond the work itself or the production itself. A lot of farmers or small farms are very risky for collaterals, for loans, for others services they need to do their job and produce the crop. And I believe that them being part of a larger ecosystem that has been triage or mitigate the risk gives them great value and a new position that they didn't have before. A lot of many problems that come from this risk position could be handled or mitigate. For instance, the funding gap. Okay, small businesses are great contributor to the economy, but they are struggling with funding in order to grow. The fund gap of the SMEs is just in the UK are about £22 billion. It is a huge amount. And for instance, invoice financing can help very much to produce a new way or to create new way for those small farmer in order to have the right budget to buy their product and services they need. They can usually they wait for a month or maybe 3 months for during this period for their client to pay them, but they spend already the amount of money and budget they need for growing their crops. So invoicing management could be very helpful, automatic, and very innovative in blockchain technologies that beforehand we just didn't have the opportunity and the tools to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Micropayments and supporting the farmer through the growth time frame, I think is absolutely key. I know we're down to about 10 minutes. I'm gonna read a little snippet out of a book. It's actually written by a gentleman who had a firsthand experience of the 2001 economic collapse in Argentina, and when I read it, it just gripped me. He's saying, I don't think it's normal for kids to die of hunger in a country that produces food for 300 million people when our population is 44 million, or to accept as normal the corrupt politicians that are filthy rich when since 2001 we have a 50% poverty rate and 25% of the population lives below the poverty line. No, man, that can't be normal. Not in a country with a disproportionate amount of natural resources and a rich cultural level. A country that is just a few decades ago was one of the most prosperous nations on the planet. I mean, I read those words and it just broke my heart that kids are starving in a country that feeds, you know, a huge percentage of the world. I want to throw that out to you because I think the technology, the emerging tech that we have, especially blockchain, and blockchain in combination with other technologies, can play a superhero role, can help change this, can keep this type of thing from happening in other countries. We have so many beautiful, agriculturally rich countries across South America, Africa. I mean, a huge capacity to feed the world and be our superheroes. I would love to hear from each of you, and I'll give you the order I'm going to call on you on, so you don't go and I know that this is something that blockchain doesn't fix everything, and I'm not wanting to pretend that it does. We just need to find those things that we individually and collectively in organizations, DAOs, however it's addressed, can really bring solutions forward. And so I'm gonna start with you, Pooja, and then Karen, Dr. Perry, and we'll end with Phil again. Okay.
Sure.
Superhero.
So,
other than the dancing, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, my son and husband are totally into superheroes. I'm actually not. But if I had to really pick one, I think, because of the amount of X-Men I watch, I would pick Jean Grey, right? Because she can get into the minds of people and, and really, and use her telekinetic powers, right? So how do we get into minds and really drive more adoption of this technology that can really unlock so much benefit, right? But what made me also think about with the story you shared, right, is really I had done this project just within Accenture, right, where we looked at, it was a POC, and we had this big lofty this big plan of how can we address world hunger, right, and it was like a tech for good project, and we did this study, right, of how much food is wasted, and then we picked bagged salad in the US, and we took a retailer where it reaches them, and we built this analytics model that could actually state that it could help them increase their sales by showing when it's likely to expire, so that you can run a promotion, but also just before it's likely to expire, route it to a charitable organization so it can be consumed when it's still fresh, right? But I mean, it's difficult because if you look at the world, the hunger and the world need for food is really, really unequal, right? You have places which produce a lot, you have obesity, and you have places which are malnourished, right, and don't have enough. So I guess if I had true superhero powers, I would want to create this global view using distributed ledger and multi-party solution to really track all of it, so we can somehow match demand and supply at a global level, right? So yeah, so if I could do that, I would love to do that.
Yeah, getting into the hearts and minds of people and helping them choose differently, especially based on data. Like I love that was part of the approach that you guys took. So, Dr. Perry, were you next, I think?
No, I think Karen is.
Karen, I'm sorry, Karen, I'm gonna have to put you on the spot.
Yeah. That was a really beautiful excerpt that you read, and I think that it's very clear that hunger is a political problem. It is never ever really actually been about a lack of resources or a lack of food. Even the potato famine was because of the colonialism structure with England. The famous famine in Ethiopia was because of a war. None of it has ever really been about an actual lack of food. It's been about power and control. And so I think that the more that we use technology for good, to distribute more of that power and control through the availability of information, the access to tools, giving people everywhere more of a chance to participate in systems, I think that we help facilitate that. I'm excited about the types of things that, as we work in bringing greater transparency and traceability to the supply chain space, of course, that brings about the benefits that we've been talking about throughout this hour of, ethical sourcing, ability to track counterfeit goods or do food recalls, like all of that kind of stuff. But, with sort of the climate change COP26 conversations in the back of my mind, I also get excited about how it can help us go beyond just the things that focus on the food supply chain, but about sustainability, about having the ability to track the carbon emissions of these supply chains and as a result, maybe them or hold those supply chains accountable to how much carbon they're producing.
So what superhero has that? What superhero has that power?
Oh yeah.
Are we going with Thor or?
I don't know. Maybe I'll go with Captain Planet. I think
okay,
that,
love it.
I think that we all just need greater awareness of the issue and empathy and interest in how are we going to solve this huge collective problem together. And we shouldn't be looking outside for leaders, like we can be those leaders ourselves.
Absolutely. Thank you. Dr. Perry.
Well, I don't believe in superpower. Sorry, I can collaborate in that. I really believe in people. The technology doesn't care. You can use the atom for good purposes and bad purposes, and I think we ought to put our heart in the right place and use more ethical decision making. And use the technology in the proper way in order to find the most benefit or most adequate solution for the world problems.
So it's people making changes that are creating a better outcome for the rest of humanity. Yeah, no, that's I'm agreeing with you. There's we'd like to think that there's someone with a magic wand that's going to fix things for us, and it's nice to think about the superpowers that they quote have. But Phil, who has the superpower that you'd like to be able to implement?
Well, look, if being a superhero means I've got to wear a cape and spandex, count me out. So I will also, kind of echo the prior comments that, it's more about collaboration and kind of teamwork. And, again, technology is an enabler to force change. And so I think we're on a good track. But, solving world hunger is such a large and complicated topic. Even the hunger that I see in my own community of people that are out of work due to the pandemic. I mean, it's heartbreaking, but it's not something that technology or blockchain can change in an isolated bubble. There has to be more programs, more government support. And I think, some of the large food companies that we see, that are getting better about understanding their inventory, so food doesn't go into the waste stream. It can be moved into food banks and homeless shelters to feed those in need. And we're seeing that, but on a much localized scale. To scale that up, you know, for the entire US map or the entire globe, it's just such a difficult question, and I'm completely ill-prepared and not knowledgeable enough to even tackle the subject. It's a big problem, and
but
we'll play a very
together.
small role, but yeah, together, yeah, it's one little company isn't going to solve it. 10 big companies isn't going to solve it. It's going to take, as we have one of our hashtags, it takes a village. I think that's how I'd summarize it.
I love that, and one of my favorite hashtags is better together. And so thank you all for your contributions, for sharing from your perspectives, and just giving us all a realistic awareness and hope, and at the same time, a fundamental clue that it's not going to happen if we don't work together. So very much appreciate you all, and have a phenomenal rest of this event. I've been enjoying Agri-D tremendously, and I hope we all continue to as well.
So Linda, thank you to you and your panelists. I think you've done a tremendous work. Tell me please about what you have been enjoying, particularly about the convention so far.
Well, I got to wake up at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard, and yeah, so I've been kind of bouncing. I got to see Tracy Levine's keynote. The insight that she shared was tremendous, and you know, then I participated in a Smart Cities leadership forum for 2 hours. So I did miss a block of time of the forum, but I'm looking forward to being here for the remainder. And yeah, it's a better together model, and I love what Adam and the team at Cropley have done, and the collaboration across the board has just been tremendous.
Thank you. And I wanted to let you know that Raishon Chambers reacted to the conversation, and it's this comment: a collaboration is a superpower in and of itself. The people collectively harnessing their powers with one united focus to fix and repair. Great conversation, they say.
Yeah, Raishon is the CEO of the Blockchain Chamber of Commerce, so it's very nice to have her share that. So thank you.
Wow, I'm very happy too, and thank you for clarifying that. So again, Linda and everybody, thank you for your work.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and enjoy the rest of the conference, because we are here for almost 4 hours more. So we've covered the 2/3 of this day, and a third is still ahead of us. So that was DLT, Innovation and Digital Transformation in the agri-food sector, with Pooja, with Karen, with Linda, with Millie, and with Phil. And now we're going somewhere else, and I wanted to be able to meet Fiona Delaney, Brian Heinen, but also Richard R. Brooks, Dr. Richard R. Brooks, and Panagiota Karadimitroyo, and Dr. Caroline Carroll. They are joining us, and some of them are already here. So I might be able to see them here. This is going to be about the standards for the framework of DLT used in agriculture. Okay, so let us see who among the panelists is already here. I just wanted to say hi to everybody. All right, so hello, wonderful guests, and I think we already have Dr. Richard R. Brooks, but we also have Panagiota Karadimitriou from ENISA. Is that correct?
Yes.
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 Yes, sir?
No, okay. Yeah, Giota and I are here.
Yes, and we're still looking for the fellow speakers, the fellow panelists. So I hope that they come here too. So Dr. Brooks, you represent Clemson University.
Yes.
Tell me please a little bit about it.
I'm in electrical and computer engineering.
Okay.
And I have a bit of it. Do you hear my echo?
No, it's actually quite good.
Okay, then I'll ignore the echo. I'm in electrical computer engineering, and I've been working on blockchain for a while. Giota and I are working on an IEEE standards committee that's looking at standards for blockchains in agriculture. Do you have anything to say about your group, Giota?
Yes, I'm Panagiotta Karadimitriou. I'm a Digital Transformation Services Coordinator in an international organization. I have a strong interest in emerging technologies and in standardization. And together with Richard, Brian, Fiona, and Caroline, we are a subset of the standard group of IEEE for distributed ledgers for the use of agriculture. So we have an enthusiasm over standardization, and we have also an enthusiasm over technology. These two can really go hand in hand.
Mm-hmm. It's also interesting because we are a very international group. And so with that, one of the things that's been very interesting is trying to come up with a common viewpoint. And for example, things that are labeled as organic in North America is different from what would be considered organic in Europe, and also the use of distributed ledgers is quite different in the different regions. It seems that China is quite advanced in this regard.
So first question that I've just thought of, Dr. Brooks, is about the organic food. So I actually used to live in the States for the whole academic year, and I remember going to organic food shops because I was just looking for the quality and the healthy type of food that I was used to back in Poland. Are you going to agree that the standard for organic might be higher here in Europe?
As far as I understand, in the United States, there is almost no standards for calling yourself self-organic. Also, there's a big difference in genetically modified organisms between North America and Europe. In the U.S., for example, I think it's almost impossible to get corn, which is not genetically modified, since it's so widely spread, and the bees have then been taking the DNA from one plant to another.
It might seem like a little bit of a philosophical question, but Doctor, do you think that we as a continent here in Europe might be going into the same direction that the US have gone? Or do you think that maybe our approach, and so having the food more organic by nature, so to say, is going to be the direction?
It's a difficult problem to answer like that. I think it also, I mean, it's philosophical, it's cultural, it's largely economic and trade policy based. So it's hard to say which is really going to push through. One of the things I found interesting, again, is in terms of use of the blockchain technology. the differences in the viewpoints and the ability. Well, it looks like Brian and Fiona have joined us.
Yes, they are here, and I'm very glad, because that says that kind of has all of us almost here, because we are only missing, I think, Dr. Caroline Carl, right? Okay, so before I pass the torch to Brian, who is the actual moderator of this, I wanted you, Dr. Burks, to tell me a little bit more about China, because you mentioned China possibly coming up with some higher standards as well. I'm not sure if I got that one right.
It seems that it's been that there's a much broader market penetration with these technologies there. Our collaborator from China has pointed out that I believe it's in the frozen seafood sector that all of the frozen seafood products are being tracked now with blockchain audit trail. I've also had contact, for example, with organic chicken providers that are using IoT devices on each individual chicken, so that when you buy free range, you know that it's really free range.
Right. Oh, that's wonderful.
And I don't think there's anything that widely spread in the North American market.
Right. You know what? I have to be honest with everybody, and I struggle a little bit with the amount of echo that comes in to the feed. And so I wanted to ask Brian and Fiona if they could maybe have their laptop volume decreased a little bit. Maybe that would help. I will appreciate it. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, I think so. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that worked. So Fiona and Brian, thank you for doing that for me. But since we're talking already, I wanted to thank Brian for moderating this, and also for rescuing the technological aspect of our talk. And so, Brian, I know that you've just been part of Blockchain for Governance conference. That's something that I've just researched. So tell me, please, how do you think blockchain can make democracy better?
Yeah, thank you for sitting in for us. I appreciate it. Sorry about the technical part. It's actually maybe an interesting use case for standards.
For sure.
We were all on our own little path of our journey. So again, thank you all for joining us today. Unfortunately, we are still missing one person, but hopefully she can sign in. But maybe I'm not sure if the rest of the guys got an opportunity to introduce themselves, but maybe I assume. Yes. But maybe I'll introduce myself and Fiona really quick, or Fiona can introduce herself, and then I'll introduce me.
Sure. I'm Fiona Delaney. I'm from Ireland. I have an agri-tech company called Origin Chain Networks, and we are using blockchain technology to provide reputational trust to farmer-side food brands. And myself and Brian are here talking about democracy and blockchain and food in Barcelona. So we're very delighted to join together. So yeah,
it was good fortune that we could be in the same space. And my name is Brian Heinen from Local Producer and Blockchain in Europe, and I commercialize products, services, and platforms, and within the blockchain space. And I've been in the space since about 2013. And at that time, when I started to learn more about blockchain, I realized that the greatest opportunity for integrating blockchain to solve some real life problems was in our food system. So since that point, I've been working to try to help drive this conversation, which really led me to what we're going to hopefully get our minds around today is standards. Because, you know, going from working from a large organization, I was at the Bitcoin Foundation, to talking to enterprise companies, to startups and SMEs about how they're trying to build in this space, I realized that there's a lot of excitement and energy and passion to try to solve these real life business problems that affect us all if we're fortunate, and that's where we procure our food every day. But what I realized is that while we were putting so much energy and resources into this, it's quite easy to go off splintered into our own space. And so I started to learn more about standards, and I realized it's maybe like the train tracks that we try to put our carts on and build a bigger train as they're driving with a purpose to hopefully feed the entire planet a healthy and sustainable diet. And so that's maybe a little bit of context to where all the conversation I think is as well. And I'm very fortunate because this panel is surrounded by a lot more intelligent people in general, but specifically in this space. And I think if we could just have a conversation around, not maybe in the beginning a little bit about standards. I think, Richard, maybe you had already started to talk about this before we came on. Is that true?
Yeah.
You were already kind of giving some more about standards?
Standardization, standards are an interesting problem, because ideally you want to have things defined so that the different products and services can work together seamlessly. That is not always the case as to what happens. That's ideally the case. I've come across a number of standards over time where they seem to be, well, it's false to think that because two different products use the same standard that they can necessarily work together. It can occur that you have some sort of capture between the different companies. Frequently, you'll have people that already have products sending representatives to standards boards, and their main goal is to define a standard such that they don't have to change their product. Luckily, we do not have that in this group, but one of the things we've been struggling with is again, looking at the different terminologies and what the different things mean, which, because, for example, if you're then offering organic produce in Ireland and it's being exported, you would want the people on the other side to be able to know what you're providing. But as we discussed earlier, something that's called organic in North America probably does not meet the European standards. So it's a challenge to find that the proper way of describing the provenance of the goods so that the consumers and also the different people providing the goods can know what they're getting. Another issue is then just technical compatibility, because in this entire ecosystem, there's so many different things that are involved, from Internet of Things, where the goods are being produced, all the way up to the supermarket. Ideally, you would want consumers to have a view of the entire chain, and also for the producers to be able to trace their goods through the system. That's what we're trying to aim at, but with all the different parts in between, you have to be able to define it so that everyone's on a level playing field and everything works properly with each other.
And Richard, if I can jump in too, and I know it's one of the things that we've talked about as a group quite often, this idea that, standards shape the market and market shapes the standards. And we've put in enormous effort trying to figure out even where to enter into this conversation in a lot of ways. There's so much when we talk about, of course, our food system. But I think, and unfortunately Caroline's not here, but Caroline brought up an interesting point in one of our group sessions about just the power of the people who are going to help get this standard set. The effort that will help us to adopt the technology and the new business models or value chain models we hope to create. If once we get this track laid down, it will open up so many opportunities, and even in this moment, we haven't even started thinking about the solutions that could be out there in this industry when we bring in blockchain and the different tools that come from having an immutable ledger underpinning any technology or service that's in the industry.
And it can reduce the...
Maybe if Fiona or Geota wants to jump in too.
Maybe I'll just add to that. I think we need to, because we're talking about blockchains and we're talking about timestamping, we have this amazing opportunity to think about timeliness and this idea of immutability and record keeping for the long term. When we're planning systems, we're identifying problems that we have right now around asynchronous data transparency into value chains or supply chains or provenance chains or certification. But in the very near term future, we're going to be looking at requirements for big data, actually, which are about climate impact information. We could be talking about carbon footprint analysis or life cycle assessments or standards or business process or certification processes, even for technology, not just for business, logistics, food, but even for ourselves as technologists. We need to become responsible for reporting our own energy use, and that becomes part of the provenance chain. So when we're talking about these new systems for which standards are required, we need to start thinking in terms of short, medium, and long term. And when we're talking about blockchains, we have this perfect opportunity to consider timeliness, timestamping, and when does record keeping start? When does custody begin and end? When does insurance terms begin and end? Timeliness becomes this new factor that we can incorporate into business process, and standardizing integration patterns around that, about how to acknowledge that within our business processes, now that we are facing into the future of digitalized data. I mean, we're kind of there. We're not completely there, but we're kind of there. And we need interoperability standards around data integrity, data integration, as well as system-based interoperabilities. Because in blockchain-based systems, for enterprise and big data projects, we're talking about the same thing. Talking about data integration and system integration.
And it also gives us...
I heard somebody jump in. Go.
No, Pinedo.
Building up on the statement of Brian that standards shape the market, but also market shapes the standards, I think this is reality number one. Standards have to be shaped and formed in a way that will help the market put the right boundaries and give products that will be able to deliver value. But also, on the other hand, they are not to be rigid. They should adapt, they should evolve, and they should follow the needs of the market. So this is reality number one. Reality number two is that there is standardization in the agriculture world, and there is standardization in the technical world. Somehow, these two worlds have to correlate. We should have the standards developed for agricultural purposes, the legal base, and everything that forms the theory base of this new universe to be supported from technology. And there, the technical standards come in. The technical standards of distributed ledgers and the technical standards of various platforms on distributed ledgers like blockchain, and these have to assist in their part. The agricultural standards and solutions become reality. So this is the second reality. There has to be a continuous monitoring and a correlation between the standardization being done in the logical level with the standardization in the technical level, so that the second becomes valuable, implements and shapes the reality of the first.
Well, and maybe if I can pick up on that a little bit too. just in taking products to market in general, it doesn't even have to be specifically in agriculture, but this idea of the hype of fueling a new product, of fueling a new service is really exciting. And especially in this space, you see a lot. I'm working in blockchain now on it. And everyone's like, oh, wow, that's going to solve all the problems. And no, I think everyone, for the most part, in this conference realized, no, it's not just because you're talking about blockchain now. And that's on my journey, at least, as well, where the standards conversation became so potent, because I realized, okay, it's about reducing the friction of bringing a product to our customers and potential clients, and maybe eventually the consumer, to make things easier to produce a more sustainable product, to have a more sustainable supply chain, to bring the actual product to market. So the blockchain and the standard and anything else that's in our tool belt that's helping us get a product to market is really behind the scenes. And for me, that's where standards, if we can have a way to have this conversation and get people and other stakeholders to buy into what we're trying to build, it just allows us to accelerate so much quicker the adoption of our products. At least that's how I feel. I mean, do you guys agree on just a business sense where standards really helps us?
The other thing that we haven't... something that's important too is the new amount of transparency and trustworthiness that it provides. I mean, if there's any area where this is most important, is that what you're eating and where it comes from, and the blockchain provides with the immutable ledger, you can know, for example, the sell-by date on the products that you have. How do you know that that's really that hasn't been tampered with or something? Now you can actually have certification, and the same thing with the technologies that are being used for handling the goods.
But does the standard, is the standard then that's what we need to have on the blockchain? And I guess that's where our conversation is always led within our group. What actually are we trying to standardize? What conformity? Is it on the technical sense? Is it on the harmonization of data sense?
Well, I know I have a preference, but I'm not sure that all my colleagues here totally agree with me. Where I see it from my business point of view, what I need is a greater degree of trust in these new decentral systems. And so I want aspects of it to be standardized, because my government in Ireland and the European Union, the European Commission, understands regulation, directive, and standards. So for me,
for buy-in, for reputation
of service providers like me, but also reputation, we're particularly concerned with the reputation of producers and food producers in the contest for the production of food in safe, climate protecting or climate aware ways. The reputation of the farmers is something that is at risk of being knocked. We can see farmers at COP26 and they're protesting the imposition of unrealistic, objectives or whatever. They aren't in that context of environmental first. They are not listened to. And there is a communication gap and a reputational impact on that. And I can honestly say that mutual understanding and efficient, coherent, asynchronous types of communication that are agreed between business partners or collaborators in a cooperative multi-party system, which is essentially what a blockchain-based system is, that all helps. And for our end users or for our community, which is a farming community, that's really significant. Not just because they're best in class and they like to tick boxes, but because it protects their reputation in these emerging economic requirements or marketplace requirements of enhanced transparency. In the production of protein, 80% of the lifetime of livestock is spent on the farm. most of the risk during the lifetime of the livestock is taken by the farmer. The product then leaves the gate, the farm gate, goes into transformation, retail, everything else. The carbon footprint of protein sources is practically doubled because after it leaves the farm gate, in fact, even after it leaves the processor, so between the supermarket and the retailer, so much is wasted that the carbon footprint has to be doubled to include the waste amount. Now, we can talk all we like about farmers needing to do this, that, and whatever, but there's a lot of other people in the value chain who also need to take responsibility, and we all need to provide transparency there. So when we're talking about reporting, reputation, all those different kinds of things, I don't have all the answers. I don't know how we can do that and report that. And, anybody can put crappy data into a database, and anybody can put crappy data into a blockchain too. I mean, let's not overpromise what a digital system can deliver, but it is a cooperative system, and it is a place to start for business systems that we've thought about but have no way of implementing yet.
The distributed nature, though, does help keeping problems coming from the top down. It's not that it couldn't be co-opted, but the distributed nature does make it more difficult to centralize a lot of these things. And the end-to-end nature of the data being captured also makes it easier to reliably track and maintain the type of information that Fiona was talking about. It would be harder to hide the energy consumption, after it goes out of the producer's gate in a system like this.
Like, the participants in the system also gain a reputation score within the system as system users. Mm-hmm. You can build your reputation as a data gatherer or as a participant in the system, and that becomes to your credit. Like, as a good actor within this cooperative system, you have a behavioral. It really
becomes harder
we understand it coming from game theory and video games, right? We already know that this works, and it exists for ecosystems and cooperative systems.
It becomes harder to greenwash after the fact.
100%.
And I think that's part of it too. I mean, the idea now, put standards aside for a second with blockchain, it's an incentive or a deterrent mechanism for sharing data and recording data. But I also believe that a standard is just about getting buy-in for the different stakeholders to believe in this deterrent or incentive mechanism. Yeah. So if we can get people on the same page, then they start to put that sort of idea. We could hash that idea, the standard, to how we're talking about the incentive in the deterrent model, and then we start building our products and services based on that level, that same baseline, if you will.
If properly defined, it can lower the risk for the technology developers, providers, and also for the people using it. If you have like clear guidelines, and if you know that this will be taken care of here, this is the part where I can work, it becomes easier for you to develop your tools, also to set up your products to fit within those goals. Similarly, for international trade, if we're gathering the data that's needed, it becomes easier to know that you're going to be given a fair shake further down the line.
And that's it. I think a lot of people, my misconception or preconception was that it's almost like a regulation, or it's a way that's going to like bog things down for me to develop a product. Where actually it's quite the opposite, because it makes it so much easier to get buy-in, and now the creativity can really happen. I come from originally being with the Bitcoin Foundation in that world, and I also have some values that I understand that they hold in that more crypto. Like, yeah, all right, sure, but how do we really get a larger community buying into adopting these technologies? Wow, we got to try to get people a little bit more on the same page. You can't, and then I think there can be even more creativity in finding solutions, because that's what we need. We need more people putting their mind powers that don't look like Richard and me, maybe, that are trying to solve problems across the world, where it's easier coming from Western country to sort of finally feed ourselves, like I started in the beginning. Like, how do we get our food? And, you know, and I think those larger communities working together, you know, jump on.
In fact,
Well, I mean, I'm just spitballing here, guys. I mean, I really like the idea of, particularly because we're talking about blockchain and DLT, and I think this is really Panejota's domain as well. We are talking about consensus building amongst consortia partners in Europe. It is really common in European projects for the collaboration process itself to be a starting point for a standard or best practice guidance around how, let's say, technology and business can come together, or food research and IoT companies can come together, cooperate in the common pursuit of the goals that are laid out in the research, right? But that they can make it's an agreement which is like a best practice, which can sometimes be adopted either by nation states and then the full European Union as a standard. So we can see through that very process, we can see that it is enshrining the positive outcomes of collaboration for the purpose of creating best practice for research, for industry, for trade, and then accelerating access to the marketplace. You know, what we want to do, we don't just want to solve these logic puzzles. You know, how will I remember in 20 years' time the freshness of lettuce or whatever, right? No, I really want to get this to the marketplace faster. I want to feed the people with the fresh food, and I want to make sure that if the farmer was an organic producer, that the record of their organic certified process is also bundled with the food, so that with the information about the food, so that we have that record and we have that proof for their reputation enshrined and associated with the object, the real world object, which we can consume as food. And then we can, so we have this meaningful record of what has happened.
I think that modern ecosystems, they have an enhanced need for assurance, traceability, and auditing. So the technology of distributed ledgers offers this. So to offer this in the most efficient way, so that a modern ecosystem can benefit of this chance of assurance and auditing chance that is provided, it has to be put in a certain structure, and that's where standardization comes into play. If standardized properly, such a technical solution can give the empowerment to an ecosystem to assure, trace, and audit on demand whatever it needs. And that's why this technology is so innovative, because it has this immutability, it has this distributed nature, it can be used by anybody who needs it for the purpose of notarization or assurance or tracking.
So, Caroline, we have one more minute.
Hi.
Can you solve this for us, please? I don't know, maybe she can't hear me. No, I think, but in all seriousness, I think this is true. Like, there's so much that we're trying to figure out how to get these tracks down.
Yeah.
And
there's
it's interesting
that we need to connect. But
that's
connecting those tracks is going to be vital, I think.
The interesting part of the problem is that it's technical, it's agricultural, it's legal, there's regulations, it's economics, and it all comes together.
So in the last 30 seconds,
now that's
encourage all of you to look into standards. Reach out to us if you have some questions about how you can participate in your local standards organization. We think it's a vital tool for adoption and innovation moving forward. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. And thanks to the panel, guys.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your hosting, Brian. I appreciate it. And I want to find out if Caroline, Carol is there. So Caroline, I know we haven't been able to hear you for most part, but maybe there's this chance, this last opportunity for you to have your say.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. The point I'd like to make about standards in general is that they're supposed to make your life easier and better. An example is driving. We follow rules so that we drive safely, and we know something about what to expect. And standards do that across all sorts of industries. I come out of the hardware software industry, and there, because of standards, we're able to connect pieces together to make a whole. And so what we're trying to do in agriculture is find a way to know what you're getting and to have some surety about that.
Thank you for this appendix, or maybe a postscriptum. I really appreciate that. So thank you to all the panelists. It was great to hear from you. All right, and now I might change the camera because there's this moment coming up when I have some great news to share. We will now be talking about blockchain infrastructure development in African food systems, and that is with John O'Connor from Input Output Global. And John O'Connor is one of our guests. I actually have one question to him. But before I'm able to do that, let us first see his official title and the name of this meeting. Right, so this session is with John O'Connor, and I might be able to see him there. Hi, John.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Good to be with you, yes. Very quietly, but we do hear you. So I'm pretty sure it's going to get better. Recently, I've come across an interview with you where you said, from the perspective of a blockchain technology provider, what we're trying to come in and do is to build this financial infrastructure much cheaper, much more economically than what traditional finance offers. Could you tell a little bit more about that? Because I really like that quote.
Yeah, I think that one of the promises of blockchain technology and of DeFi and all of these innovations is this idea that we can do things, 10x, cheaper, faster, better. And this 10x cheaper, faster, better is particularly relevant for markets which have been underserved by financial provision. So we see this every day in Africa. I mean, anyone who's lived and worked on the continent can see how people are missing access to formal credit systems, formal banking systems. And we see the massive adoption that happens once these services are offered. There's a reason why M-Pesa and mobile money was created in Kenya and not in the UK. So for me, blockchain offers the opportunity to supercharge this. And that's really what my job's about. And I really think that that's what a lot of the value of the industry should be focused on.
when I recently visited the US, I was so surprised that even though it was the country that, in my mind, represented all the modernity, all the shiny new innovation. Actually, when I landed there, I was surprised that there are still some people who use checks for bank transfers, or that sometimes when you go to a shop, the seller may ask you to spend at least $10 for you to be able to use your your bank card or your credit card. And so that made me think that sometimes late adoption of certain technology is actually an advantage, because in Africa, so many of the technologies we've been talking about, maybe it started to be present there later, but when they finally started implementing that, that technology was much more advanced from the beginning.
Yeah, I think it's a great example that you gave. One thing which I've always found funny is actually how difficult America has found it to adopt chip and pin systems and get rid of the check. The UK's finished with it. It moved very quickly to chip and pin. But as you said, systems are sticky. When something's worked for a long time, trying to get rid of it is often more effort than it's worth. And that's exactly why we've seen such strong adoption in Africa of these new technologies. We skipped broadband on the continent and went straight to telco and 4G services. And as a result, honestly, I get better coverage for 4G in Kenya than I would do in rural parts of the UK. You can be on a safari in the Masai Mara and you've got 4G there. Right. You've got all of the Masai tribe taking Instagram photos, doing selfies. So yeah, you know, in many ways, Africa lacks systems which I hope will be developed quickly. But in other ways, 100%, you get a better experience. I get faster 4G in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia than I do in London. So, you know, it's silver lining sometimes.
It is. Actually, a friend of mine is an American, and he just told me how much he appreciated the travel and the decision to have his office in Poland rather than in the US. And the reason was the internet connection was just much faster.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the beauties about remote working and remote companies these days, that you don't have to be in Silicon Valley to be doing, you know, high assurance, amazing technology development.
So if not in Silicon Valley, where are you? And it's a little bit of a philosophical question, like, what is your thing, if you could tell me about that?
So 4 years ago, I moved to Ethiopia to set up an Africa business for Input-Output. Input-Output is the company that develops Cardano. Crypto is obviously volatile, but typically we're the third to fifth largest cryptocurrency with around $70 billion of market capitalization. So I had originally worked on the market side, dealing with exchanges, helping launch the products, launch the token. But my interest was always in Africa. By background, I'm half Irish, half Ethiopian. I was raised in the UK. And for me, my interest was always, how do we start to leverage these innovative financial technologies and blockchain to really drive forward adoption in a real and meaningful way? And for some of the things that we just talked about, Africa made a lot of sense to me, to be a place where blockchain could really start to have organic adoption and actually deliver real impact. You know, sometimes our industry can be a funny old thing. You know, DeFi can be described as leveraging your crypto to buy more crypto, which earns you more crypto, which then increases your balance of crypto. And you know, I think that's simplifying things. There have been huge innovations, but still, has that created the real world economic impact that this technology promised? And that's why I moved to Ethiopia and started to work earnestly on these problems.
Well, I guess it might be that you're looking for some deeper meaning in your life, because you're just interested in what is the takeaway for the ordinary people. Is that a little bit of that?
Yeah, I think that driving value and impact is you only get one shot at this life, so you have to think about how you spend your time. And for me, I find it incredibly rewarding to start working on these problems. I think it's important to recognize that technology is only ever one part of the solution, that technology sits within a social and political and regulatory context. But technology can go some of the way towards making these improvements. And particularly if it's supported by strong regulatory environments and the rest of the things that I discussed, then yeah, I think technology-driven development is a reality.
All right, we'll have plenty of time to have a talk because you will also be on the panel discussion. So I'm now kindly inviting you to start your keynote speech.
Perfect. Is the deck going to pop up in a second?
Yes, it is here.
You guys are pros. All right. Let's see if the clicker works. Amazing. Okay, so thank you everyone for tuning in. As I said, I'm John O'Connor. I head up the African operations for Input Output, the company behind Cardano. So Input Output is an amazing company. We were founded in 2015 to build blockchain solutions, cryptocurrencies, and offer expert consulting solutions for governments, for corporations, and for academic institutions. One of the things that separates us from other blockchain companies is that all of our work begins with peer-reviewed science and white papers. So we have research partnerships with, I think, 12 or 13 universities now across the world. This includes Tokyo Tech University, University of Edinburgh, Oxford, MIT now, I think, Stanford, and a growing list, very distributed across geographies. So we take this research and then we turn these primitives into engineering products, which eventually end up with consumer solutions. As a company, we've got, I think, I need to update this deck. I think we're now 600 people across 50 companies. And that geographic spread is fantastic in that it creates a really lively discourse across people from different countries and different backgrounds. And this is really the engine that drives Cardano and Input Output. So let's talk very quickly about Cardano. So we're a third generation proof of stake blockchain. We're highly scalable, interoperable, and sustainable. The reality of this is that we don't have the same energy requirements that proof of work systems like Bitcoin do. So we use a lottery-based consensus algorithm, which means that rewards and incentives are allocated on a lottery system rather than this expensive solving of a hard mathematical problem, which is typically how proof of work systems work. We're normally in the top 5 list of cryptos, $70 billion market cap, 100 times more decentralized than Bitcoin. Okay, so as I start to lead into agriculture, identity, and traceability, one thing I'd like to flag is that whilst a lot of the work that I do is working directly with governments and international stakeholders to figure out what products and solutions we should be building, the thing I'm probably most proud of and excited of is our Project Catalyst. So this is a $1.4 billion decentralized fund. It's the world's largest decentralized fund. What we do is we stick problem statements up of how can you build good identity solutions for a smallholder farmer. Then anyone in the world can put together a project proposal. It's reviewed, social due diligence is done by the community. And if the community chooses to vote for these proposals, then they get funded. It's pure unrestricted finance, no onerous reporting requirements. So for me, this Project Catalyst is actually going to be the engine by which we see lots of innovation in the identity and agri-tech space. It's not going to be input-output building everything. It's going to be people leveraging our tools, leveraging some of these funding opportunities to actually build for the problems that they see on a day-to-day basis. So far more interesting than what I'm about to talk about is probably this Project Catalyst Fund. And if anyone's interested in trying to finance their own ideas or businesses, this is a great vehicle for that. Okay, so maybe for a lot of the audience, this stuff is well known, but fundamentally, agriculture is the industry to talk about when you're talking about Africa. So across the continent, agriculture provides employment for over 50% of the continent's working population. That being said, it only accounts for 20% of the GDP on average. And for sub-Saharan African countries, Yeah, sorry, 4% is the global average. So, you've got over 50% of the population working on this. It's still a relatively small amount of the GDP. In countries like Ethiopia, even though 70% of the population is working in agriculture, the country is still a net importer of food. So this is where we see a lot of the food security issues happening across the continent. Everyone's working in agriculture, but the agriculture isn't productive enough to be able to generate strong exports, to be able to bring in dollars, or even necessarily to feed local populations. So ag is the sector. Improvements to ag typically will have the highest leverage on creating impact. All right, so when it comes towards blockchain and where we can impact on this space, blockchain really has three primary benefits. One is in terms of the transparency of agriculture value chains. The second is the traceability. So this is where you see a lot of farm-to-fork traceability solutions, and I'll be talking about that more later. And third is in terms of the transaction. So can we increase the efficiency of these global value chains? Can we reduce payment costs? Can we increase the speed through which transactions can be done? More broadly, our mission in the region is to try to work on two meta areas, which is economic identity and access to finance. For us, identity is the fundamental software tool we can build, which will have the most leverage. Identity is foundational to almost everything else that you could do in this space. So we've worked hard to build a rigorous decentralized identity solution, which can act as this foundation. Secondly, access to finance. Finding capital in lots of the countries we work in is challenging. SMEs, smallholder farmers, they often have access to a very small pool of siloed capital in the country. And as a result, interest rates are very high. And ultimately, people aren't investing as much in their farms and in their productive capacity as they might like to if there was more capital. So this is the problem statement. So what I've got here is a nice diagram which sort of splits out the agri-food system. So you can see on the left all of the enabling factors, which I think I discussed. So any solutions have to be seen within the context of they operate within these other enabling factors. You need macroeconomic stability, you need some infrastructure, you need legal frameworks to encourage investment. But all of this stuff is complicated, boring, and for the purposes of this conversation, it's exogenous. We can't always solve everything. So what can we solve, or what can we work on? Well, if you break down the market into this system into market, distribution, processing, farming, and inputs, where we see space to play as a technology company is really in the distribution, processing, and potentially farming area. So what you can see is we've got this IOTA Trace and IOTA Prism products. So Trace can impact on distribution and processing, and Prism can impact on farming. So I'll go more into this now, but Atala Trace is a traceability solution based on the blockchain, and Atala Prism is the identity solution, which we can use for farmer registration, which is foundational towards the lending, the payments, the e-commerce, which we think is that sort of layer we can build on top. So these are the products that I'm going to talk about today. All right, so supply chain tracking. So this is our Atala Trace solution. Well, what are the challenges? Often you have a lack of visibility in the supply chain. Often farmers have no leverage on the distribution control. There's low customer engagement. How do you know where this food's come from? As you say, is it fresh? Is it not? So ultimately, these goods become incredibly commodified, and it's difficult to differentiate your products as a farmer. Finally, with paper-based documentation, tracking the creation and sale of these agriculture products, it's deeply inefficient, and often you have fraud, waste, and abuse, and it's also incredibly time-consuming for the participants who are involved. All of this leads to a reduction in the product value. So our Atala Trace solution is very configurable, it's very flexible, and ultimately it's created to work on some of these problems. We've seen a lot of businesses come up with farm-to-fork solutions. They've proven that actually they can sell produce at a higher price if they can prove the provenance and ensure that all the steps across that value chain have been tracked. So this is really the solution. And we'll talk more about it with a specific use case in a second. So our first pilot with supply chain traceability was with a company called Beef Chain in Wyoming. So the pilot was to track £500,000 of high quality Wyoming certified beef. We tagged 1,600 calves with NFC devices. And this is a USDA approved project. So every single part from the cows being born, what they were eating, where they're grazing, has all been included along this value chain, right down to the point where the customer can buy a steak and they can scan the QR codes and they can see all of this provenance. So this was really the first pilot. We've now got 2 further pilots, which hopefully we'll be doing by the end of Q1 of next year, which are actually in Africa. But this was really just to build the technology, to get a pilot under our belt. And so far it's been successful. We're not the only people playing in this space. There's lots of traceability solutions. But one of the areas which I think I heard in the talk before, where this is really interesting, is in organic certification and fair trade production. So getting certified is expensive. Keeping your certification is expensive. We believe that with some of these solutions, we might be able to enable more people to participate in certification programs on the continent, which can lead to them selling higher value crops at the end of it and getting a higher purchase price. All right, so we've talked about traceability. Now onto my favorite topic, digital identity. So I get quite passionate about this because it is the beginning of all of the things that you want to do over increasing access to finance. So our digital identity solutions are lightweight. They enhance security. We've built in privacy by design, and it can also be tied towards physical cards, NFC cards, national identity cards. So this system will enable you to authenticate into an ecosystem of financial and credit products based on the identity footprint that you build up. So we're in talks with 2 countries in Africa over national identity programs, and we've already implemented a pilot in Ethiopia, which we'll talk about in a second. So what we did for the Ministry of Education in Ethiopia was to build an identity solution to track 5 million students and 750,000 teachers. So the creation of this is the registration of student identities, which are then created into this digital identity. And then when students complete a degree or when they have completed their leavers exams, we issue a verifiable credential to this identity. So you can imagine that you take a hash of the degree certificate that's stored on the blockchain. Now, even if my school closes, my university closes, I can still go to an employer. They can compare the hashes with the blockchain and they can see that I actually did get that degree and I have accomplished what I said I have, even if the school has closed, the university is closed, or maybe the school or the university is just not very good at getting back to me and can't reissue my degree. So yeah, it also deals with fake certification and a host of other problems. So the goal was to expand this program towards the national identity scheme. So first of all, within education, to go from 5 million to 20 million across the education system, and then potentially to look at other forms of credentialing like driver's licenses, birth certificates and death certificates, as well as farmer history. What crops have you, how much teff did you grow last year? So it's a very extensible system. So let's just run through what the experience would look like. From the ministry's perspective, they have been doing education in Ethiopia and allocating resources pretty much blind. So the only information which they were getting was the grades of students when they complete their school career, just before university. So this means that all of this investment which they've been doing across people's education, they only get one data reference point about how that's actually going. So with this identity and tracking system, the ministry gets to learn about problems and invest resources much earlier on. So you can say that in the Oromia region, we have a mathematics problem from students who are ages 7 to 10. well, why is that? Let's interrogate that and make an action. So just on the data analytics component, this solution created a lot of value because we're going from paper to digital. And that benefit is sort of outside of blockchain. It's just one of the benefits of digitization. So the ministry has management consoles where it can add schools, regions, zones, interrogate the data, remove and block schools or reissue credentials. And then it has all of these analytics that I'm talking about, enabling them to do data-driven policymaking. From the perspective of the school, they can manage the identities and credentials of all of the teachers and the students within their institution. And the headmasters and principals and subject leads can also do analytics on the performance of their students as well as their performance. So this also enables reviews to go both ways. So you can start to be a bit more honest about where some of the challenges are from an institutional perspective in the teaching. So it's also useful for the schools themselves. Finally, for the user, they have a system, an identity and credential management system for themselves to be able to look at the credentials which they've been issued. They have a class scheduling tool so that they can check in, look at their coursework, figure out where they're meant to be. And finally, powerful analytics to enable students to take ownership over their own education and to see subject areas which they could improve on. All right, just before I go on, actually, the final experience which we were looking to build here was that students, after they leave university, will have access towards these credentials either through a cloud-based login, an NFC card, or hosting these credentials on their smartphones. They'd then be able to authenticate into job search websites to be able to prove to employers that they've actually done what they say they have. So you could also imagine maybe on LinkedIn one day, you'll have a special green tick by your university degree if it's a verified credential. So why is this important and why is this relevant to agriculture? Well, we're hoping to launch in Kenya next year a pilot registering 5 million smallholder farmers with identities and to start tracking the crops which they grow and working with the cooperatives to start building up a fingerprint of this smallholder farmer. The beauty about this is that we can start to use these identities to actually become the basis of a credit decision. So what we want to build is essentially a digital MFI, which is based upon these digital identity systems. To this end, we've just started lending directly off our own balance sheet to SMEs in Kenya through a couple of partners to be able to start to connect up the liquidity that's available in cryptocurrency, call it this $70 billion of liquidity, to these real world lending opportunities, which you see in SMEs and also in agriculture. So, we've got this identity layer now. Well, what we need to do is to analyze the risk, have some sort of credit rating algorithm, and then pass that information back up to the investors of our cryptocurrency, or at least the holders of our cryptocurrency, to be able to offer them the opportunity to lend in at yields which, frankly, would be very attractive given what yields you can get in the United States, but could also be 4 times cheaper for your Kenyan farmer. So this is the real magic of where we're going to go. Reducing the interest rates which farmers and SMEs are being charged in local markets, while still offering attractive investment opportunities to the people who are holding this capital internationally. So this sort of interest rate arbitrage is one of the key benefits which I think we can do with cryptocurrency, with blockchain, and with these digital identities. So this is the goal. We'd like Cardano to have next year $150 million lent through Cardano towards these real world economic use cases. And that's the target which we're going after through all of these pilots, through these digital identity solutions, through our partnerships across the continent. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope that was interesting. I'd just like to say that if anyone would like to reach out, potentially they have interesting pilots or want to integrate our technologies together, we're a very collaborative company, and we're excited to work with you. So thank you.
Well, not just collaborative, but also very interactive. I mean, I actually very enjoyed your presentation. I enjoyed it very much. And I also enjoyed our conversation just before that. So, John, are you looking forward to the panel discussion that's coming up in about an hour and a half?
Of course I am. How could I not be with an introduction like that? So, yes, I'm very much looking forward to it.
Thank you for saying that. So tell me, please, what is the point or one of the points you will be trying to make during the panel discussion about technology as a tool for social good?
I think that as much as there's a good expression, when all you've got is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And one of the conceits of technologists is that we can solve everything with technology. Actually, we have to engage with the other stakeholders. We have to engage with the people who've been working in agricultural transformation for years and years and years. So I think one of the points I'm probably going to be banging on about is we also need to align our efforts and the work that we're doing with the organizations which are currently doing this, with local ministries, and with all of the stakeholders who are currently involved in the agriculture space and have been for 20, 30, 40 years. So work in sympathy and not against the grain.
Yeah, that sounds like a very promising introduction to something that's only coming up. So please make sure everybody to hear from Joe O'Connor, because he's coming back for sure. He represents Input Output Global. It's been a pleasure, and just stay in touch, okay?
Thank you very much.
Yay. And this is this moment when I can tell you where, well, first, it's 5:10 p.m. Here in Central Europe. This is Warsaw, where we're connecting from. I wonder about whether it's the evening or morning or maybe afternoon or maybe the middle of the night where you are watching. So I'd like to hear from our audience, and I do want to say that I very much appreciate you being here with us. Some of the panelists to the next panel, which is Banking the Unbanked, is actually, some of them are actually already here. And so I'm very curious who among them will be able to show themselves, who will be visible on the screen that we have here. And so let's check that out. This is going to be Rural Inclusion Banking the Unbanked. And since I still don't see the panelists yet, well, 3 of them are actually here. So let us start. That is perfect. So Nitin Gaur is with us. He represents IBM. Hi, Nitin.
Hey, guys. How are you? Good to meet you and glad to be here.
I'm good, and we're good here on the Warsaw side. What about you? How have you been following the conference? Have you?
Yes, I have. I joined an hour earlier, and I think the last speaker was certainly fascinating in terms of a lot of topics that I would like to cover. He did cover both in terms of financial inclusion, but also in terms of identity from IOHK or Cardano. So looking forward to, again, taking this to the next level in terms of work that I have done and my teams have done around the world.
Nice.
It's a great conference, great event, though.
Yeah, nice, Nitin. And I actually will have some questions that have to do with what you just said. But first, I want to hear from John Trask, who represents Dimitra. Great to have you, John.
Hey, good morning from California, where I am this morning. Thank you for having me here, and look forward to the conversation.
Right. Sounds cliche, but I guess sunny California again?
Sunny California. Well, the sun's only been up for an hour or two now.
Ah, yeah. So
still early in the morning.
You know what? When I was starting this conference, there was somebody joining us from the East Coast, and it was still the middle of the night. It was 2 a.m. And now, since it's sunshine, there's sunshine in the U.S. already on the West Coast. Wow, that tells us that this event has been quite, well, I guess, for a lack of a better word, eventful.
Yeah, absolutely. I had another presentation an hour ago, and the sun was just coming up at that point.
Oh, I see.
But I've been on for a few hours watching some of the speakers and saw some great presentations so far. So it's a pretty exciting conference.
Yeah. Is there something that will stick with you?
You know, I watched two key presentations earlier on the tech channel. One of them was around water management and the different methodologies from a water management perspective, and how to start including, I guess, the government and infrastructure and water service providers. And another one was an interesting presentation on highways and how we use highways to, you know, improve biodiversity and other factors. So I think both of those were quite interesting. There's a few more that I watched pieces of. Yeah. At the same time, I was trying to get ready for this and get ready for my own presentation. So it's I've been trying to navigate the different tools at the same time.
I'm sure you've taken you've taken the biggest advantage of this whole time, and I'm glad that you are having a good time here. Let's hear from Varun Baker. He is from Farm Credibly. Varun, I'm very thankful for you joining us.
Hi, yeah, thanks so much. Good evening to you, and good morning to some of you. Thanks so much for having me. I've also been tuning in, a lot of fascinating presentations here today. I'm learning myself, and also just getting a much better idea of who a lot of the key players are in applying blockchain technology to agriculture, which, you know, is something I'm super passionate about. So very happy to be here today, guys.
So what's your reason to be so passionate? Is that because you guys do something quite substantial for the farmers?
Definitely, it is a core kind of feature in the applications we're building for farmers. I mean, I will say right off the bat, in talking to farmers, I very rarely mention blockchain. I find farmers are not interested in blockchain as a word, but people are it's very, very relevant. And the reason I'm so passionate is because there's a big need to build trust. And as a technologist myself, someone who's a software engineer by training, I've seen the immense potential of this technology in being able to do things that were not possible before. So that's really what motivates me.
You know, some of the panelists today on the conference, they have like promised to each other that they will never use the B word here.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I think that's a great move. I really don't think farmers need to hear about that. Technology, if it works well, is invisible, if you ask me, right? It's like Wi-Fi. Like, no one needs to know the bolts and nuts and bolts of how it works. You just need to know that it makes life better and easier and connects people. And that's the story to tell here.
That makes sense, Nitin?
Yes, it actually does. And I completely agree. I think it has to be transparent technology itself, and no one really cares about what blockchain does as long as it delivers the promise of, again, trade, trust, ownership, all the things that we talk about in solving the problem.
So I have heard from you, and you mentioned that you appreciated what John O'Connor just said. And so if you could maybe briefly react to that, and maybe that will somehow be a good starting point for our discussion here.
No, absolutely. So I think where I resonated with John, having worked in this industry for quite some time, and some of the notable players, the AgriDigital early days in Australia, and some of the work that we're doing in terms of, farm to market, we ourselves have built. This is IBM food safety networks. We have built Farmers Connect, which is trying to sort of bring the element of the farmers' produce in the market. And so there's food traceability elements. Then we also build TradeLens and VTrade, which is the element of traceability of food, as well as trade logistics and trade finance networks. And having built all that network, I would say that in the context we're talking about, which is I've been asked, and I also built a payment network, which is IBM Worldwide, which is a cross-border payment network. I was always asked to say, we have these networks which is trying to solve the food traceability issue, which is trying to connect the farmers to the consumers, removing some of the intermediaries in the picture. Can you bring the financial ecosystem in that network? And I have tried that journey many, many times, and we always have either regulatory and compliance hurdles. We have challenges around the fact that if I bring a financial ecosystem into, let's say, what we are trying to do here in terms of creating disintermediation, there are some hurdles both from the fact that we're moving money, and moving money becomes a regulatory element in which the cost of the network suddenly goes up because of cost of compliance in the system. At the same time, I think if you're trying to reach the end user, which is the farmers who really want to go about doing the business, don't really care about a whole lot of tech. So notion of identity, notion of financial inclusion, notion of underbanking, and how do you connect that to the banking system becomes quite apparent. And to me, the biggest challenge has never been about technology. It has been about navigating the regulatory element and collapsing, let's say, the financial system, the supply chain system, and the commodity exchange system, that today is a fragmented element for us to be able to move the goods from the farms to the ecosystem and eventually moving the money back to the farmers. And that disintermediation is what we're trying to address here, I think. So I'll stop at that and love to get perspective from other panelists.
Right. So Nitin, I guess we all live in such an interconnected world, and yet one can say that when it comes to agriculture, this is one of the least connected spheres.
Right, and it's not just a simple because we're dealing with various subsystems. There is a commodity exchange today. There is a supply chain ecosystem. There is, again, if you're trying to move the goods outside, there's trade finance, there's trade logistics. And then eventually the objective of all of this is so that the farmers can benefit from it, right? And all the intermediaries that we are trying to remove from the system. But there's a process to remove that intermediaries by introducing this notion of trust, which is where I think the previous speaker was talking about, which is where I think in this case, the other panelists will have a perspective as well, is how do we induce that level of trust, which facilitates the removal of some of the intermediaries, but maybe perhaps create newer intermediaries to focus on efficiency of processing, as opposed to simply removing intermediaries for the sake of removal, I think.
Right, and I'm so glad you mentioned that it's not just for the sake of removing the intermediaries, but there actually is some meaning attached to it, and that there are some things that we're trying to achieve here. Well, speaking of our goals, I wanted to let everybody know what the theme is of this very panel discussion. So this is about rural inclusion and banking the unbanked, because one of the pressing issues of nowadays is that there are still underprivileged communities, maybe is even an understatement, because there truly are places in the world, such as sub-Saharan Africa, 80% of those are very deprived, 67% of adults in the Middle East, 65% of Latin America. Those are people with no access to the banking system. And so we are speaking of some nearly 2 billion people around the world. And one of those issues is lack of formal identification. So if you don't have a valid ID, because maybe your government is not able to actually produce one, well, then there are very few opportunities for you as a farmer, for example, because how can you be credible and how can you apply for a loan if there's no way to identify you? And that is a problem that I guess John would maybe agree that he has come across in his work.
Yeah, I see a lot of our African countries that we do business in have similar challenges. We worked in West Africa a couple of years ago on an identity program, and within the Democratic Republic of Congo, they estimate there's about 90 million people, and the national identity program heavily relies on the voter registration program, where they have only about 27, or had at the point, only about 27 million people registered. So you look in a country of that size, and 2/3 of the people don't have an identity card.
Well, that kind of tells us what the scope is of the problem, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're doing some interesting things to address the challenges, and it's not difficult to go through the manual process there to get an identity card. You do have to make an effort to go to a central authority or a central location in order to get it. So the criteria to be granted an identity card really is some basic information that you need to provide. And it doesn't necessarily even require a whole lot of documentation.
Right. So, John, are you saying that are you saying, excuse me, that it actually is pretty simple to apply for identification, but the toughest part is probably to get there, like to actually commute to the place where the central authority is?
Yeah, that's right. Literally, if you can get to the central authority and say, you know, this is my name, this is my community that I'm from, and know a few pieces of information about that community, they'll be able to issue you an identity card. And they're now expanding and working on different strategies around how do they maybe make identity cards available at post offices. So, you know, then it's available at so many other locations versus just some of the central government offices in each of the 26 provinces. The president of the country's identified this as a huge issue that is impeding progress and economic progress and management of health and management of services. So they're actively trying to adjust for that right now.
Varun, have you come across such challenges as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Jamaica, where I'm based, I'm actually seeing the most traction amongst a community that is, I would say, disenfranchised in terms of the government and is really engaging around this idea of creating identity for themselves as a process to kind of self-identify, but also update the government. So when we talk about building trust, we have to remember that in parts of the world, there are trust issues even with the same government. So the government of Jamaica is trying to be as progressive as possible, but we are in the process of creating a national ID system, but it's kind of yet another ID system where citizens have been issued numbers in the past, and it kind of becomes a bit of a mess. And so, in being able to build trust or create identities that themselves are stored in a decentralized manner is extremely useful. Going back to the topic of farmers, for example, a good example of this is in Jamaica, farmers are actually tax exempt. And so, but yet when you ask farmers on an individual level, hey, how come you haven't registered with the government as a farmer? They say, oh no, the government they just want to tax me, you know? And so there's a big perception of the government as an entity that you cannot trust amongst a lot of people. Yeah. And so
there's very little trust.
Helps.
So there's very little trust, right?
Yeah, there's room for a lot of improvement in trust. And even when you go back to the question of access to finance, it's really built around this idea of identity. That has to be the starting point. And then it's about building up a credit history. And there's a catch-22 with it, right? Where if you have no credit history, how do you build a credit history? How do you access credit in the first place? And so this is kind of really where we're digging in.
But there might be a solution to that as well. Nitin, I guess maybe you could join in, because actually if you want to build a credible record of your farming activities, for example, there might be a way that doesn't have to do with the government.
Yeah, so let me unpack a little bit more of nuanced element of what Varun was talking about, right? I think if you look at many central bank digital currency projects around the world, these are projects that are trying to digitize movement of money domestically and eventually, cross-border. But one element of that is identity, which means you cannot assign a digital asset to a driver's license or a passport. So digital identity becomes a central element, which I think some countries like India, Estonia have done some amazing work in Aadhaar, and I've traveled again in Uganda and some of the rural areas to actually understand the problem, to say what is it, and as Varun mentioned, there's a normal distrust with the notion of identity, and people would like to maintain that whole element of privacy so they can go about doing their business. But to be able to tie this to payment and banking, the core problem of why the notion of identity is so tightly linked to our financial system is that for us to compete globally, there are certain standards that agencies like BIS and FATF, which is the Financial Action Task Force committees, they have a rating on every country in terms of their ability to be able to prevent money laundering and movement of money for nefarious activities. And that's why every country is focused on ensuring that they're on the right side of that recommendation, and it enables a country to be able to be competitive and do business globally. And that's forcing many of the governments to be able to enforce some of the notion of identity and anti-money laundering rules, which requires any unbanked or underbanked participants to be able to come onto that platform so they can track the movement of money to be able to satisfy the regulators around the world to make sure that this is a safe place to do business.
So I guess
so
the government
becomes a real core part of issue, I think.
Well, I guess then that governments could be very interested in implementing that because this is a win-win situation.
Correct. So in most cases, I think the requirement is for KYC, which is know your customer and have enough information, which does not necessarily mean, to Warren's point, that it has to be a centralized. It could be any authoritarian element that could provide an identity. And I think the path that we have chosen, this both from telco and creating a notion of a human identity, is from various facets of our interaction, whether we are buying things, whether we're getting a cell phone, whether we're interacting with social media. And I think there are many projects around the world who are crafting a notion of identity based on your interaction around you, whether it's you acquiring a cell phone or and interacting with Facebook. And that is, in many cases, a good start, which doesn't have to rely upon a centralized issuance by government of an identity system. And eventually that can morph into better understanding who's transacting on the network, satisfying the financial requirements of AML and KYC, if that makes sense.
It does. Varun, how do you react?
Yeah, I agree. I think a big side of this is solving problems for the government. It's solving problems for the financial institutions that need to be responsible for moving money, but doing so in a way that doesn't open up any huge liabilities or any criminal activity. But I think we also need to look at the individual here and what it needs to do for them. So for them, very often, it's more around solving problems of identity. For instance, I think the idea of smart contracts and blockchain can really help. For instance, with the amount of forms you need to fill out. So talking about financial inclusion, for example, if anyone's gone through the process of applying for a loan, it's super tedious. For me, for everyone, right? Much less someone who is living in a rural community who has, as a lifestyle choice, decided not to be a part of the urban center. But yet, if they need to apply for a loan, they may need to go there and do all of that. And the process is extremely cumbersome. I may not have to write my name and address in 5 different places on several different times. And the question is, why does this have to be repeated so many times? If this is my name, this is my address, it's an improvement in terms of the experience if I can just say, yeah, this is me, get all your information from here, and that's it. And so for me, the value in all of this also has to be remembered from the point of view of the individual, and the solutions we're putting forward really have to solve problems for them as much as it is solving problems for governments and financial institutions.
Yeah, I guess we could say that there's just nothing exceptional about making stuff more difficult than they need to be. And then that's what taking a loan used to be like. The question is if you see the change already happening in places like Jamaica. So if you see that the solutions that we're talking about are already being implemented.
To be honest, in the formal financial sector, things are moving extremely slowly. When I started Farm Credibly in 2017, we were very convinced that, hey, our customers are going to be banks. We just need to provide a way to create alternative credit scoring for a huge underserved market. But what we realized is that banks themselves are perhaps not as, innovative, or not able to be as innovative as we had hoped initially. So I would say on the ground, there is a lot of trial and error in terms of trying to get people to use digital, use the digital space more, etc. But it's extremely slow progress. So we've actually seen a lot more traction looking at other types of customers. So finding financiers in the international community who are interested enough in agriculture in the Caribbean to kind of put their money where their mouth is has created kind of new avenues that we had never thought of initially.
Varun, I was thinking that maybe, and I don't want this to sound too controversial, but maybe there's a certain amount of complacency on part of the banks. Like they are not really looking to make things easier or just more accessible. Is that right in any way?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But I don't want to make it sound as if it's entirely, the fault is entirely with the banks, especially in the Caribbean and for small island states like ours. It's the banks' hands are tied. Money moves through much larger economies, and there are extreme regulations that actually prevent the banks from making certain steps. And that is an extremely strong force and not something that we're really equipped to change anytime soon. So we have to understand the context, and I don't think it's fair to make it seem as if the banks are just not willing. But certainly there is a general atmosphere of, hey, that's very innovative, but we can't do it because it's never been done before, right? But how do you do something new if you're not willing to do something that's never been done before?
Thank you, Varun, for helping me in nuancing this, because it's never a black and white situation. So I appreciate you saying that. And so, John, I'd like you to relate to Varun. So Varun just said that there will be more and more, let's say, decentralized ways of building people's credibility. Do you see that as a solution, and do you see blockchain being part of the solution, smart contracts as well?
Yeah, I see lots of great companies working in the space and trying to build systems that meet the needs of the unbanked, meet the needs of people with poor documentation or a lack of documentation or a lack of identity. For example, Cello, I don't know if you guys follow them. Yes. Cello is really focused on banking the unbanked and coming up with unique ways to use a mobile phone as a form of identity. So if somebody can access a mobile phone and get a mobile phone, then they have the ability to make payments or move payments via their mobile phone. In Africa, you're seeing a lot of mobile-based payment companies coming out, really focused on helping serve some of those underserved communities. I know in one project we're working on, we're integrating with a group called M-Pesa, and there's many, many more payment type functionality that's available. I think in what Varun was saying around the bank's ability to innovate, they certainly a lot of banks are looking to innovate, but their hands are tied by the trade-offs that are at place around risk management in banking. So you have these large government agencies that are creating policies to mitigate risk, and that makes life harder for those underserved communities. And creating balance in the face of innovation is always difficult, and sometimes companies need to go and push the boundaries a little bit and create some new functionality and test the waters relative to their ability to comply with regulations. And we see organizations doing that around the world, and just like with blockchain and with crypto, a lot of crypto development has happened over the last 5 or 10 years, and the regulators are in effect catching up, and it has created some risk. But if both the regulators and the innovators are focused on the challenges that we have in the world, and solving those challenges while balancing those trade-offs, then we should have regulation following innovation.
Yeah.
And I think historically that's been the path.
I'm a law graduate, and I can recall my professors saying that law or legislation, just more generally, is always one step behind the real world. And so that doesn't surprise me, John, but it also gives us some hope, because you say that they're catching up. I mean, legislators around the world, and so that is great. One point that you've touched upon us as well is that, well, while nearly 2 million people globally remain unbanked, 2/3 of them actually own a mobile phone. And so if they have that, then there's a big chance that we've got quite the solution. And this is when I like to go to Nitin, because he works at IBM, and actually it's at IBM's blog where I found this article that says that as long as a customer can access a device that has the power to access e-wallets, there are minimal costs attached to operating that technology. And so that's with blockchain again, and the hope is there.
Right, and so we use the B word again, but the few things that I would like to add on to that is, I think we've been looking at this financial inclusion and penetration of mobile devices as a linked activity, and this has been happening for over a decade now, when mobile devices became ubiquitous. But in many cases, if you were to travel to the remote areas where the actual farming activity happens in many parts of India and Uganda and Tanzania, which is where my experience has been, of course, M-Pesa fueled the understanding of movement of money, and that took off in its own right. But there are still a lot of the agrarian economy that relies upon cash. And so while the walleting structure, which is where there's a lot of this skim effect. So if you look at cooperatives and the farming ecosystem, by the time money reaches the actual farmers, there's a lot of folks who are skimming their end of the bargain. And I think what walleting does is gives them direct access, whether it's subsidies or whether it's ability for cooperatives or these farming cooperatives to be able to transfer funds to an accounting structure. And that accounting structure could be in form of a wallet to the end farmer. You're sort of removing that skim that's taxing the farmers in more ways than one. And I believe that the walleting structure gives the direct access to those funds without going through many of these intermediaries who are taking their own sort of taxes because of their involvement. And at that point, the walleting, from a perspective of having a digital wallet, whether it's form of a SMS text or whether it's form of a little bit more smarter phones, where I think it gives an access for the farmers to be able to go to a local banking or a Grameen bank or many of the cooperative banks and be able to have access to cash for their activities, whether they're buying fertilizer, seeds, or paying the folks who are working on the field, because many of them are not exactly digitally savvy. So there's a little bit more element of the understanding of that ecosystem, digital penetration, more than just relying upon digital wallets, which has a lot of context to it, in my opinion. And second thing, I would also say that in many cases, especially in cash-reliant economies, the digital wallets have done a pretty good job, at least in terms of from a notion of bringing the ability to be able to move funds in real time and providing the notification framework, which in the historical context, a typical farmer would have to go to a bank or a Grameen bank or a cooperative to look into and check upon have they received their funds and received the money. So I think that notion of removing the information gap, leave alone the disintermediation and leave alone things that we are trying to do with digital assets and DLT ecosystems, I think is of immense power, which I think is a great start before we get down to the much more higher and more advanced use cases, is to still understand the farmers are focused on their core activity, and there's a certain level of digital penetration and educational system, which I think plays a much bigger role in this space.
Mm-hmm. So Nitin, you were saying that it is great that farmers will no longer have to wait for days or weeks until their transfers are finalized, and also that a much bigger chunk of the original amount of money will stay with the recipient rather than be somebody's fee for their services, right?
Exactly, and I think there's a whole element of lending too, which comes later on, which I think many of the entities are trying to solve, including Dimitri, I think is invoicing, the ability for me to be able to borrow against that invoice because I've already shipped my grains and I would like to have access to the funds, which may take a week or 2 weeks, in some cases 30 days, which I think many of these digital notification systems and confirmation elements, which provides a level of certainty that you're not relying on many intermediaries who are giving you some information word to mouth, which still happens in many of these economies, which I think is an important part of closing the digital gap and providing the confirmations needed for the financial transactions to happen.
So tell me more about the notifications. How do they work? Like from a layman's perspective, like from a perspective of a person who doesn't know much about this topic.
Yeah, I would actually rely on John, but I think what Demeter and AgriLedger type entities are doing is sort of ensuring that, so for example, for me to lend against a claim, you need to have some level of invoicing that says that, yes, your grains or your claim to what you have produced has moved to a certain marketplace, which that guarantee allows me to be able to lend and borrow against future earnings. And this is what we have seen in supply chain financing, invoice financing. So it's similar to concepts of invoice financing, except that invoicing today now is in greater control of the end farmers as opposed to the cooperatives and middlemen who may or may not be able to impact the farmers because that invoicing is handled by these middle entities, and there's no lending activity happening in that perspective. And at that point, lending becomes largely predatory, where you have this unreal terms where farmers constantly get under debt. And that's a problem we got to solve too. But I'd love to hear John's opinion because he's actually working on this problem, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, please. John?
Yeah, so at Dimitra, we are working on this problem, and you know, with many large agricultural banks, there's the concept of crop receipts, which really is a commitment on behalf of a lending institution, sometimes underwritten by the World Bank or Africa Development Bank. Well, they'll provide a loan in order for you to go buy seed or buy fertilizer and plant a field, and then your agreement with them is that when you harvest your crop at the end of the season, that the payment of that will come back to the lending institution. So it provides access much earlier throughout the cycle. And there's risk associated with that, with the banks. But, you know, we've got some interesting technology in that, you know, if we provide a loan in order to provide for seed, we can track the supply chain of the seed, providing that seed to the farmer. You know, with our satellite platform, we can actually see that the farmer has planted and the performance of the crop. So if they're planting soybean and it's a 4-month cycle, we know 26 to 28 days after planting, we're going to start seeing shoots come up, and we can track that with satellite. And then we can look at the different growth stages throughout the year and evaluate the potential yield. So if the farmer borrowed enough to plant an acre and has planted that acre, we can provide a report back to the bank, and the bank can actually see that the farmer's planted the acre and that their caring for it appropriately. So we can do yield maps, starting with soil maps, planting maps, yield maps, and provide reports back to the bank, estimate the yield coming off of that acre, and then the bank can be satisfied that potentially they're going to be repaid their loan if the farmer is acting in good faith. Mm-hmm. And then managing that across multiple farms helps them mitigate risk. But at the same time, we can go back and look and see what those farmers did historically in the last 10 or 15 years.
Thank you.
And what their performance has been like in order to help qualify them. So for the existing farmers who are trying to manage those cash issues, certainly they can create new forms of banking relationships. And we're working with a number of central banks around the world, and we're working with a number of commercial banks around the world in order to test this out.
Okay.
So it would be very interesting to see how this evolves.
Yes, me too. And thank you, John. I'd like to let Varun have his say, because this is actually the last 2 or so minutes of this discussion. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing your perspective.
Sure. I agree with the points made. I would say we've mentioned a couple of things. So one is the digital gap. The other is obviously the financial gap, which has brought us together today. There's also an education gap, which was Julie mentioned, but to get more specific on it, we're talking about financial literacy, and I think it's a skill set that farmers have to be equipped with, so that we're not creating debt traps, and we are creating the type of environment that increases, wealth for everyone. And on that topic, I'm so happy that M-Pesa was mentioned, and to go back to that case out of Kenya. This technology is something that I would say is not even available in several developed countries, and is something that initially was rolled out by Safaricom as a test in a sense, but really got phenomenal traction. And when we look at the volume of transactions, it revealed it in fact dwarfed the volume of transactions in the traditional financial section, and has completely changed the landscape in Kenya, as far as I understand.
Nice.
And so my question to follow up there would be, how is transacting business in Kenya more risky or less risky today because of that? And I suspect it's less risky. I think cash is an extremely anonymous currency if used in specific ways, and we need to know that crypto doesn't have to have that property. But as a closing point, I guess I would say that what we are trying to pioneer here in the Caribbean is something that has applications throughout the world. This issue of financial access in agriculture is found throughout the developing world, and in fact with farmers even in Europe and the United States, as far as my experience. Mm-hmm. And the reason we're doing it in the Caribbean and interested in what are comparatively much smaller markets is that this technology can become an export from these small countries. And so a great example of that is a company called BIT in Barbados that pioneered their central bank's digital currency. And they have now actually, Barbados is a country of a little over 200,000. And they have had success and moved this technology to create, to develop actually Africa's first digital currency, the e-Naira in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. And that's a country of over 200 million. And so technology scales in this fantastic way. And so solving problems in these tiny ecosystems sometimes can have tremendous impacts for the world. And I'm really motivated by that at the end of the day.
Me too. It's just that Nitin looks a little bit puzzled.
No, I think I couldn't agree more. I know BIT really well. And I think it makes perfect sense that they're solving the issue of moving problem, but there's still this gap that we talk about. But again, we don't want to have debt-laden societies. I'm puzzled. I'm not puzzled. I'm actually agreeing with what Warren says, that I think we have to bring this all together. And I think only technology can the problem both in terms of cost, because technology by definition is deflationary, and over time it gets cheaper and cheaper to process these transactions, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. I just wanted to poke you a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It was very enjoyable. And so this is big thanks to Nitin, John, and Varun. Gentlemen, you were great.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
too.
Yes. And this is actually another wonderful moment to announce. I'd like everybody to know that this is going to be the last but one panel discussion about, well, quite a big topic, technology as a tool for social good. And that is the number one question: what do we do to make sure that everybody's on the same page? What do we do to make the world a more inclusive place? And how technology can actually help the least privileged people. So we are officially starting the panel discussion. Yes, and so that was rural inclusion, but that is a part that we have just finished. Financial literacy, I like that Varun has just mentioned that technology, however, as a tool for social good is the topic for right now. And our guests are here. Actually, when I take a look there, they are all in here. It's so great to be with you, Bernard Kovac, UN World Food Program. So hello again.
Hello, everybody. Great to be here.
Yes. So have you maybe been following the previous debate? Do you have something of your conclusion, maybe, or maybe your thoughts?
I thought it was very interesting, like in particular when you're thinking about like how do you bring people along. Also, like the mentioning of M-Pesa and like how such like seemingly basic technologies can be an enabler for bringing people along like into the new era of digital and blockchain. I think that's really, really exciting.
Yeah. Alicia, Noel, do you share that perspective?
I do. I think as we're seeing these technologies coming out of different places in the world, it's allowing us to have a better vision of the future we're trying to move towards, of creating more equity for everyone and really creating a better future.
Mm-hmm. More equity for everyone. Is that, Dominique Schiener from IOTA Foundation, something you would say you stand for as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what technology is there for, right? To distribute the power and the ownership that is sort of centralized to specific parties today and give it back to the people, right? Empower people with technology and empower them to participate in unique ways. And I think that the main ambition behind blockchain is really this notion of permissionless innovation, but also being sort of an equity owner, being part of this value creation that is happening through technology.
Right. Dominique, I appreciate your optimism, but I also have to say that there might be some people who would argue that actually tools such as the internet have made the world a better place in many regards, but some might argue that technology would many times also make the already big ones even bigger, and then would not change too much for the better in terms of the 99%, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very valid view, especially if you see everything that's happening around us, right? Where technology can be used for us, but it can also be used against us, right? Data analytics is helping us to solve fundamental problems in healthcare and sciences, right? But it can also be used to track people, and it can also be used to commit crimes, right? So there's always a good and there's always a bad side. The way that I view technology, it's part of our evolutionary process, right? And it brings us towards a common objective that all of us have, which is prosperity, but it's also making the world a better place for everybody. And I firmly believe that technology is key to enabling that future.
So we could also say that technology is a tool, and just like any tool, it can be used in both good and bad ways. John O'Connor, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I think that we've seen some of the ways in which identity has been misused. These are common and recent histories across the continent. You know, you look at the Rwandan genocide and how driver's licenses with ethnicity information was used to perpetuate that genocide. You see how, with the current troubles in Ethiopia, the nervousness around ethnicity being a captured field. And actually, when we did this education project with the Ministry of Education, right from the beginning, one of the principles which we had was that we wouldn't be tracking this sort of information. And it's not just about identity. I think some of our previous speakers talked about debt traps. Well, you know, whilst M-Pesa was amazing and enabled people to access the financial economy, it's also led to the most unstable and rapid creation of consumer debt. So you have companies like Tala who are offering, you know, immediate credit loans, personal
I actually
loans.
can't hear John. Like, so is it just me? I'm sorry.
I can hear John very well.
Okay, perfect. Then at least somebody can hear him.
Yes.
Okay.
John, go on.
So yeah, I was just saying, you know, with the consumer credit explosion in Kenya, companies like Tala and other companies who've been offering sort of 40% loans a month, compounding, have created these debt spirals where people, they've got people coming to their children's schools and calling them out as debtors. In their workplaces, the same thing is happening. You're being asked by one credit company to take out a loan with another credit company to pay off your balance with their credit. So, you know, technology is amazing, but if it's operating in an unregulated field, it can create these horribly perverse incentives, which can create dramatic problems for people who don't have the financial literacy to be able to mitigate these risks. So 100%, you know, we have to be very careful.
And it's interesting because actually one of the speakers in the previous panel has just mentioned financial literacy, and I think it was Varun. And so you, John, definitely agree with that we need more and more education, right?
We need education both in terms of the consumers, the farmers, but also the regulators. You know, one of the risks is if we don't engage with these things earlier, that actually regulators just shut everything down. And that's been the case in Kenya, where they basically shut down the credit markets because it was moving too quickly. Similarly, with central bank digital currencies, one of the conversations I always engage with is how I believe we can offer regulators a better experience in interrogating transactions, a higher quality of KYC and AML provisions than are being offered in the traditional system. But early engagement is key. This is my perspective. It's not always shared by everyone in my industry, but I think that it's the right approach.
Yeah, you know what, I'm Polish, and actually one perspective that I have is that even though we're part of a very strong organization, the European Union, we still, in this very country, we have this system where you can quite easily take a bank loan or like get yourself indebted much more just by using a certain number that's on somebody's identity card. And it just scares me that somebody, you know, can see that, write it, and then take out a loan, or just if you lose your identity card, that's where dangerous stuff can happen too.
Yeah, I'll add one final comment on this, but there's a reason why Palantir, which is an amazing technology company, is actually viewed with so much distrust. It's because, you know, they build threat assessment systems which are pulling data from social media, other forms of identity, and selling those systems to governments which may not subscribe to the same ethics, which are shared by people across the world. So, you know, technology can do amazing and terrible things, and this is why we have regulators in general. This is their purpose, to be able to limit some of the tail risks which exist with every emerging technology.
Okay. Thank you for saying that. And I'd like us to hear from our panelist, Mala Kumar from GitHub. It is so great to have you.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Wonderful to be here with you. I just wanted to ask you how you relate to that, and while you speak, and that will actually help me a lot because I've got to share this piece of information with everyone. I'm actually having some troubles with hearing all of you. So if you, Mala, could react to that, and in case you don't hear back from me for like 30 seconds, please forgive me. And if somebody could just fill in, that would be huge help. So, Mala.
Sure. I unfortunately couldn't hear anything John was saying, and I think the rest of the panelists are in the same boat. So I'll try to react to the conversation so far. Equity, inclusion, diversity are obviously all big topics within tech for social good. So I think there's a couple of ways to think about that. I think that coming from a private tech company such as GitHub, a big tech company based in Silicon Valley, a lot of the conversations around diversity, equity, and inclusion in tech have to do with the industry itself. So making sure that people of all races, of all genders, of all ethnicities, and in some cases even nationalities can access the jobs and kind of contribute to the tech that's being built. I think I saw Bernhard's keynote earlier today. So he was talking about a food delivery app, for example. So imagine you're a tech company building that food delivery app. And so a DE&I officer in that company would be thinking about all of the different pipelines and all of the different ways in which somebody may access that job and actually be a part of the tech build. On the flip side, there's also using the existing technology or the existing core technologies in a more equitable way. So again, with like a food delivery app, imagine if you're accessing the richer part of the cities and being able to deliver food, but what about all of the poorer neighborhoods? So making sure that the coverage is equitable, and then also the people who are participating are safe and feel that they're participating in equitable ways. If you look at kind of diversity and inclusion, oh, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. And then if you think about kind of diversity and inclusion and accessibility from kind of a more compliance perspective, here in the States, we have something called the American Disabilities Act, which sets out standards about how somebody who's blind or deaf, for example, would be able to access that technology. But I think what this panel is concentrated on, certainly what I've done in my career, is more on kind of extending the actual problem statement itself. So imagine if you're thinking about diversity and inclusion and equity in terms of geographic or socioeconomic terms. So if your stakeholders are a smallholder farmer in sub-Saharan Africa or a student in rural India, in that case, like the problem statement that you're trying to address through technology itself changes, right? Like you're not trying to deliver a single meal from your favorite restaurant to your apartment in a major city. You're actually trying to make sure that people are food secure or that their agricultural outputs are sustainable. So I think there's a lot of different ways to approach the question of diversity and inclusion and equity in tech. And, those are just kind of some of the ways that I've been thinking about it. And I think a lot of different aspects of the tech industry have.
Thank you, Mala, for bringing it up. Can you give an example of how people with disabilities can be helped?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a very common example is with visual and UX design of a website, for example. So there's something called a contrast ratio for the text versus the background. If you're somebody who has a visual impairment, then there's a certain standard that you actually need to meet in order for that contrast ratio to be visible by somebody with limited visual capacity. So that's just one of many examples.
Yeah, but a great one. Thank you for mentioning that. And Bernhard, if I could hear from you, because you've been able to hear our discussion so far, what does it make you think?
I mean, it is very interesting when you think about this, like also like diversity and inclusion, like in which area are you talking about? And I think Mala's point is very important, where it's like, people from different backgrounds, from like different ethnicities, nationalities, like, like how can you make that inclusion happen? So like that is something that is very important, of course. And like one of the elements that comes in addition for us as World Food Program is like, how can we make sure we leave no one behind, like some of the most vulnerable people. And what is interesting is that there is actually an opportunity here. And I think there's different, typically there's two different things that you would be talking about. One is, as a user of a technology or as somebody who might be benefiting from the technology, how can we design it in a way so that it is possible? And this could actually happen already, like even in areas where, let's say, smartphones are not as widespread or internet is not as widespread. Like, you can actually think about your business model where instead of every person having a smartphone, maybe there's a new job, like a micro entrepreneur, and that person has a smartphone, and that person with a smartphone actually provides services to the rest of the community or to a group of people, essentially. So creating a new job by having scarcity of that digital asset. Of course, when you compare this to where technology has been more, abundant and available to people, like, mobile technology, internet, and things like that, you start seeing a lot of other things, including then when you go to the second piece, which is like not just about using it, but can you actually drive or can you actually influence the usage of that type of technology? Because I think this is part of the question of like, how do you make sure you are co-developing technology? How does the technology really solve your problems rather than just being like somebody's invention and you have to take it or not?
Right. Thank you for mentioning that. I think it resonates with us. I wanted to ask Alicia, because I know that there are a lot of assumptions that can make or break a project when it comes to accessibility features. Can you elaborate this topic? Alicia is speaking, but I cannot hear her. So that is a little bit of a challenge.
My microphone is green. Can the rest of you hear me?
Now I can, yes.
I can hear Alicia.
Okay, thank you. I think that this question about what are the things we need to think about is a really good one to follow up with what Bernard and Mala were saying. And also, we want to go back to the questions about the problem statements, because the problem statement is where we can really begin with designing things so that it is accessible to everyone who's going to be using it. One assumption I see in a lot of places is people assuming that everyone has access to a device, whereas that is not true in a lot of regions. In Indonesia, there's a company doing great work called Hara Token. And they've created a model that is not only improving equity for the farmers, but it's creating entrepreneurial roles for people in the community where they have people going out with their phones, with the Hara Token app on the phone, walking around the perimeter of the farms, recording data of the farms. These agripreneurs are recording the data about the farms that the banks are then using, that the insurance companies are then using, because not every farmer has a device with them all day. It might be shared with a family, it might be shared with a community, and that's a relatively simple thing we need to think about in terms of what assumptions are being made that we're designing projects around, because if we're assuming that everybody has a device and we're in a community that doesn't, then what we're building is not going to meet the need at all.
That is right. Mala, have you heard of that company in Indonesia?
I have not, but there are quite a lot of innovations with mobile technologies, and I think that's probably a common theme with a lot of the work that's here. So in design, we talk about something called mental models, which is in one of the ways kind of how people orient themselves around technology. And so for somebody like me who grew up in the States, or somebody who grew up in Western Europe, for example, they probably were oriented to digital technology through a laptop or some kind of PC. But in most of low and middle income countries in the world, most people are oriented to digital technology first through mobile. So when we talk about a mobile first experience, it's not necessarily that it's just to optimize for that, but it's also because that's literally how people think. So if you're trying to create a technology that fits the needs of stakeholders in those countries, you have to think about, a mobile intervention first.
Do you still take that into consideration when trying to design some products? Mala, do you take into consideration the fact that some of the countries have really low broadband range, or actually the speeds are very low? Do you sometimes think of that?
Of course, yeah. So there's something called the digital divide. So there's a lot of different definitions of the digital divide, just like accessibility and inclusion. One of the aspects of the digital divide is who can access what exactly. So, whether it's along the lines of gender, but then often along the lines of rural versus urban or peri-urban areas. Because if you look at the bandwidth in Nairobi, Kenya, for instance, the internet there tends to be far better than when I go to San Francisco or even sometimes here at home in New York City. But then if you go to northern Kenya, for example, you might get a fraction of that same bandwidth. So yes, digital divide and bandwidth accessibility are definite trends, and it's something that we've been thinking about quite a lot with our work at GitHub.
Okay, thank you, Mala, for this. I'd like to ask John, because I know that he is working heavily on literacy and language barriers. And actually, it might also be John whose volume of his laptop might be a little bit too high, because many times I would hear the echo of what we're saying. So John, first, I want to make sure that you're still there.
I'm here.
Yeah, good.
Sorry if
good.
I'm ruining the volume. I don't really know what to press.
Yeah, so that might have been John or Bernard, because Bernard is not wearing headphones, so I was thinking of him actually, but let's see. So John, I know that you're working heavily on literacy and language barriers to technology, so maybe that somehow will segue us to, or segue us from what we've been talking about.
Yeah, solutions design is difficult. There's always problems which you can get ahead of, and then you've got your unknown unknowns, right? So, for instance, in Kenya, even though we often use M-Pesa as the golden child example of what transformational change can occur from technology, people always assume it's happening on smartphones. The majority of transactions in Kenya through M-Pesa are still happening through USSD, a very, very old messaging-based protocol. Still, yeah, just to punctuate my point. USSD is still the primary method by which this stuff happens. To give another example of interesting design challenges, actually a World Food Program, a WFP-funded initiative in Ethiopia through the Agricultural Transformation Agency, did a pilot to register biometrics from smallholder farmers to eventually use as authentication into financial products, getting agricultural inputs. And what they found was over 50% of the farmers, which they were trying to register biometrics for, fingerprints, thumbprints, the farmers had actually lost their fingerprints through manual labor. So you couldn't record their fingerprints. So you could easily imagine a scenario where, as a nation state, you've spoken to the World Bank, seen how things have worked in other countries, and you're rolling out a national biometric program, but actually 70% of your population is working in ag, and potentially of those, 50% of them may not be able to register their fingerprints. So this kind of stuff comes up all of the time, and it's why small-scale pilots, iterating, learning from the data that comes back is so crucial in your solutions design, because there will be something that you haven't thought of. And it's not because you're not trying, it's just because it's out of scope and it's really out there. We have to be sensible in how we do this. And coming back to the original question, literacy, understanding, education is crucial. And once again, this is something that the WFP has spent so much time across the continent on working on. I know I'm rambling a bit, but I've got one other really good example on this, which is coffee stumping. So coffee trees, you're meant to cut in half every 4 years, and it can lead to increases in yield by like 2 or 3x. The challenge is when you're going to an Ethiopian smallholder farmer who's growing coffee in the same way as his grandfather has and his grandfather has, they're trying to persuade someone to cut their tree in half is a real challenge. So one of the ways in which companies like WFP and TechnoServe have actually done well is setting up model farms where the farmers literally come every 6 months to the farm to see the results of the stumping, of watching that tree being cut in half. And this is slow change. These are hard yards, but sometimes this is the only way to do things. So education is crucial, and bridging that gap, that education gap is the precursor to a successful project.
Alicia, I think that's something that you can relate to, because this approach with the coffee trees actually really takes people into consideration. It really kind of listens to the souls of people. It really cares about how people will feel about those things.
Certainly, and thank you for wording it that way. One thing that was great to see in China was how many model farms are set up. John just mentioned the model farms for the coffee farms. Well, around China, there are model farms for a lot of different crops. And we even see different regions partnering to learn about, so that farmers in a region that's developing a new crop can learn how farmers from more successful regions have done it. And because they're learning person to person, they're seeing how it's been implemented. They're seeing what's successful or not. It's not just academic. They're seeing it firsthand with their own eyes, and that helps increase their ability to relate and their willingness to participate.
Wonderful. Dominique, you work at IOTA Foundation, and so I guess many of those things, those endeavors that we've been talking about are also ones that you share.
Yeah, I mean, it's really amazing the type of projects that everybody's working on, and I think this is really our core focus, right? Our focus is on building technology to empower others to solve problems. And what we are, for example, working on right now is a big pilot project in East Africa, which is called TradeMark East Africa. And there we actually focus on securing a chain of custody for the supply chain, right? Because we have farmers on the one hand, and then we have the big logistics companies on the other hand. How do you actually connect these? And there were a lot of discussions around sort of this inclusion problem, right? How do you integrate people that might not have the access to the right tools to submit a transaction to a blockchain, for example, right? And I think part of the problem is, or like part of the solution is the technology itself, right? The blockchain architecture, the modules, and the building blocks on top of it. But the other half of it is really this solution design, right? Coming up with the right approaches that makes it possible for anybody to easily participate, right? If a farmer doesn't have the right access to connectivity, how is he going to sign a transaction? Or if a farmer is not able to secure their wallet, how will they be able to securely identify themselves, right? And these are crucial problems that we need to think about. And I would just like to mention one thing. I find it really amazing to be part of this panel, because the only way in which we will accelerate the impact that we can have is by actually sharing it. And that's why the work of GitHub and everybody else is so crucial, right? Because the only way that we will be able to accelerate is by sharing and by open sourcing our projects. So everything that we do is also open source, so that others can build on top of it.
Nice. So Dominique just mentioned GitHub Mala, which is nice, right?
It is, yes.
that was just a way to ask for your opinion, actually.
I mean, we love GitHub, right? Everybody does GitHub.
Everyone loves GitHub, yeah.
Everyone loves GitHub, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I could literally talk about this all day. So let me try to pare down to relevant issues. So for those people who are not familiar, GitHub is built on the version control system called Git. So it's basically a set of products that you can access completely through your browser, and are removing more and more of our work into cloud. So basically transitioning to a point where software developers can build code and collaborate on code exclusively through the cloud, which for this panel presents an interesting paradox, because on the one hand, it reduces the barriers to actually contribute to code, but on the other hand, you need a very good internet connection to do that. So talking about the digital divide, there's a contrast there. So we do host the majority of the world's open source code. And if you're not familiar with that term, open source essentially means that your code is available on a public repository, so somewhere online, and it's open source licensed. So that means there's very clear terms on how you can use the code, duplicate the code, edit the code, contribute back to the code, create something on your own with the code. We do a lot of work in open source and what we call the social sector, so the organizations and companies of the world that work on the sustainable development goals, including a lot of research on how these communities collaborate, what they're working on, and some of the, I guess, great use cases that other organizations can kind of jump on and learn from. I think one of the interesting things about open source in the social sector versus overall, so the majority of open source is contributed through big companies like Microsoft or Uber, for example. In the social sector, one of the biggest, I guess, advantages of open source really is the reduction of duplication of efforts. And so if you think about any kind of funding that comes for international development or humanitarian assistance, if you are able to stretch those dollars as far as possible and make sure that you're not reinventing something that's already been done in these emergency contexts and even in development contexts for human development over the long term, that's a really big deal. So we're really proud to be central to all of those efforts, and we do research to uncover that, and we work with organizations to really help them engage with the platform and connect to other organizations doing something similar. And then on the sustainability side, connect to something called the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which is probably the most sustainable effort at really creating a list, so to speak, of what tools are already out there for, open source and social good.
Thank you. And speaking of GitHub, I just wanted to share about a book that I've recently read. It's Thank You for Being Late by Thomas L. Friedman, who's a great journalist. And actually, he kind of spent a chapter or two discussing why GitHub is such a powerful machine. And actually, the book is from 2016, so he already was aware of how important that is. Bernard, even if you are not a programmer yourself, I guess you also consider GitHub very helpful.
No, absolutely, and I have to say, getting this panel together here is really exciting. Specifically, learning about some other, really cool examples that we probably should share more from one or the other. And I just have to say, one aspect that was mentioned a couple of times now, and I think this is something that we really advocate for, is co-developing with the people that the solution is intended for. And I think John was saying this, where it's you don't know what you don't know. You usually come up with a plan, you come up with critical assumptions, and this is why we, as the World Food Programme's Innovation Accelerator, we push the innovations and startups to actually co-develop with people on the ground where the people are that use the solution. Now, sometimes people feel stupid doing this because it's you're going out with something that's maybe not yet polished or perfect, but you learn a lot. You learn a lot also in terms of what is actually more useful, what can be appropriate, and so on. And sometimes you'll be surprised what's possible. To give you one example, one of the things that we've been doing as World Food Program, we've started something like Delivery Hero or Uber Eats in Somalia, and essentially, and as John was saying, people can order by a smartphone or a USSD code, like a text code on a normal feature phone, and that's how over 120,000 Somalis can order food online, and it's even better for them.
Nice. So that's a great endeavor. And has this changed the situation a lot?
I have to say, this idea actually came about before or pre-COVID, and during COVID, it has really been a game changer, where all of a sudden then also people, instead of having to go to a market or to a store in Somalia, could order from the safety of their home. And we actually, as World Food Program, we even save money doing that, because and we're supporting the local economy, including the transport sector, which is I have to say, this is one of the great examples of, so why do you need startups? Why do you need innovations? You don't know what the great effects of those innovations and those technologies will be until you actually see the results.
All right. And so this is an exciting example. Thank you for sharing that. Right now, I'd like to ask all of you, and so whomever is ready, please feel free to share. Do you think that new technology can help strengthen global food security? Do you maybe have some examples of how that could happen?
Yes.
You go first.
Okay. Yeah, I can give one quick example. So before I joined GitHub in 2019, I worked at the UN for a long time, and one of the agencies was the World Food Program. I was working on a project that had a lot to do with weather insurance and disaster risk mapping. And so I think as technology advances, some of the AI models that we can train to really look at how climate change is going to affect crop yields, for example, is quite fascinating. It's something that I'm hoping to get our work more involved in the future.
Thank you. That's a great one. And we have another one.
Yeah. Look, so when we look at any agriculture system, particularly across sub-Saharan Africa, all you see is potential for efficiencies. You've got agricultural inputs which aren't being stored correctly. You've just got a lack of understanding about where the actual agriculture inputs are being stored. Which warehouse is in the north of the country? Well, demand's actually in the south, right? So just connecting up systems to be able to track and show where the demand is, where the supply is, where the inputs are, can lead to improvements of like 40 to 50%. So yeah, there's huge scope for efficiencies, which is what makes it such an exciting space for technologists. I would just reiterate, though, it's only one part of the broader problems and the broader questions. The smallholder farmer model is very different from what we've done in the West. And often you've seen in Kenya companies like Twiga Foods, they've managed to be able to reduce the cost of like tomatoes by like 70, 80% by adopting commercial farming practices and collectivizing land. These are deeply political questions within the agriculture space, but I feel we have to engage with them. Technology can take us so far, but often the issues around food security are also more systemic. So yeah, we have to acknowledge that.
So when it comes to that, what would you say needs to be discussed and maybe emphasized?
Well, you're really going to make me an unpopular person here, but I think fundamentally we have to question the assumption that the smallholder farmer model is one which we should be promoting, funding, and ultimately aligning with. If we want to solve food security, I do believe we can't ignore the economic benefits, the economies of scale, which you have with more commercial farming models. And ultimately, we need to drive down the price of basic foodstuffs for people to be able to live. Food inflation in Ethiopia at the moment is like 20% a month. Wages don't rise. You lead to huge risks about starvation and food security when you're sort of stuck in these traps. Let's also think about the demographics. 80% of people in Ethiopia are under the age of 30, and it's getting bigger. So yeah, I think we need big changes to deal with the big challenges we have in terms of demographics and the risks for food security, and technology is only part of that solution.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, there are going to be 10 billion people around the world by 2050, right?
It's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of people to feed.
I mean, if I can chime in, maybe in like, this is where like from an agricultural innovation perspective, I think obviously there's different problems that we're talking about, but then technology can play a role in several of them to actually mitigate that. Now, none of them is going to be like a transforming experience on its own, and like we need more. Like we need more ideas. There needs to be a lot more investment, a lot more entrepreneurs that actually are active in that. But let me give you like just some simple things. Like one actually digital marketplace that we supported with for farm to market lines is like digitizing like smallholder farmers transactions. So things that happen to be on paper are now happening through a mobile app. Now that's super simple. Now you would say like, why hasn't that happened before? And like, we are now also exploring, could we do that on blockchain with some startups? Actually, like I mentioned them in my keynote earlier, like Producers Direct, Decapolis, and like things like that. So there's a couple of things that are really, really exciting in that regard. But then maybe another example, and that's for people who are not in the space, that's inherently logical. One startup we support, it's called Hello Tractor, and it's Uber for tractors. So instead of owning a tractor, it's essentially like you order a tractor via an app. The tractor comes with a driver, and instead of you having to buy it, you just order it. It plows your field, and then the tractor moves on to the next field. You increase the utilization, better for the environment, and like all of a sudden, like that technology is accessible to like farmers that could never afford to buy one themselves, right?
Well, they say that sharing is the new owning, and I feel like that is really one of the ways to maybe address the rising world's population. Do you agree, Bernard?
I mean, that's definitely one of the areas like where like sharing economy or making knowledge accessible is one of the things. Like, how can we also, if you think about like, if people right now cannot read and write, they're essentially excluded. But maybe through technology, maybe through voice assistants, you all of a sudden can have them included in a process that they were previously excluded from.
Right.
And one of the other aspects, of course, is when we talk about nutrition or diet. So like there are aspects actually that are maybe not as much digital, but like, for instance, one of the things we're working on is like, for instance, like food fortification. It's like, you know, how do you fortify food, put minerals and vitamins into like wheat flour or rice or something like that. Now, that's also technology, maybe just not as much digital.
So not everything has to be digital after all, Dominique?
I mean, with everything, you have to define where it actually makes sense, right? And I think by now it's kind of obvious that I'm sort of a technology optimist, and I think all the problems that we have can and will be solved with technology.
All of them.
But ultimately, it's about finding a balance, right? It's not that technology is going to replace everything in our lives, right? Because that's not the goal. It's a tool as you defined it as well, and you need to know how to use this tool to your advantage, because sometimes you can also be completely misdirected through technology. The best example is what's happening with all the data science labs in some of the big companies, where they just focus on data aggregation, and now they have a real problem with what are they going to do with all of this data, right? And you need to think the process throughout, right? And what's the problem that you're trying to solve?
That is right.
And how to use the tool. Yeah.
That is right, but we can also say that big data is going to help in agriculture a lot, right? I guess John could react to that.
Yeah, I think that big data offers huge opportunities, but I also think that there's loads of low-hanging fruit as well. So we can start to model things to create better microinsurance products. There's some cool stuff going on in Kenya with that. But alternatively, one of the biggest impact things through the Agricultural Transformation Agency in Ethiopia was just creating a USSD menu system for farmers to be able to do price discovery of their crops, get some basic advice about what they should be growing, what fertilizer they should be using, and that creates a huge impact. So as much as we focus on this meta level of what we can do when we put all this data together and do all of the analysis, sometimes our problems are much more basic, and in some ways that's encouraging. You get a lot of bang for your buck.
Yeah, and I'm very thankful that you're mentioning the low-hanging fruits, because that's actually the gains that we can have quite easily, and it makes me wonder if Alicia can think of any areas where those might be.
For asking this, because yes, we talk a lot about increasing output. There's also the possibility of using technology to reduce food waste. Ripe.io, we heard from Ricardo Acola and Phil Harris earlier. One of their projects allowed the client to redirect tomatoes that were near peak ripeness to closer locations so that they could be used quickly, as opposed to if they had to travel further. If we're reducing food waste, this is one way of increasing the amount of available food. And my journey into blockchain wasn't through increasing crops, but was through food safety. Because in China in 2008, we saw the melamine scandal with melamine being put in the milk for baby formula. Children were dying. Hundreds of thousands of children had kidney damage that they will have for the rest of their lives. And I got to see firsthand the lack of confidence in food products. If people don't feel that the food is safe, this is not an option. This affects their food security. Even in the US, a few years ago during one of the E. coli scandals, the US, we didn't know where, I believe it was spinach or lettuce, which source that spinach or lettuce came from. So all of the greens in the US market had to come off of the shelves, and there was a shortage nationwide. If we're tracking and tracing, in ways that are not just one step up, one step behind. If we can see the entire chain, that's going to allow us to better identify where the problems are, so that if there is Salmonella, if there is E. coli, if there is another problem, we are only removing the problem products from the supply chain and continuing to have quality product available.
And being able to track them down is just so precious, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is good not only for the consumer, but also for the companies, because when they have to remove everything from the shelves, this can cost them tens of millions of dollars.
That's for sure.
Not just in the actual cost of pulling it down, but also in the opportunity cost and in consumer confidence.
Yes, the PR that comes just seconds after the public learns that there have been some issues with the quality of the food, or that it's even dangerous, like you said in the Chinese example. And so I'm thankful because you not only mentioned the fact that we're talking about like better distribution of food, so that when it's nearing its end, can find some consumers very close by, but also that it actually leads us to better quality control, which is also important. We only have a minute or so, so I'd like to finish with Mala. Mala, whatever you have to say, actually, you are allowed to do that.
All right, I will try to sum up a lot of these points. So I think, for those of us who have worked in tech for social good for a long time, you realize that the technology is a very small portion of the entire problem, right? You need fair and transparent governments, you need a world without discrimination or racism, you need so many things in order for the world to actually progress. I think the place that tech plays is increasingly important, and that's why we're all here. But one of the challenges with technology is a moving target. So the tech evolves very quickly, and what exactly we're trying to derive from that is more challenging. So like big data, for example, you see with agricultural inputs, it's very, very micro. The output that you have in this acre is going to be substantially different in some cases from the acre next door. And so the commercial farming practices that was mentioned earlier kind of standardizes that and uses data and patterns in a way to figure out what exactly needs to change from acre to acre, from foot to foot. But doing that at scale is really challenging. And there's also a lot of issues to think about with climate change and just the amount of land that needs to, the food that needs to be transported over. So when you think about sub-Saharan Africa, you're moving food over very, very large areas, even larger than we have here in the States. So a lot of things to consider about the cost benefit of commercial farming, of, using AI and big data for, identifying different patterns. But I'm optimistic in some of the applications that we see from the World Food Program, for example, and just better using big tech companies like GitHub for these pursuits. But there's a long way to go.
Mala, that was a great summary, because actually I can see all the panelists pretty much nodding at all your words. And so we all appreciate what you've just said. But I also just wanted to say that so many important issues have been raised here, including inequality and how some of the technology can help, but also about food security and the food chain, especially in this world that is overpopulated, some people might say, and then just the world that is changing so fast. Will technology be the miracle, or will it just be a tool, and only a good one if it's used in a considerate way? I think those are some of the questions we're left with, which is good, because we're not searching for a definite answer. We were just looking to share, because one of the speakers, I think it was Bernard, actually mentioned that it's so great that we even have this talk, right?
Yeah, I have to say, thanks again for bringing us together. So, I mean, some of us know each other actually for quite a while. So it's actually great to be reconnected here and actually talk about what all the exciting things are that we're working on right now. And so I think there's lots of cool things we actually should be exploring together, and also share notes how we can actually have more impact.
Yeah, and I hope we all stay in touch. There's a feature on the Pine platform that we're all joining by that allows you to connect with fellow speakers, but also with just the participants of the conference, and all the participants can actually see the conference. One of the questions online recently was if the video sessions will be available later on. Sure, they will. We will make sure that they are here as a kind of a VOD platform where you can watch the whole event anytime you wish. So we will release that just a little bit after the event. So thank you very much for being part of this great debate. I really enjoyed it, and it was just very informative and inspiring. I have to say that too. All right, and so I will change my position a little bit because I'm actually moving on with the topic. Hello, everyone who's watching. This is camera number 2, and now we will talk about the certification and regulation in the carbon textile chain. I'm curious about that, so we will hear from Mandy Kerr, who's from the Global Hemp Association, Trey Rutledge from Dragon Chain, Colin Wakefield from Bureau Veritas, Brett Puffenbarger, and then she is from Focus, and Jeff Conley, Apollo Blockchain Intro. Speaking of intros, here's a good one. So I wonder if Brett Puffenbarger is already here or he is still not here. Well, who do we see there? Hello, gentlemen.
Hi there.
Hello.
Okay, so could you please just introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'm Colin Wakefield. I'm the Business Development Manager for Agriculture with Bureau Veritas Laboratories in North America.
Great. I can hear the accent, which definitely leads us to North America, that's for sure.
Yes.
And I'm Trey Rutledge. I'm the Director of Business Development for Dragon Chain, a hybrid blockchain platform.
Okay, so is it true that we're still waiting for Mandy?
At the moment, yeah, it's just the two of us.
Okay. So Mandy will be hosting the meeting, which I hope will happen soon. But before we even do that, I'd like to ask about your general impression about the whole event. It's been about 10 hours, and I don't suppose you've watched all of it because you guys joining from the US, you've probably been here for just a few hours, right?
That's
Yes.
correct. Yeah, I have to admit, 3:30 or 3 a.m. wake up was would have been a little bit rough for the entire day. So
Where are you based, actually?
I'm in Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay. Quite famous, isn't it?
And I'm in Kansas City as well.
Oh, my goodness. So have you had the chance to meet each other?
Yes.
Not yet, as a matter of fact, in person.
Well, not in person, but we've been working together this last couple of weeks.
Yep.
Okay, that's incredible. So doesn't it tell us something about the modern days that we live in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
A
really
lot of video
does.
calls these days.
Yeah. And we'd been working together for a couple of weeks before we even realized, oh, we're in the same city. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I hope that maybe after this event will be a nice pretext for the two of you to meet. But I'm also curious about the rest of the panelists. So tell me, please, are you familiar with them? Have you had a chance to cooperate with them anytime before?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been with Mandy and Jeff in the past. Sorry.
I was just going to say the same thing. Yeah, Mandy's the head of the Global Hemp Association. She is absolutely fantastic, and I don't know if she's just having computer issues right now or something like that. But yeah, she's fantastic. Jeff is he's great. We've worked with him a little bit in the past, just in surrounding hemp and industrial hemp specifically. And yeah, that's be hopefully. Oh, Jeff just texted me that he's not going to be able to make it, unfortunately. So he's tried to get online. I guess he's having some technical difficulties.
Okay, so Jeff is out, but then we're still waiting for a few panelists. And gentlemen, I'd like to ask you for a short introduction, maybe, because we're talking about certification and regulation in the carbon textile chain. What does this topic mean to you? What type of a discussion are you expecting?
Yeah, so I'll start. Bureau Veritas, we're a global corporation involved in what we call the TIC industry, testing, inspection, and certification. We right now have a operation that's live in Brazil in the cotton industry that we partnered with companies, and one of them is being ID Cotton, where we can track and trace the cotton bales going all the way back to the farmer and the specific farm. And the goal then is to make sure that the cotton hasn't been grown on, say, recently deforested rainforest and land such as that, so that it's not embargoed land, or it's the farmer is doing the right thing. It was say deforested 30 years ago or whatnot, so therefore now it's okay to, at least according to the Brazilian government. So we track and trace that, and we trace the cotton bale all the way to from the farm to the cotton gin, where it gets converted into 4 smaller bales. RFID tags are placed on it, so you have the verification throughout the entire chain. Gets loaded into the export container, and then off it goes to wherever the final destination is. When it arrives there, it's scanned in by our people on the ground as well. So we provide that. We have that full the textile supply chain, at least up until the spinning mill at the moment. So, and having that carbon verification and the capture, and just being able to calculate, well, how much, how large was your carbon footprint to get this one container of 88 bales of cotton from Mato Grosso in Brazil to Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, where it's being spun into, a garment, or whatever the end product is.
Mm-hmm. So we're just trying to make sure that we're on the safe side of things, and that we're on the environmentally friendly side of this, especially with countries like Brazil, where they have a mixed record of where they like to have their farms.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's I'd call it a dual thing if you want. Absolutely. Number one is looking at the being environmentally friendly, sustainable, practicing just good agricultural practices, and making sure that recently deforested land is staying, is not being used for crops, so that you're eliminating that incentive there, or whatnot, that the farmers have to continue, or people down there have to continue to deforest. And at the other side, you have the the general public worldwide is more so environmentally and socially conscious, and is demanding traceability, and to know, well, where did this cotton come from, or where did this hemp come from, where did this building material, or insert food product or anything agricultural product here, where did it come from, and where has it been, and what's included in it. So where like I said, Bureau Veritas, we also have laboratories, so we do a lot of analytical testing, say on wheat, chemical pesticide testing, for example, and that can be that certificate of analysis, once we've tested it, can be uploaded to any sort of blockchain platform, as far as the documentation to follow along that. The bill of lading and those goods along where the supply chain to wherever they end up going.
Mm-hmm. Why is it important to you, Coline?
It's important to make sure that we have an environment to farm moving forward, not just in the immediate future and right now, but in the next decade, 50 years, 100 years, and far beyond that. I'd like my kid to be able to grow up in a normal world like I did. And,
I actually can hear them, right?
So, that for me personally, that's why it's important. So, yeah.
Is it right that I could just hear your kids there in the background?
Oh, it's very possible. Yep, there he is. I didn't realize my mic was so sensitive.
And that is why you are so aware of the future, because we want our next generations to be able to live a happy life.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Trey, what's your take on that?
Well, I agree with all the points there. I mean, I think we have to be responsible moving forward with best practices and starting to get a handle on the carbon expenditures and figure out ways to sequester more, and think of the future and not just bottom line profits, but do it in a responsible way. I think a lot of people, when they associate blockchain and crypto, they think of a high carbon footprint. The Dragon Chain hybrid blockchain solution actually is carbon neutral. We have no mining rigs associated with it. So as we track the carbon, we're not actually increasing the carbon footprint in the process.
I appreciate you saying that, because I've been hosting a few conferences about cryptocurrencies, and I know that the process of mining is not something you'd call ecological or good for the environment, but then again, it's a tool. So a tool can be used in a positive way, in a negative way, and in a mixed sort of grayish way. And so you guys are definitely on the safe side.
Yes, and we're also quantum resistant within our consensus mechanism. So you don't have to worry about one day waking up and all that IP being gone to a quantum computing attack.
Yeah, that is great. And then Trey, so you say that this makes the whole situation just safer and I could say better. Can you give me some details of what your team is trying to achieve?
Sure. We have several projects that we're working on right now in the carbon tracking, tracing, and trade space. We recently just partnered with Artemis Technology Group, and specifically their Climate Partners division. And we are bringing to market an ESG scoring system that will have components that will actually report directly to the SEC and the Treasury. And it will have really a very advanced model that hasn't come to market yet, but several pieces that right now are not standardized that we're taking on. When you look at international markets trying to all work together, it's quite an undertaking. So we have that partnership going on right now. We also have another partnership in the oil and gas industry with Paul Rushton. And then we also have some work that we're doing in the aviation space.
What do you do in the aviation space?
I can't talk specifically to that because we haven't actually announced it and brought it to market, but just overall tracking of what's occurring and what kind of carbon footprint is occurring in the process.
Coline, is that something that is of interest to you?
Oh yeah, I love airplanes. So my grandfather was a pilot, so I'm curious to hear Trey's announcement whenever he and his company are ready to make that. So.
And what about the rest of the things that Trey's company does?
Yeah, it's a lot of the things that he does are things that are very complementary to what BV is doing and seeking to do and looking at as well. And so the example I gave, what we're doing in cotton in Brazil at the moment, we're trying to bring this into North America because now obviously we don't have the Amazon rainforest or whatnot, so it's a little bit harder to get that initial buy-in, if you will. And I think that's one of the big issues that kind of surrounds the whole carbon credits in the United States, at least specifically, is it's a very convoluted system, and it's just frankly it's broken, and really needs a total overhaul to make it so that it's attractive to the farmers. You get the buy-in there so that they're getting a benefit from it, and the entire value chain is actually willing to buy in and has an incentive to buy into it. Without that, then it might not ever, happen, or it's almost like a Tesla sort of situation where they've in the last 10 years they've dragged the automotive industry kicking and screaming absolutely into the electric vehicle age, and now you see Ford and Volvo and all these other big manufacturers have decided, okay, we're going all in on it on the EV, but it took them a decade of being pushed, pulled, prodded, and basically saying, that's not going to work. Electric's never the future. This is never the future. And now, well, what was their commitment? They made that by 2030, I think it was, their entire fleet's going to be electric. I might have the year wrong, or I might be mixing up my automotive company, but one of the big traditional automakers.
That is true. And actually, just to give another example, the government of the United Kingdom has announced that they will not allow production of new fossil fuel cars starting in 2030.
Yeah, I think that's very cool. So I think you'll probably have a big rush of people buying cars in 2029 or something. So they might be the very valuable cars in 2100 or something. The last combustion car made.
Yeah. Well, that could be true, but it also might not exactly be the case, because I can easily imagine a situation when within the next few years, electric cars are going to become so predominant that people will no longer be interested in buying something that actually will be really hard to sell later on, right?
Yeah, no, that's a excellent point, and especially if there's governmental restrictions there that put a tariff or a tax essentially on reselling an old internal combustion vehicle versus reselling an electric vehicle. So there's many ways to do that and provide incentives or disincentives, and it just got to find the right balance and the right approach, especially to your specific population, depending on what country you are, and some approaches are going to work better for the United States that wouldn't might not work in Europe at all, and vice versa, and apply it to any country in the world.
Yeah. Speaking of transferring some solutions from one place to another, Coline, tell me please about this, because you mentioned the rainforest, Amazon, and you've mentioned Brazil, but also the endeavor to sort of translate that into North America as well. So how can this be? Oh, well, that's the question.
Yeah, so it's just a little different, if you will, as far as the value proposition and the biggest thing in terms of the sustainability that you're looking at. Yeah, we have protected land here in terms of state and federal parks and nature reserves and tribal reservations and all of that, but there's not really like an endemic or a systemic problem of a lot of crop growing on that land. I mean, not saying it doesn't happen, but it's just different than Brazil. So here in the States, it's really getting that buy-in from the farmer level, but also through all of the steps of the value chain of the trucker. It's that takes whether it's the hemp or the soybeans or whatever it is from the farm to the grain elevator, and capturing and calculating how much that carbon is involved in that. And you have to well, which model truck did he use or she use to drive, and all of that. So I mean, if to get down into the very specific details, and so that's what we're working on in terms of applying it to the more traditional commodities as well as industrial hemp in the United States, with hemp being such a carbon hungry crop, and just being one of the best crops as far as soil remediation, regenerative ag, all of it, sustainability, really all of these things, it being a super crop. It can help as a biofuel to go into fuel feedstocks and everything. So it's that's one big thing that we're focusing on, and looking at the hemp industry specifically, especially since it's so new here in the U.S. or almost new in terms of it just being re-legalized with the 2018 Farm Bill. So.
Okay, that explains a lot. I wanted to move on to trade right now, because Trey, the things that Coline has been talking about, tell me please, how much do your areas of expertise intertwine?
Well, I think there's a lot of parallels here, and I think that we have similar goals in what we're working on and what the end solution will bring to the market. We definitely have a lot of parallels in what he's focusing on.
Okay, tell me more. Tell me more, Trey. Tell me more, Trey.
I think one area that's a little bit different for us is that we're actually seeing a lot of demand with NFTs, actually taking and tokenizing whatever it is that whether it be a plot of land or a soil that has been deemed remediated. There's a lot of different ways that you can combine the blockchain and tokenization through NFTs. I'm not sure if Colin has ventured into that region yet, but we're seeing a lot of demand there.
We're seeing a lot of demand, you say?
For NFTs within that carbon space, actually tokenizing a land tract or a set of trees and putting a certain carbon footprint or carbon sequestration on that NFT itself. So a little bit different abstract way to apply that, but something that we're seeing integrated into our carbon tracking system and our ESG scoring.
So what NFT means to you, Trey? Like why do you stand for this technology?
Well, I think it's a low cost, easy way to create a non-fungible token, a way to tokenize an asset, and then to be able to trade that asset on an open market. I think it really takes a lot of the paperwork out of it, and actually you can create smart contracts with your NFTs and even have embedded payments. So I think there's a very flexible way to tokenize anything.
One thing I know is that this can be really helpful with identification, or like making sure that this thing belongs to that person. Is that also something that interests you?
It does. And actually our solution has the ability to embed video and data, so you can show proof of provenance, proof of procurement. And I do think that is extremely important, even when you're talking about something like IP.
What is proof of procurement?
Proof of procurement, proof of provenance. Just you can actually take a video of yourself, making whatever it is you're making, or showing all the documentation of that ownership, and embedding it into the NFT itself.
So that's another layer of verification that that thing belongs to you, for example?
Correct. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, Coline, I guess you could tell me more about this solution, because you seem to be an enthusiast of this as well.
Yeah, so I'll say we haven't really been looking into that on the NFT side at the moment, or at least yet. But Trey, given what you've just said, that's very interesting and absolutely deserves a look into further. So, but just to go back to what your previous question initially, as far as what we do together or what we can do that's complementary. So where Bureau Veritas being a third-party inspection, certification, auditing company, we're that boots on the ground. That's what we're looking to do, and we currently do in everything, and that we're that providing that in-person certification, actually where the goods are or where the carbon is being sequestered, or to make sure that yes, if the farmer says they planted 100 trees or 100 of whatever on X field or Y field, then that actually someone goes out there and it is verified that it did actually happen, as a matter of fact. And so we have we issue an auditing report or an audit report or a certificate, and just depending on, of course, whatever the if it was a sample that one of our inspectors drew from the field and then sent it in to our laboratory to have it tested and analyzed, then the COA can be uploaded to, say, Trade's blockchain, as an example. Once the analysis certificate is back with your nutritional values, protein, fiber, fat, ash, moisture content, all of that, and you have your chain of custody. So,
how much of this verification is done by a human, and how much can be done by machines?
A lot of it just depends on the commodity and what you're looking to do. When it comes to, say, the chemistry on if we're running tests on anything for pesticide levels or GMO events or this, that, or the other, a lot of that just comes down to the wet chemistry and the time that it takes, and that's a lot of human input and or the machine that you have. So if it's more robotic or been able to be more automated, a lot of the things that our people are doing on the ground is pretty manual and intensive, because we're doing the physical, we're at the plant or the facility, the manufacturer, we're carrying out the audit, we're carrying out the inspection, the verification, the witnessing the sealing of the container, or the loading of the truck, or the unloading, or the breaking of the seal, whatever that event may be along the supply chain, we're there to witness it, sort of thing. And so for example, back down in Brazil, where we have our cotton traceability, we have an app, so our inspectors, even if they are out of cell service and they don't have any Wi-Fi or anything like that, as is often the case in agriculture, out in the middle of farmland, they can still do absolutely everything, record their jobs, take the weights, draw their samples, do everything. It's recorded. They record it in the app, and then whether it's 1 hour later or 5 hours later, the next time they have signal, then it's immediately up. Everything that happened on their phone is then uploaded to the system, along with the time logs and everything. Now it comes in at one time log, of course, and it's then backdated, but it's still, that allows it just allows greater flexibility in terms of it's designed specifically for agriculture because of the ruralness of it and everything, but to also at the same time interact with a smart chain, a blockchain style system that is always online and is lives in the cloud. So
yes, and so I wonder, Trey, if this is something that could be complemented by the NFT.
Oh, I think it definitely could. I think another piece of this is just the decentralized identity side of it. When you're looking at taking in that data, we have a solution right now called MiFi that does IoT and device sensor authentication as well as human. So you can start inputting that data along that value chain to figure out what your carbon footprint is, and how many man hours you have going on, and reduce fraud and reduce theft, and just seal it up all together.
Have you seen
people? Again, NFTs do tie into there. Smart contracts tie into there. Embedded payments. You start to look at the entire supply chain. Getting that all automated is really not as heavy of a lift as I think a lot of people think.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen people find out about their footprint and be surprised by that?
Oh, definitely. Most people, I don't think, realize how high their carbon footprint is. But I think if you look at the carbon footprint in general, we hear and see almost 90% of that is in the delivery of the supply chain. So bringing manufacturing back home, which I think is going to end up being a large part of them taxing and creating tariffs for carbon footprint. I think you're eventually going to see manufacturing come more localized as people realize that a lot of it is carbon footprint that you can't get rid of. But when you start bringing your manufacturing close, I think that really reduces a tremendous amount of that footprint.
Mm-hmm. So you think that the future is of local farmers and food products coming from the vicinity, or maybe from a radius of like 100 kilometers, I mean like 60 miles?
Well, right now, if you look at the distance that the average product on a grocery store travels, I believe it's a little over 1,250 miles. So, I mean, you're talking about
1,250 miles.
Here in the U.S., yeah, it's a crazy high number. It makes no sense. So I think when you start looking at things like that are occurring currently, once you start getting penalties applied to that, I think you're going to start seeing that shorten down really quick.
Okay. So, well, that is very exciting. It sounds very promising. It's just, the only concern that I have is that so many times it just comes down to the numbers and the Excel spreadsheets, where you find out that if you, a big farmer or a big food chain company, if you guys produce in this place, which is so far away, but so much cheaper because manpower is so much cheaper, you will continue to do that because this is going to end better for you in terms of finance.
Yeah,
well,
I think
in the end, I guess the penalties have to outweigh. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, penalties have to outweigh, or you, I mean, it's a combination of you get more sustainable supply chains. I mean, we recently saw, now how effective it is another issue altogether. The low sulfur implementation for what was IMO 2020 for all of the steamship lines, where they have to burn low sulfur fuel even when they're in international waters, not just when they enter in the last 50 miles or whatever it is of U.S. water. So that's something like the steamship industry with all the containers and just ocean going. I mean, is a massive contributor to the carbon footprint globally. It's something like 50% or something. Something crazy out there. I'm not. Don't hold me to that number there. But if you get a greener way of transporting those containers across oceans, and of course, then the same thing applies to simply a 53-foot dry van and trucking and trains and everything, and make it more sustainable. And you can have a combination of the hyperlocal and local farms and food that's grown right next to wherever it's getting sold, but you can also have, exactly like you said, stuff that is produced in a much cheaper region because of production costs, and that is always going to happen. And but if you have a green way to get it there, still the 1,200 miles, and for 1/3 of what the carbon footprint previously was, if you were, say, using a
it's still an
internal
improvement.
combustion truck, it's an improvement. It's not there, but every little bit counts. That's the way I look at it.
So just generally, gentlemen, regulatory measures would help in achieving those goals, right, Trey?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely, and I think that you'll see some mandates coming. I think you'll see continued tracking of the entire, oil, natural gas, electricity. I think you're going to see a lot of that coming out of the Biden administration here in the next few months.
Nice. Well, I keep my fingers crossed for Mr. President. And so Mr. Trey and Mr. Coline, or actually I should say Mr. Rutledge and Mr. Wakefield, it was great to be here with you.
Yes.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, we managed to have quite a debate, even though most of our partners were away. I hope that they're still fine and that they will eventually join us, at least in the chat, or they will somehow let us know that they've been following the conference. It's just been some issues or some challenges that they have been facing. Thank you very much for all the commitment to be here. This is actually another chapter of our conference, because for the only time today we're presenting a video. And not just a video, but in fact it's a documentary movie, one that's been acclaimed across the world, and it talks about agriculture, but it primarily focuses on women. And so that is very interesting. Let us see who we are about to meet.
I always wanted to have a farm because food is very cultural for me. I'm Filipino. I'm a first-generation American, and I always wanted, that was the way I knew how to express my love.
You need major scaling companies that have a product in market, they've got financing, they're growing and scaling, and our top 50 here was really around identifying those companies in partnership with our corporate partners.
I still became a grower for a family farm. I was the only grower that was a woman. They hired me because I could speak Spanish, but my whole team was mostly 40 to 50-year-old men. And so earlier on, I had a hard time trying to get them to do the work that they needed. So I was a grower who had to designate tasks, and if they had a question, they would actually ask my superior, who was a man, instead of me, and then I would have to redirect. My supervisor could not speak Spanish.
There's a massive shortage of labor. As Mike said earlier, people are not coming into the industry. The average age is getting older, and we're not seeing new people coming in.
And then as in the tech space, I generally have to talk second. I can't talk first. That's just something that I've picked up. It still happens, and I just accept it and move forward. And I am very, as a woman, I'm much more cautious about what I say and how I say it, and ensuring it's more neutral. And
we will do our accelerator launch in April. We run the Thrive Accelerator Program Demo Day.
So we think that most of the companies we invest in are going to grow steadily and happily.
I'm delighted to see Trace Genomics, who won our event last year, in the audience, and it was a great experience for them. So you should see and talk to the folks in terms of how to come through.
The story started more than 5 years ago when Diane and I met in graduate school. Both of us were very passionate about making an impact on the way in which we can arm community members with a way to stay one step ahead of disease, right?
So what we've done is we've built a really simple soil test for growers and farmers to be able to look at the biology of their soil. We all know that the soil biology plays a huge role in yield and crop health, soil health, and sustainability.
So when we say soil biology, we mean the billions of living organisms that are present in every teaspoon of soil. Some of them are harmful to the plants, some of them are beneficial, so they're good for the plants. The reason why we delved into ag tech was because we're very close to Salinas, we're very close to the vegetable bowl. We quickly recognized the growers telling us that they need a way in which they can measure soil health, soil disease. It was impossible to miss out on that opportunity.
My grandfather was a farmer, but a very small-scale farmer where he had his own farm that he fed his family with. And so we're definitely entering into a slightly different world than what we've been used to. And so what we do is we listen very carefully to folks who know what they're talking about and mentors who've been able to guide us along some of the tricky challenges.
Yeah, we've been in AgTech now for over 2 years, and at least twice a week, 3 times a week, we're out in the fields in Salinas. And so that feedback loop, where we're technologists at heart. Our team, we have an amazing team to help accomplish that. But we also make sure that we're getting in that feedback from directly from our customer base, the growers, who are in desperate need of this technology, and bringing that back to our team. So we are making the products, making our technology fit the needs of the growers.
In Salinas, agriculture is very traditional, and so even though they do these processes that are very lengthy, it's because they're used to it. And so even though it takes longer, they know it's right because they've been doing it for so long.
In general, farming still uses paper to track things, and the reason for that is because some of their processes, timekeeping especially, is pretty complex. And even more complex in this area because the crop is rotating 2 or 3 times a year. So our company, we do equipment tracking, timekeeping, and field scouting right now. It's a mobile app. We don't have any extra hardware. That's another thing that makes us unique. So all the data collection is just through your smartphone.
I was studying computer science, and then I did work in ag, and I wanted to stay in the area. Everyone that I graduated with has had to leave the Salinas Valley to find a job, and I was lucky enough to find one here. What makes us unique is knowing the ag side and knowing their processes, and I guess having some connections with the growers already.
My parents are immigrants, and they were field workers when they came to the US. I've always kind of been around it. My dad started his own produce company when I was younger, and so just kind of growing up around it.
Having connection with our customers, with our growers, and with the valley. We don't want to come in and show them this is what you need to do. We're also learning with them, so a lot of it was a learning process.
Would you change anything right now as it is?
Yeah, but like the
would
same
you rather
structure
have...
is just like opposite, you know?
Yeah, so the same flow, like
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
and then...
Trying to implement that software and telling them we can give them something that works that's better. They've also had other companies come in and say that, but a lot of times it's been companies from Silicon Valley or areas that aren't huge on ag, so they come in from a different perspective. And so what makes us unique is knowing the ag side and knowing their processes, and I guess having some connections with the growers already.
Yeah, once we start messing with it, for sure, we'll have more feedback.
Yeah.
We'll break it. But you guys will make it better.
Yeah, I think so.
And growers speak to growers and say, this is working, and we grow from there.
Only after I spent days, shadowing a grower that I realized this is really, really hard work. And I had a very different kind of appreciation of, the food or the produce I buy now. AgShift in agriculture technology, we want to solve some very real problems which are facing the small and medium commercial farms. We just moved out from a smaller office, and we are in the process of getting a bigger office, which is the reason why we are doing this shoot at my home. We have built a platform or a system which helps growers make much better decisions on their farm. So if you look at an organic farm of any profile, typically you'll find that they're growing more than 10 or 15 crops at a time. So what the system does is puts a lot of data and technology to work and helps growers understand your true cost of growing 1 pound of carrot is $4 per pound versus the cost of growing something else is this much. It helps them make many different decisions which before something like AgShift was just based on intuition. And we will then take all that data and automate the compliance reporting for them. Especially organic farm, but even local farms, you're usually dealing with 20 or 30 different kinds of reports which you have to do. It's very time consuming. A similar analogy would be TurboTax. I think we are at a right point where we can put a lot of these innovations to work, to make small farms more sustainable and hence help, what we are really trying to accomplish as a society when we say we have to feed 10 billion people by 2040.
That is just the beginning of this wonderful story, and we will hear more from the documentary. So I'm just very glad that From Farms to Incubators will continue. But I have this great piece of news, which is that Amy Wu is joining us. Amy, great to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really honored to be a part of the event today, and I'm so happy that the screening of the film started, and I know that you're going to continue it after our talk today. I'm actually joining you from California, where a lot of the project started. So thank you. I'm ready for any questions.
It is true that we were joining you in California, which not only feels great because it's a wonderful place, but indeed I've seen parts of the material, the documentary that were shot there, and so San Francisco is just an example, right?
Oh, San Francisco is just one example of the the tech innovation related to smart farming that's really growing by leaps and bounds, not only in California, but also really across the country in the U.S., but internationally. I think, farmers are facing a lot more threats under climate change. Here in California, it's more and more dry, and then in the East Coast, more and more wet. We've all seen some effects of climate change that affect the farmers that are needing to produce the food. So ag tech is really a solution to that. But a lot of the innovation happening, including ag bio and the research is happening in California, as well as the investment in ag tech as well.
I'm glad that so many of the innovations come from the Silicon Valley, but not just there. And ag tech is definitely the hope of the industry. Can you, Amy, give me a few examples, or maybe just one actually, of what farmers in the US are facing, what climate-related issues are there?
Sure, that's a great, really good question. One example is first of all, let me just say that the severe labor shortage, which perhaps is less climate related, but field workers are aging out, so there's fewer and fewer people to plant and harvest and weed and to cultivate the crops needed. So robotics and automation is a huge area under the umbrella of ag tech that's growing tremendously. I mean, you have self-driving tractors, and I can certainly name some companies. There's numerous companies now in that space. But also, I would say that for a long time, the amount of farmable, arable soil has been declining because of the amount of chemicals that have been used on the soil. So also soil testing kits, and anything related to measuring the health of soil, is really important in the area of ag tech. I mean, those are just a couple of examples. There's many, many more examples, but I would say robotics and automation, and also anything, related to contributing to healthier soil as well.
Yeah, let's hope for that. So, Amy, what were some of the troubles or issues or obstacles when preparing this or making this documentary?
Oh, that's a really good question. I mean, I think some of the challenges in making this documentary is that no such documentary and stories existed before, in the sense that nobody knew at the time that there were women, a new generation of women creating the innovation for farmers, actually. So when I started this at the end of 2016, it was really with the intuition and a gut sense that there must be women out there, especially women who have a lot of knowledge in STEM, that are contributing to this. So at first I had a hard time finding actually people for the documentary, and also for the new book that just came out as well. But I think asking the question of, to farmers, to investors, to anybody, do you know of any women entrepreneurs in ag tech? Asking the question repeatedly really drew dozens and dozens of stories. So, yeah.
Yeah, that for sure. Finding the right talent, although I know that talent is probably not the best word when speaking about actual real human stories. It's not talent, but it's like just the people who tell the real story, which we so much appreciate as viewers of this.
Well, thank you. I think that storytelling is an important platform in order to bring out some of the very timely issues in agriculture, especially at a time when innovation is so critical to farmers. In 2050, the population's supposed to be like 10 billion, so they face a lot of pressure in growing food for us globally. And I think, it's an exciting time actually in the field of ag tech, and also exciting that there's a new generation of young people, youth, and women, those traditionally not in agriculture, to enter the space as well. I think it's very promising, and you can look at the amount invested in ag tech just to see that actually.
Amy, do you think that there's already a momentum for women in agri-tech, or actually just in agriculture?
Oh, I think there's a momentum. Actually a lot has changed since 2016 when I first started to search for women for the documentary. There are certainly more women entering the field or in the field, either as founders of ag tech companies or those working for agribusinesses. And also there's more and more incubators and accelerators and venture capital money going into the space of ag tech. But I still think there is a long way to go in terms of women in leadership and decision-making positions in ag tech. Whether it be sitting on the boards of agribusiness companies or whether it be launching their own companies, finding the capital, the money needed to grow their, the startups is still quite challenging for women in particular, I think. But I'm still very positive and hopeful that this is going to change, especially as women in their 20s and early 30s are really, really bringing a lot of talent and innovation and creativity to this area. I think it'll change.
Mm-hmm. It makes me wonder about yourself, because you are a documentary movie maker, but there is no one simple explanation to what you are trying to achieve. So I wonder what your personal link is to agriculture. Why was this story so compelling that you've decided to pick it up?
Sure. I mean, well, first of all, yes, I don't come from a background in agriculture and farming. I don't come from a family of farmers, certainly, but I do come with dozens upon dozens of years of storytelling and being a professional journalist. And I've always been very passionate about giving voice to undertold or underheard stories. So when I was in Salinas, California, in 2015, I was writing about local government and agriculture for the local newspaper. And I noticed that this industry, $10 billion, and also producing so much for what the country is eating, there weren't a lot of women visibly, in the space of leadership in agriculture and also in ag tech. And I was a bit surprised because women already play such a tremendous role in food and farming, and whether it be preparing the meals for the household to, I think 60 to 80% of the food produced internationally, women are contributing to.
60%.
So I really wanted to collect 60%. Yeah.
Right.
So I really wanted to collect their stories to inspire a next generation of women to get more involved in ag tech. So that is the big objective: is more women, more girls should take on this opportunity to jump into a growing space. Yeah.
That is wonderful, and I hope that they embark on this journey, because the video is great and the documentary is great, actually, I should say, because this is a proper documentary. So I'm actually very excited for our viewers to be able to see the second part of it. Amy, thank you very much. Enjoy sunny but also windy California, I suppose.
Yes, there's a bit of wind today in Southern California, but a lot of sun, so it's quite beautiful. Thank you very much, and I'm very honored that you're screening the documentary.
Yes, we are, and we can't wait to see more. So thank you very much, and we appreciate it. And yes, we're going to show you the second part of this wonderful documentary.
I came here from Vietnam as a refugee. Growing up in Vietnam, I've seen the war and witnessing the cost of malnutrition in children and in women. I decided I would look for a solution. more like a food-based solution for the problem of vitamin A deficiency, which is quite prevalent in Vietnam. Vitamin A deficiency disorders is just easy to solve, but it's still so prevalent. Vitamin A deficiency compromises the immunity system. It's very important in normal growth of children, but also for eye health. In Vietnam and other places where vitamin A deficiency disorders is quite prevalent, you can see a lot of women when they get older and they have night blindness called xerophthalmia, and that's irreversible. So I decided that northern Vietnam would be the study area, and when I went back there, I realized that meat and fish were quite expensive, and that is the natural source of vitamin A. And I identified it among the fruit and vegetable that people have. Red melon, the fruit to me that stand out, that's the red melon. And when I was little in Saigon, I know that my mother usually, at that time, she would get the fruit and dye the rice with it, make it red rice. And the color of it is so strikingly red. And that's the color of beta-carotene. So beta-carotene actually is the precursor of vitamin A. I just have the hunch that the fruit was really rich in carotenoids. The source of lycopene in this country is tomatoes. And the source of beta-carotene in the Western diet is carrot. Red melon contains 70 times more lycopene than tomatoes, and 10 times more beta-carotene in carrot. I came up with a way so that the farmers can then use whatever they have to make the oil, and then keep that oil in their household. Most of the growers in Vietnam are actually women. So my goal is to give back to the growers in Vietnam by providing the market for the products from red melon so that they can continue growing it. I intend to use a percentage of the proceeds, the revenues of red melon oil to help the growers of Vietnam. Also, I think investors would not want to take risk in an idea. And to implement this idea, you do need capital. At the beginning, basically, I feel like I work alone a lot. And so my goal is still to be able to find team members and colleagues and a network of people that in this similar field.
A lot of women in technology. So if you look at the ratios, many of them drop out. So first 3 or 4 months, I was just meeting farms. That in itself has been quite challenging, because they're not as prepared for someone of my profile to show up to the farm. The fact that you're a minority or you're this this person who I am, Asian American. There were people who had this question mark on, what am I doing there? Or why do they have to deal with me, right? Me being who I am. So, there are times when it kind of takes a while for me to build that relationship with growers. When it comes to something very important for a venture at a stage like ours, which is fundraising, honestly, it has been more difficult than it has been with my previous ventures.
It's challenging, more so in Vietnam also, believe it or not. Still very an old culture where women are not supposed to run a company.
With my previous ventures, I was owning the technology. I wasn't the one responsible to raise funds, right? So that's one part of it. Whether it's finding the engineering talent or whether it's finding the investment money, I think it's a combination. I don't know which one is bigger or smaller, but the fact that I'm Asian American, I'm minority, I'm a woman, and then I have this, this intention of doing something in ag. When you add all that together, it becomes a very difficult problem. It's getting there, but it's not at a point where you'd see many more women entrepreneurs really trying to solve challenges in agriculture until we fix some of these things.
Go and you meet with either farmers or health officers, doctors and scientists. Usually there's no other women around. So one time I showed up at, I was taken to meet with the officers of the township that were supposed to do the study. And so I walked into the meeting room, and there may be about a dozen or so of all different officers and doctors, and then I saw that at the end of the room on the top, there's a TV that playing a Playboy movie. And there's the whole time, and everybody was just watching the movie. And they would expect me to translate it for them, because the movie is in English. And it's a pornographic. So finally I say, unless we turn off the TV, then I would leave.
I've been in computer science and technology for almost my entire education, and so being in a male-dominated environment is something that I guess you kind of grow used to. And
obviously, you notice, you get noticed, and there are events that happen being a female in a male-dominated field and industry.
I was experiencing it up in the Bay Area, so they're not, even though companies try to make it better, it's not very welcoming. Even programming isn't a very welcoming for women. I guess it's more like negative. But I just always felt like people were questioning whether I could do something, I guess. But here it's like everyone's really welcoming. I feel more accepted, and it's been a lot more fun working in the area.
You always find a way to work with folks who are supportive and who really believe in the same problems and in solving the same problems that you do. And so that's really always been our focus is, work first, technology first, and everything else, kind of, you find a way to blaze a trail through the rest.
Yeah, I think it's more and more that women to be in the field, in the ag-tech field and successful, and the more we gain our credibility and perhaps some respect. I see now there's a lot of women in engineering, in science, and so that trend will change now.
We're minorities in many different ways. We're young, we're women, we're also ethnically minorities, and so I think maybe you just get used to being a minority and you stop thinking about it after a while. It's everyone's an outsider in their own way, I think, and you can often find yourself in a new environment. And so I think once you're able to not focus on that and focus on the successes and the things you have going for you, and the things that you really, the message that you want to get out there, then the conversation becomes a lot easier, and people are actually often very, very much willing to listen to us.
It's still very unrepresented, but we are a newer company where we still, I guess, hope to change that. And we're starting a movement, even here in this Western Grower building, they hope to bring that movement in as well and shift the focus in that women can also do this job, and there's a lot of opportunity for men and women in this area.
It has to start early on. It has to start young. Like my daughter is 10-year-old, and she's already sold into agriculture. She's extremely fascinated. You know, I took her to certain farms. She has been seeing what I want to do. She asks me, what is it that you're doing? And when I share that with her, she has this spark in her eye that, wow, you know, it's that complex. I didn't know that's how you grew strawberries. That's how early it has to start, that basic education. If we really want to get, you know, the younger generation or the next set of people and kids to understand about agriculture, they should be spending some time on a farm. And then they will have appreciation for it, which is inbuilt in them. And then you have the right talent. Once the spark is there, they will find most innovative ways to solve things. We have always done that. You know, I'm already training my daughter, exposing her to the good and the bad of agriculture. If we start doing that, that would be enough to have enough young women entrepreneurs to start changing these challenges we have in agriculture.
Wow. I am so impressed and so thankful for this video. And you know what? Not just for the video, but for the whole event. It's been so great to be here with you. And this is actually going to be the last time the camera moves forward, because this is the very last words of this conference. I wanted to thank you for participating in the Agri-D convention. And I wanted to say that it wouldn't have been possible without you, because you really bring the meaning to this, and you as the viewers are what really counts to us. So on behalf of all the organizers, both the technical and the merit staff, I mean the people who actually worked on the agenda, on all the panelists, but also those who managed to connect all of us here and just talk to everybody, but also our hosts today, we would like to thank them all. And so Ag Daily and Trade Finance Global, thank you for supporting us in getting the word out about the event and helping to share our message with you all. IOTA Foundation, thank you so very much for your continued support and helping us to provide a platform where we can open up all this information to everyone. I also want to thank Online Event Support, which I'm a proud part of, because actually Online Event Support here in Warsaw does miracles, and I'm so impressed actually being one of the people involved in this process by how great it all turned out. Pine as well, the platform was just seamless, and that's what really is important. I wanted to also thank Sharon, Mark, for their great hosting, for taking the time out to help keep the project alive with technology support, and for your amazing contributions as stage presenters and moderators. I also wanted to thank the individual participants again. This convention has been possible thanks to you. I also wanted to thank for the creation of this, Linda Gotze, Karen Ottoni, Deepak Parikh. You really helped us a lot. And Mandy Kerr, they have been incredibly supportive from the get-go on what we're trying to build, and really helped to push the convention forward. And what is the takeaway, you might wonder? Well, that inclusivity matters, that we want everybody to be on the same page, that no one should be left behind, that actually this is where technology comes in, that blockchain is not just a buzzword or not the B word that everybody should forget about, but actually there are some substantial technologies that can help drive the change. And the change can be for better, for less poverty, for less hunger, and for more environmentally friendly solutions, because this planet is just the only one that we have. And we need to make sure that we treat it kindly. So please be advised that this is what we've learned today. And I hope that everybody will be able to apply and to bring this value and support to rural communities, particularly, because we have really wanted to make them feel included in this. And all the sessions here will be recorded. They actually have been recorded, and they will be publicly available to you on our website and the YouTube account, and those will be updated soon. Last but not least, I wanted to share some really exciting piece of information. We are going to see you next year. Thank you, everybody, for rocking this. And this is Agri-D convention. I hope to see you again. All right. I guess when people...